Hey friends, welcome to my channel. So today we are gonna see, what if Naruto was a Daxamite prince raised by Pervy Supergirl? Also check out my Patreon page for 18+ exclusive mature content. We will now proceed to the video. I hate it here. Naruto Uzumaki, or Nar-El, as he was called by the Daxamites, thought, not for the first time as he was forced to sit with the royal family of Daxam at one of their extravagant parties. One could be forgiven for wondering why Naruto Uzumaki was even here. Was he not a shinobi? Did he not want to be Hokage? Well, of course he did. It just that, roughly 7 years ago, Naruto discovered certain truths about himself that he was forced to confront. During the Fourth Shinobi World War, when Naruto confronted his own inner darkness at the Fountain of Truth, he was forced to come to terms with some very ugly truths about himself and Konoha. Truths that he had desperately tried to ignore or deny or forget about. He had no home there. He had no friends, not truly, as those same people that called themselves his friends had mocked and belittled him for his dreams. Over the course of his war against Obito, Madara and then Kagaya, Naruto hid the fact that he expected Sasuke, his former best friend, to betray him. And he did when he captured the tailed beasts, but that betrayal did not last for long. Naruto, having expected Sasuke's inevitable betrayal, was prepared and ripped Sasuke's Rinnegan out of his eye when he tried to capture the tailed beasts, crushing it into red paste a moment later. Sasuke was not to be deterred from his new goal of ruling over the world, and they still fought an intense battle, but without the extraordinary abilities the Rinnegan granted him or the ability to siphon off the chakra of the tailed beasts, and Naruto still having his six-path sage mode, Sasuke had no chance in hell against Naruto. Their battle tore the very land asunder, and Naruto blew a hole in his chest with a Rasengan, just like Sasuke had done years earlier with a Chidori, ending the bitter feud between Ashura and Indra once and for all. With Sasuke dead and being all alone with his dark thoughts, Sakura and Kakashi got caught in the crossfire between Sasuke and Naruto, trying to stop their battle, and unfortunately paid the price for it. Naruto had to make a choice. He could either take all the chakra away from the world and ensure something like this war never happens again, or he could release everyone and hope people were able to follow his old path and work out their differences. Unfortunately, thanks to his newly darkened outlook on life, he knew that it was inevitable that things would deteriorate again, in his lifetime or his children's, and another shinobi world war would erupt. Tens of thousands of innocents would lose their lives. Was it not kinder then, to take chakra away from humanity, and ensure such destructive wars like the shinobi world wars could never happen again? And so it was that instead of restoring the shinobi who were held captive by the world tree, he Ted let them all die by becoming the new Ten Tails host and absorbed all the chakra in the world back into Ten Tails. The effects were nearly instantaneous. All the shinobi died off, the intelligent animal summons either died or reverted to mindless beasts, and the samurai with large amounts of chakra died as well. A large number of people did survive though. These were the ordinary folks, the ones whose chakra was the barest amount possibly needed to survive. They were able to transition back to having no chakra network without dying thanks to their almost non-existent chakra supply. The political landscape was forever changed now that chakra was gone forever. But that hardly mattered to Naruto. Naruto did not keep the 10 tails within himself. He freed the Biju from being all mashed together by the 10 tails, splitting them back up into 9 and releasing them back out into the world. As no one else in the world had chakra, there was no way they could be subjugated again. Even Kurama was freed, and as thanks for giving him freedom for the first time in over a century, Kurama left Naruto with a large portion of his chakra, so Naruto would survive the colossal shock to his system that losing his Biju caused. 4 years ago, while he was exploring the world and seeing how things had changed, he happened across a highly advanced ship, easily many millennia ahead of whatever his planet had. A ship that apparently belonged to the Prince of Daxam. Whilst Naruto was wondering what all this meant, the ship scanned him when he entered it and found that he was in fact the grandson of Largan's father, through his father, which meant that his own father was half Daxamite. He also discovered that as a Daxamite, by absorbing the radiation of a yellow sun, his body stored that energy and was able to use it to perform incredible superhuman feats, like super strength, speed, flight, invulnerability, heat vision, etc. The reason he and his father likely could not do so before was because chakra filled every corner of the atmosphere and likely filtered out the effects of the solar radiation their bodies absorbed. Upon discovering who he was, the ship sent out a distress call to Daxam. Apparently it was programmed to do so when the prince or a close blood relation was discovered. Anyway, the Daxamites arrived within a week to escort Naruto back to his ancestral home, and Naruto decided to go with them. He really had nothing holding him here on the now chakra-less planet and was interested in learning of his ancestral world. The charm of Daxam quickly wore off when he realized that Daxam, despite being technologically tens of thousands of years ahead of his own world, was basically a feudalistic Oshiti, with lords, serfs, and a royal family. Naruto didn't have a high opinion of the royal family either. Largand was pleasant enough but oblivious and naive. Ria was a stuck-up bitch and Mon-El was sexist douche. Nonetheless, Naruto learned the ways of the court, politics, war, business and science, the last two he was eager to absorb and add to his knowledge. Naruto thanked the gods he still had the ability to use chakra and could still make shadow clones. It would have been a nightmare, trying to learn the advanced math and science that Daxamite royals learn without them. If it pleases your majesties, I am tired from this evening's activities and would like to retire early tonight. Naruto requested of Largand and a nod was received as confirmation. Naruto returned to his room and fell asleep, exhausted from the day's events, while making plans to leave soon, as this place was not really the home he sought for himself either. Next morning, Naruto awoke the next morning to the sound of explosions. Quickly dressing himself, Naruto looked out the window of his room and saw meteors falling from the sky. Naruto knew where it was coming from. Krypton. The idiots in charge of the planet had begun tapping the planet's core a few years ago for more resources. The fools. It didn't take a genius to know that such a thing would cause the planet to become unstable and eventually explode. Naruto was brought out of his musing by the sound of a meteor crashing into the palace. He knew that particular area of the palace that it struck. That was where Mon-El's room was. Quickly entering sage mode, he searched for life forces and found none from that room. It seems that Mon-El had died. Naruto wasn't particularly close to his distant relative and didn't feel sad at his death. But it did bring him back into focus. Creating a dozen shadow clones, they were under orders to protect as many Daxamites as they could and help them flee to safety, while the Naruto went to find a ship and hightail it out of there. Naruto was not an Otsutsuki and could not breathe in space, so he needed to get off the planet. Naruto teleported the nearest ship, which was a functioning Kryptonian pod, using his father's flying thunder god jutsu, as he had tagged it the previous day when they arrived. Naruto powered up the pod and exited orbit as he saw the first of several ships begin to start exiting the atmosphere. Wanting to be rid of the Daxamites for good, Naruto plugged in the ship's destination, which was Earth, allowing him to escape the debris falling on the planet. Unfortunately, unknown to Naruto, some damage had been dealt to the ship by passing debris, and while his ship would get to Earth, it would first pass through the Well of Stars, a nebula in which time pretty much stands still. The ship would get stuck there for decades and Naruto would be put in hypersleep by the ship to protect the life of its passenger. It would not be until the year 2016 that he finally made it to Earth and was discovered by Kara Zor-El, one of the last survivors of Krypton. With Kara and friends, Kara, along with her adopted family and friends, had been having a party when Naruto's pod entered Earth's orbit. Jean transformed into his Martian self while Kara pulled out her Supergirl costume and the two immediately flew off to intercept the ship as it was burning and flying through the city. "We need to stop it, or there could be major casualties," Jean pointed out. "I've got it," Supergirl said confidently as she sped ahead of Jean to reach the spacecraft. When she got close enough to actually touch it, the POD's still active force field repelled her back, causing R to stop for a moment and regain her balance in midair. The spacecraft passed by a worker cleaning the windows on a skyscraper, which caused the platform to begin to tip over. "I've got him. Supergirl, go," Jean told Supergirl as he rushed to save the worker. Kara saw that it was about to hit a crane, and that would certainly cause some damage, and after quickly figuring out that the pod would safely land in an empty construction zone if it wasn't obstructed, sped ahead and pushed the crane out of He ship's path with her super strength, allowing the pod to land in the construction zone without any injuries to nearby civilians. As Kara and Jean landed, Supergirl recognized the design of the pod. "That pod. It's identical to mine. It's from Krypton." Hope and uncertainty filled Kara's voice. Maybe another Kryptonian had survived. "Supergirl, be careful. You don't know what's in there," Jean urged her, but Supergirl soldiered on, ripping the hood of the pod off. "Oh, my God," Kara said as she examined the whiskered blonde that was Naruto Uzumaki, stunned that what she believed was possibly another Kryptonian had actually survived. 3 days later, Kara sat by the bed Naruto was resting and recuperating in after another day of superhero work. It had been a rather hectic last couple days, despite the welcome visit from Cal. She had saved Lena Luthor from 2 assassination attempts, broken up with James because she felt it was better they stay as friends, finally gotten her dream job as a reporter and almost lost it, and almost died to kryptonite poisoning because of the metallos. But now, all that was done and she could breathe easy for a bit. "I know what it's like to be a stranger on this planet," she spoke to Naruto, not that he could really hear her, but just talking to someone who was more like her made everything feel a little better. Maybe it was because he was hopefully another Kryptonian, maybe it wasn't, but just being in his presence made Kara just feel better about herself. "So, when you wake up, I'll be here for you. So that you never have to know what's it like to be alone." She reached out and her hand touched his cheek. Despite still recovering from spending decades in suspended animation, his body and head leaned towards the source of warmth that was Kara's hand. Naruto, for his part, thanks to his advanced healing, was slowly coming out of the decades-long coma he had been in. His eyes fluttered open for a moment when he felt someone's hand touch his cheek. He could not help but lean into the touch. It had been decades since he had physical contact with a living being. When his eyes opened for a moment, he was greeted with the sight of a smiling Kara. He could sense her emotions, this shining ball of positivity and kindness. It was like he was staring into the sun itself. "Beautiful," he muttered, and she of course heard him, the surprise on her face clearly proving it, but that little comment used up all of the strength he had mustered thus far, and he fell back into the realm of unconsciousness, soon to be followed by dreams of his new angel. Kara, for her part, could not help but blush a little at the innocent compliment. She wasn't sure he was even aware he had said it, but she hoped he would wake up soon. She might like to get to know this admittedly handsome Kryptonian more. Naruto awoke fully from his deep slumber, to the sight of doctors trying to poke needles into him and the needles not piercing his skin. His eyes flew wide open as he sat up, thinking they might be trying to experiment on him, and grabbed one by the collar and threw that doctor into the other one, being careful not to kill any of them. Pulling the wires off of him and looking around, he surmised that he was on Earth, but he didn't know where he was exactly. He couldn't sense or see the angel who had cared for him while he slept anywhere in the building, so he thought that this was hostile territory. He needed to escape and figure out what to do next. A guard came up behind him, telling him to not move, and swung an electric baton at him. Naruto grabbed it and broke it with his super strength, before throwing that guard to the floor, and Naruto jumped down to the floor below. "Freeze!" Alex Danvers shouted as she had a bazooka trained on Naruto. Naruto looked behind him and saw the world outside, which meant that was his route to escape. Appearing as a blur, he moved at super speed, crashing through the glass and hopping off the ledge to the streets below. Alex made it to the ledge just in time to see his blurring form run down the streets, away from the Deo. A few minutes later, "I sure picked the wrong time to get rid of all my kryptonite," Jean groaned out loud as he surveyed the damage done by Naruto's escape. Is everyone all right? Yeah, everyone's fine, just a little shaken. Where is he? Kara asked, as she arrived after Alex called her to let her know that Naruto had escaped. Kara was naturally worried for Naruto, as she imagined he was probably dazed and confused from waking up after Rauno. How long, and he was in an unfamiliar environment. He disappeared into the city. Alex informed them, which is just what I don't need. A potentially rogue Kryptonian on the loose just as the president is due for a visit. Jean said, wait, the president is coming here? Kara asked as she did a double take. Yeah, she wants to tour the Dao while she's in National City to sign the Alien Amnesty Act. Alex said, it's amazing, an executive order allowing aliens on Earth to come out of the shadows and live as full citizens. She's making history, Kara said. As a human-looking alien, she thought it was amazing that soon there would be a way for aliens to live openly and freely. Granted, given her superheroing, she probably would not do it to protect her friends and family, but still, a girl can dream. Not in my book, I think she's making a big mistake. Jean said in a grumble, causing Kara to look at him in surprise. Now, how can you of all people say that? Kara asked. Because it's been my hard experience that humans and aliens don't mix very well. Jean said, what about you and me? Kara pointed out, after all, they were aliens and they got along with humans well enough. What about us? Jean asked, throwing her point back at her. We can look like them, we blend in, a lot of alien species can't. And people in this world already don't have much tolerance for members of their own race who look different from them. I say that as an alien and as someone who's worn the face of a black man for 2 decades. Quote, Jean's right. I can count the number of good aliens I know on one hand, with 2 fingers to spare. Alex said, well, I'm just glad the president doesn't see things the way you two do. Kara said, well, you be sure to tell her that when you meet her. Alex said, what? Kara asked in surprise. She expects National City's highest-profile alien to greet her on the tarmac. Alex pointed out, I'm meeting the president. Kara asked in surprise. After all, it's not every day you get to meet the leader of the nation you live in, especially when that leader is someone you admire. It's even more rare when they want to meet you personally. Unless you're too nervous to do so. Alex teased. Me? No, it's nervous. Yeah, I'm really nervous. I'm nervous. It's the president, Kara said, both nervous and excited to meet the president. You'll be representing this entire organization. I expect you'll be professional. Jean said and Kara nodded. And for the record, she's the one who's lucky to meet you. Next night with Naruto. It was dark in National City, and while Supergirl often stops crimes as they happen, she is only one person. She can't be everywhere at once, despite being a Kryptonian. Right now, for example, in an alley, 2 male thugs were trying to rape a woman who had wandered into the more crime-infested part of National City. Get off me. The woman sobbed as one of the men held her arms while the second was between her legs, pulling his pants down. She'll be a tight one. The second man laughed. I like tight ones. They were pulled from their thoughts when something dropped down behind the first thug holding the woman's arms and bashed him across the head. A loud, sickening crack was heard as the thug let go of the woman and fell to the ground listlessly. The second thug let go of the woman and ran for it in fear before a foot was planted in his back, kicking him to the ground. The thug was lifted up and slammed against the brick wall lining the alley. The thug finally was able to see what it was that had knocked out his fellow rapist. It was Naruto. He was only wearing the pants that he had landed on Earth in, and other than that, he had no articles of clothing to speak of. Naruto's eyes were red and slit like a fox's, his nails had elongated and sharpened into claws, and his teeth were fangs. Seeing that woman about to be raped had angered him greatly. He couldn't stand by and watch it happen. That just wasn't who he was. The man's face lit up with fear as he looked to the other thug and saw that he wasn't getting up. Please don't kill me. I don't wanna die, he wailed, tears and snot now running down his face. I'm fairly sure that woman over there didn't want to be raped either, but that didn't seem to stop you. Naruto growled as he tightened his grip on the thug's head and turned him around. No, the thug screamed, and then, a sickening crack followed by a punch was heard, and then there was only silence. The woman kept her eyes closed as she heard shuffling for a brief few moments and then heard footsteps coming towards her. She expected to be killed any second, but to her surprise the man that just stood in front of her. Slowly opening her eyes, she looked up at the man looking at her with kind eyes. The only difference now was that he was wearing the clothes of one of her assailants, consisting of a black leather jacket within black hoodie, gray long-sleeved Henley, blue jeans, black bell tee, and black boots. You really should keep out of dark alleys from now on, Naruto said as he tapped her forehead and said, false memory jutsu. With this jutsu, he quickly rewrote the last several minutes she experienced, making her forget that she was nearly raped and had just walked down the alley for a reason she didn't know. With that, she confusedly put her clothes back on and walked away to go home. Naruto used the same jutsu on the two thugs to erase their memories of him. They may have deserved to die, but with the Dao on the lookout for him, he couldn't have people saying he was going around and killing people, even though the two rapists deserved it. But they didn't deserve to ever be part of society again, so making it so paralyzing them from the neck down seemed like a fair middle ground. With that, he flew up the side of the building and disappeared into the night. At the same time, Dao HQ, Alex and her team were returning from a failed mission out in the field. They had been tracking Naruto via the bracelet they put on him when they put him underneath the artificial sunlight to heal him, but Naruto must have figured that out and ripped it off in the warehouse, because all they found was the bracelet. Oddly enough, local police detective Maggie Sawyer had been there as well, for the very reason as she was. Anyway, Alex was walking back into the Dao and saw Kara in her Supergirl outfit, looking at her expectantly. I know what you're gonna say, I should have waited for you. Alex started. No, I was gonna say that you should have waited for me, dummy, Kara said. What if he had actually been there? What do you think you could have done? Kara was not trying to look down on her sister. She knew what Alex was capable of, but they didn't know really anything about this Kryptonian. Kara was assuming he didn't know what was going on, and that meant he didn't know he had super strength and could hurt people if he wasn't careful. Particularly Alex if she tried to apprehend him without any kryptonite. My job. Alex stared at Kara, almost challenging her. Kara sighed in annoyance. Make smarter decisions next time. Quote, yes ma'am, Alex muttered under her breath, a little irritated that Kara was talking down to her like that, even though she did understand where she was coming from and did mean well. At that moment, her phone rang and Alex answered. Danvers. Quote, want to see how us local cops deal with the aliens? Maggie asked on the other end. Alex knew they weren't going to be making much progress without a way to actively track Naruto, so she decided to go, while Kara went to work to get chewed out by Snapper Carr for being too opinionated in her furs. Article about Lena Luthor. Alley Bar. Maggie and Alex walked up to the door to the bar. What are we doing here? Alex asked. I thought I'd buy you a drink. Maggie said. She knocked on the door and the slide opened up to reveal a pair of eyes, the guy on the other side needing to know the code before he let them in. Dollywood, said Maggie, the doorkeeper accepting the code and letting them in. They walked down the stairs to what looked like a typical bar, a Dolly Parton song playing in the background. 2 beers, Darla, Maggie said to the waitress. So this is your big hookup? A dive bar? Alex asked as they walked to their seat, not too impressed yet. Things aren't always what they appear, Danvers. Look around, what do you see? Maggie suggested. People who've made questionable life choices. Alex said, not seeing it quite just yet. Look closer, Maggie said, and this time Alex did, seeing a guy with one hand having green skin and claws having a drink, a bald fat guy with a third eye, and a Girl that revealed snake-like eyes when she blinked. Alex understood now that this was a bar full of aliens, and reached for her gun, feeling tense and surrounded by possible enemies. Whoa, 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 easy, easy, Maggie said as she stopped Alex from pulling out her gun and brought her to their seat. What the hell is this place? Alex asked. It's a safe haven. Place for off-worlders to hang out, have a drink. Not feel so alone for a minute, Maggie said, though her tone suggested she wasn't talking about just aliens when she mentioned not being alone. So, this is where you get all your information about the alien populace in National City. Alex realized. They also make a mean peach mojito, Maggie pointed out as the bartender brought over their drinks, looking at Maggie and Alex with thinly veiled anger. You moved on quick, she grit out before walking away. That waitress, is she Roltican? Alex asked. Yes, she is, Maggie said. I've read Roltican can form telepathic connections by making physical contact with the dorsum of the tongue. Alex said. How do you think she learned English? She's my ex, Maggie said. Oh, Alex said in surprise, not having realized Maggie was into the same sex. I don't strictly date aliens, for the record though. I do like them more than most humans, Maggie admitted. Why? Alex asked. I can relate to them, I guess. Growing up a non-white, non-straight girl, in Blue Springs, Nebraska, I might as well been from Mars. I was an outcast and I felt like our alien neighbors, they are no different. Most of them are hardworking immigrants, or refugees just trying to get by. They have to hide who they are in order to survive. I can sympathize with that, Maggie explained. Who's your pretty friend, Maggie? A guy with a thick beard asked as he walked up to them. He was one of Maggie's primary informants. Careful, she likes shooting aliens, Maggie said to him. Matt, a few of us deserve it, he said, as his skin rippled underneath his forehead. I need some info. We're looking for a Kryptonian. Fresh in town, about 6 feet, spiky blonde hair, blue eyes, also has whisker-like marks on his face. May have seen someone who fit that description, the guy mentioned, playing his usual game of dragging his feet in revealing the information he had in exchange for money. Get to the good stuff, the president's life is in danger. Maggie pointed out. She's not my president, he said, and Alex grabbed his hand for that and started crushing it. All right, easy. He seemed lost, confused. The alien said, hoping she'd stop crushing his hand. Do you know where he is or not? Alex asked. No, he said, and Alex let him go in frustration. As he rubbed his hand, he continued, but he was asking about space vectors, star coordinates, deep space transmissions. As he said all of this, a look of understanding and realization dawned on Alex. Why? Maggie asked, but Alex answered for her. He was trying to send out a signal. Alex realized, and got up to walk out. What kind of signal? Maggie asked. E.T. Phone home, he said, and Maggie got up to follow Alex out, who bumped into an Infernian on the way out. The guy walked over to a far corner of the bar after the two ladies walked out, to a hooded man finishing a plate of 2.5 lb cheeseburger, fries with chili cheese, and a Mountain Dew and beer. As the hooded man finished his last burger, the bearded guy walked over. You know, I've only been on this planet for 1 day, and I've learned a few things. First, the food is mostly made of junk but still tastes delicious. Second, everybody wants to know what everyone is doing all the damn time. And third, I finally understand why I was always hungry before I moved to Daxam for a couple years. The man with the hood pulled it off to reveal Naruto. His ravenous hunger must have something to do with his physiology and how it processes sunlight. When he arrived on Daxam, his hunger resembled an ordinary person and he wasn't eating pounds upon pounds of ramen. Now that he's back on a planet with a yellow sun, his metabolism is back to where it was on Elementia, which is the name of his original planet. Though the effects were diminished while chakra filled the atmosphere on Elementia, his Daxamite physiology still showed itself, like with his ravenous hunger and his need to consume many times the calories of an ordinary person. Fascinating. The bearded dude said dryly. Anyway, I told them what you wanted me to tell them. Naruto finished his meal and left a $100 bill out of his pocket and put it on the table. Keep the change, Naruto told him as he walked out. Deo, and I just finished cataloging the 7 lost tomes of the Delvarian homeworld. So, yay me, Win sighed as he leaned back into his chair before turning to Kara, who was furiously typing away. How's your article coming? Awful, Kara said. Oh, there's no K in diabolical, Win said as he saw what she was writing. I don't know how to stay emotionally neutral when I'm writing something I'm passionate about. I have passion, Win. A lot of it, Kara complained, revealing what was bothering her so much. Yeah, passion is great for being a superhero, Win admitted, but not for being a reporter. Kara asked, looking for confirmation. Before he could answer her loaded question, Alex walked back in. Win, can you scan the city for any pan-orbital transmissions heading out into space? Alex asked. Yeah, I can, Win said, typing in some code before the computer images showed where the triangulation of the signal was coming from. Whoa, check it. Deep space signal, loud and clear. Where is it broadcasting from? Kara asked. The Mount Pride Observatory, Win answered. And that's where we'll find our alien John Doe, Alex muttered to herself, causing Win to look at her. Wait, how'd you figure that out? He asked, as it seemed strange she happened to know that. It's a long story, Alex waved away his question. He must be trying to contact Krypton. He doesn't know it was destroyed, Kara offered as an explanation. Actually, no, he did not dial Krypton, Win said as he referenced where the signal was going with the star charts the Deo had and found it wasn't going to Krypton. Where is the signal going to then? Kara asked. Well, according to these very cool Deo star charts, Win admitted, which Alex shrugged, as they were cool but that was unimportant right now. He beamed a signal directly at a planet called Daxam. Upon hearing that, Kara was reminded of her people's prejudice against Daxamites. Her whole life growing up, Daxam and Krypton had bad relations with one another, as both planets had fought a war many years before she was born and millions died on both sides as a result. She was also afraid that maybe she was wrong about the guy that had landed in her adopted home, but either way, she needed to get over there and figure out what was going on. Observatory. The observatory was mostly quiet, except in the large spacious room where the equipment was on, sending out the signal. Naruto wanted to get Supergirl's attention. He had already figured from observing over the day at Catco that Kara Danvers was actually Kara Zor-El aka Supergirl. Honestly, it spoke of how utterly stupid humanity must be on average that nobody could figure out she was a superhero. Like, the only thing separating the two is the way she does her hair and a pair of eyeglasses. Honestly, it's baffling how nobody sees it, Naruto said as he drank his can of Mountain Dew to wash down the subway he just ate, when he heard something flying toward him with his enhanced hearing. At the speed she was coming, he guessed that she probably didn't want to talk. He was proven correct when she smashed through the window and appeared behind him, putting him in a chokehold. He threw her over his shoulder before she could lock in the hold and slammed her into the ground. I figured that deep space signal would get your attention, Naruto said as he stayed rooted in his spot. Can we not fight for a minute? I'm not hurting anyone. Sure you're not, Kara scoffed as she picked herself up before flying towards him, throwing hooks at him, with him dodging each on. After the first couple missed, she sent a punch straight at his face, which he expertly weaved his head out of the way, before gripping her arm and using the momentum of her punch, threw her over his shoulder again, this time sending her several yards away, into a steel I-beam. The steel rang like a giant gong as Kara was thrown into it, causing it to bend inward and leave an imprint of her figure on it. Look, Naruto said to Kara as she pulled herself out of the indentation her form had made. I really don't want to fight you, Angel. We're both from advanced civilizations. Can't we talk like civilized people here? Kara got into a fighting stance and said, that's rich, coming from a Daxamite of all people. Quote, Don't let the prejudices you were raised with cloud your judgment, beautiful. I'm not holding anyone hostage here, nor am I hurting anyone. The only people I hurt were two punks that I found trying to rape an innocent woman last night. Naruto said with some bite, making Kara stop for a moment. You wanna elaborate on that? She asked sharply. You do a lot of good, but you're only one person. You can't be everywhere at once. After I got out of my little prison, I came across them holding her down and pulling their pants down. I'm pretty sure you can guess what would have happened next had I not been there. Those punks are lucky that paralyzing them was all they got. They deserved far worse. Kara was listening to his heartbeat the whole time, and it didn't flutter even for a moment, so he was telling the truth. She then thought about what he was saying and realized that yes, she was letting the prejudice she had been raised with get the better of her. Like all Kryptonians, she had been raised to hate Daxamites and think only about all the bad things that Krypton's less enlightened cousin planet was, yet Ri was one that wasn't hurting anyone innocent and trying to talk her down, since she was the aggressor here. As she relaxes some, she thinks that what she was really angry about was that he wasn't a Kryptonian like she assumed and hoped he was, and was instead the member of a race that Krypton had always had difficult relations with, especially after the war. While she should also be horrified about what he said about paralyzing two people, even though they were rapists, she had slightly more important things to worry about. She'd look into what he was talking about later. Crossing her arms over her chest, she looks at him intently and asks, "Are you the one trying to harm the president?" "No, I'm not," Naruto said before elaborating. "I came to Earth on purpose to make a new life here. I can't exactly do that if I kill the leader of the nation I'm currently residing in." Again, Kara could tell thanks to her super hearing that he was not lying, so that left her wondering who was trying to do in the president. Okay, so who is trying to kill her? What exactly happened with the attempt on your president's life? I've been too busy trying to evade capture again and learning about this world at the local library to really keep up, Naruto said. So Kara told him about how when the president arrived in National City to deliver a speech about the Alien Amnesty Act, fire erupted out of nowhere, badly burning and killing a few Secret Service agents and almost killing the president. Thankfully Kara shielded the president with her invulnerable body and she was unharmed. The Dao believed that they were looking for a species with heat vision, either a Kryptonian, Daxamite or an Infernian. Naruto was annoyed that he was being blamed for what was likely that Infernian hanging out at the alien bar. He was pretty sure she was more likely to be responsible. She wasn't exactly silent about what she thought about alien amnesty when he was having his meal earlier. I may have an idea on who's trying to kill the president, but to be sure, I need to take a look at the evidence the alien hunters collected. I studied the biology of various species while I was on Daxam. I'd be able to tell what species did it, Naruto said. Kara was a little hesitant because he was a Daxamite and she had been raised on all the bad stuff the Kryptonians said about them, but right now, capturing the person trying to kill the president was a little more important. She could deal with how to handle him later. I can, but all that stuff is back at the Dao, Kara said, causing Naruto to groan. He did escape there earlier, and while he admitted he did overreact a bit, he didn't want to go back there. I did escape from there before, Naruto said, and Kara was about to say something but he continued. I'll admit, I overreacted a bit with running away, but when you wake up with people poking and prodding you, you would probably assume the worst as well. Quote, all the same, I'd rather have you come with me so I can keep an eye on you, Kara said, preferring not to lose sight of him again. Naruto sighed, knowing he was gonna have to agree to get the Dao off his back. Fine, I'll come with you, but I'm not going inside. I guess that's as good as I can ask for, Kara said before she was about to take off in flight but stopped and looked at him in wonder. What is it? Naruto asked. Can Daxamites fly under a yellow sun? Kara asked. She could carry him if not, but right now it would be a bit awkward. To her surprise, Naruto floated off the ground, hovering there a few feet above her. Aside from a few key differences, Kryptonians and Daxamites share the same biology. So yes, we can. Also, this is not the first planet with a yellow sun that I've been to. Naruto said. And what planet was that? Kara asked as she floated into the air a little closer to him. Assuming your Deo try to lock me back up once I clear my name, maybe I'll tell you sometime. Naruto said as he turned to prepare to fly off. Race ya there. That got Kara interested, despite the seriousness of the situation. You sure you can keep up? She teased. Oh, I guarantee it, Supergirl. Naruto said rather confidently. Both of them exited the building, flying at superspeed before zigzagging around the buildings and streets. Naruto did enjoy the breeze on his face as he flew, keeping pace with Kara even though he could have passed her when they started. Enjoying the playful race, Kara decided to pour on some more speed and passed him, missing his smirk as he also speed up and went around Kara. Kara arrived at the Deo and looked around, thinking she might have accidentally lost him and would have to go back for him, when suddenly she heard, "Up here." She turned to look above her and there Naruto was, floating above her about 10 feet. She briefly wondered if he beat her here, but it really wasn't important whether he did or not. That fact that he didn't run for it was the proof she needed that he was serious about clearing his name. I'll stay on this roof here until you come back. But like I said, if I see the Deo come for me, I'm making a break for it. Naruto told her. Kara nodded and flew down onto the ledge where she usually flies out of the Deo from. The see-through door into the DEO's main hub in National City parted ways and she walked in, with Alex being there to greet her. Hey, did you catch him? Alex asked, as Kara had rushed out of the Deo after Win said the planet he was contacting was Daxam. Not exactly, Kara said before asking. Is Jean here? I need to talk with him. Deo. 1 minute later, Kara and her friends were currently in the main monitoring room. So our mystery alien is from Daxam. Jajan said as Kara told them about some of her encounter with Naruto. I've never heard of Daxam. Win mentioned. It's the sister world to Krypton. Both capable of sustaining life, both orbiting the same sun. Jajan explained. You've never mentioned it before. Alex said. Do the Hatfields mention the McCoys? Kara asked rhetorically. I take it your planets didn't get along. Alex guessed from the analogy used. 100 years ago, Krypton and Daxam fought a bloody war to a stalemate. Millions of lives were lost on both sides because of a pointless war Daxam started. Kara said. What were they fighting about? Win asked. Krypton was a democracy, a world of explorers, philosophers, scientists, and Daxam was a monarchy. With kings and queens who ruled a population of hoodlums. We had a saying on Krypton for Daxamites, Matex Kolar Daxam. Kara said. And that means? Alex asked about the last phrase Kara said, to which she replied, nothing I can translate to English. So, if Daxamites are as bad as you just apparently said they were, then it's no wonder this guy is trying to kill the president, right? Win offered. We don't know that for sure. Kara said, looking back out through the window with her X-ray vision to see Naruto sitting on the ledge. He seemed to notice she was looking at him, so he winked at her. She turned away and addressed the group. I need the evidence we took from the tarmac. Why do you need that, exactly? Alex asked. Because our mystery Daxamite thinks he might know who's trying to kill the president. Kara said. You're working with him? Alex asked before she thought about Kara looking away for a moment. He's nearby, isn't he? Probably on one of the buildings outside. Don't even think about it, Alex. Kara said, putting her hand on Alex's, stopping her from issuing orders to her agents. He's got the same powers that I do. And he already told me that he would bolt if he saw any agents coming his way. Quote, why doesn't he come inside then? Win asked. Because he doesn't trust the people that were trying to poke and prod him when he woke up. I don't really blame him for feeling that way. Kara said, trying to be understanding about where both sides were coming from, but she needed to move this along. She didn't want the Daxamite to get suspicious about her. Look, we need to find who's trying to kill the president. He says he might be able to tell us something about who it is. If he's wrong, we're back where we've been from the get-go. But if he's right, we can catch the one doing this, and we won't have to put the president's life in danger by baiting this assassin out. Looking around, Kara could see that she had convinced Hank and Alex, and that was the important part. 1 minute later, Kara flew back up to the ledge that Naruto was sitting on to find he was still there. "Glad to see you didn't try to run away," Kara said. "I said I'd only bolt if the Dao came after me. I'd like to think that I'm someone who doesn't break my word." Naruto noted. "Anyway, here's some of the evidence from the scene," she said, handing him several small bags while she crossed her arms and watched him. Naruto took one of the bags and opened it, looking into the burnt asphalt that was in the bags. Using his telescopic vision, he examined it for several moments, seeing the proof he was looking for, before shutting off his telescopic vision. "Yeah, that's definitely an Infernian's work." "How can you tell?" Supergirl asked. She wanted to believe that it was that easy, but putting aside the fact that she didn't trust Daxamites, she didn't know this man nor did he have her trust, so she needed to proof of what he was saying. "Sure, I'll explain why," Naruto said. "So, in our great big galaxy, aside from our two species, there is only one other species that can produce heat from their bodies, and that's an Infernian. Now, comparing an Infernian's heat vision to ours won't tell you anything, because they are in effect the same ability. However, if you know anything about Infernians, you would know that their home planet, Infernia, is basically one giant volcano. The only reason they were ever discovered was because of their planet's natural resources. On their home planet, Infernians can exist in their natural state, which is a humanoid-like entity wreathed in flame. However, away from a source of great heat, they cover up their true forms with an organic covering, which is why Infernians look human. However, if they need to release their flames for some reason, they have to essentially burn through their outer shell. Now this outer shell, while not fireproof, is highly resistant to heat and flame. It has to be to keep their true forms sealed up so they can interact with non-Infernians, and you can often see traces of this outer shell in the aftermath of their flames, which if you use your telescopic vision on the bag, you'll see it. He handed the bag back to Kara and she used her vision on the bag to see what looked like small pieces of skin. It looked fairly healthy too, which would have seemed odd if it was actually human skin. It looks like pieces of healthy skin. But this was in the burnt asphalt the Dao collected, Kara said as she cancelled her vision and looked at him. "That's what you'd be looking for if you needed proof of an Infernian's handiwork. You can usually find small pieces of their outer shell like that in their flame's aftermath, but without our vision, you'd need some way to magnify your vision to even see it," Naruto said. Well, with such a detailed explanation and seeing the proof for herself, she was of the opinion that Naruto was telling the truth. "Okay, I believe you. Now how do we find this assassin?" Kara asked. "Well, there's only one Infernian that I know about. She either hangs out at this bar that aliens gather in, or if she's not there, she'll be at the foundry," Naruto said as they both took off in flight. National City Foundry. Maggie Sawyer was currently chained up by the Infernian, Scorcher. This was the same Infernian that tried to kill the president yesterday. Maggie had been snooping around and through one of her informants, found out that it was an Infernian that had tried to kill the president. She snooped around the foundry trying to find her, but she must have gotten behind Maggie, because she got knocked out and now was at Scorcher's mercy. Scorcher walked into Maggie's view as she came to. "I've seen you around," Maggie said. "Yeah, you're the little alien groupie, right? Always sticking your nose in our business," Scorcher said, her tone and demeanor hostile. "Did anyone ever tell you how pathetic that makes you look?" Quote, "I care about the community. Human and alien both," Maggie said neutrally, trying to not antagonize her hostile captor more than she already was while discreetly feeling around her chains and looking for a way to free herself. "I don't know why you want to kill the president, but there's a better way. For humans maybe, but we don't have the same rights, do we?" Scorcher asked rhetorically. "Isn't that what alien amnesty is about? Equal rights," Maggie said to her. "No," Scorcher said derisively before going on a tirade. "It's about revealing ourselves like fools." So you know where we live, who we are, what we do. Alien amnesty is just another mask to disguise registration. Quote, that's a pretty cynical opinion to have, Kara said as she flew into the building and floated down to them. Well, if it isn't the president's pet alien, Scorcher mocked as she turned around. You're a traitor to your people. Quote, there is only one Kryptonian left besides myself, and Superman has adopted Earth as his own, just like I have. The human race is my people, as far as I'm concerned, Kara said, as this crazy lady had no right to talk about her dead race, and it struck a nerve with Kara. It's not us against them. Maybe, but I've been to a dozen other worlds like this one. You want to know what they all have in common? The locals lock away anything they think is different. Out of prejudice, out of fear. There's a reason you had your identity, Supergirl. And it's because the locals can't be trusted, Scorcher said. More would have been said, but Naruto came in a blurring speed and smashed his shoulder into Scorcher's back, knocking her off her feet and sending her a dozen feet back. A crack could be heard as he cracked her rib cage. Kara ripped off Maggie's bonds and freed her. She turned her attention back to Naruto, who wanted to take his pound of flesh out of the punk whose actions he was being framed for. Don't act like you care about the other aliens. Most of them are like me, refugees trying to make a new home here because there's nowhere else to go, Naruto said as he started walking toward Scorcher. You want to know why the locals start locking up off-worlders? It's because selfish little shits like you cause problems and ruin everything for everyone else. Who the hell are you? Scorcher groaned as she pulled herself to her feet. I'm the guy who's being framed for what you did, Naruto growled. What's wrong? Can't take the heat? Scorcher asked before she unleashed a gout of flames from her hands. The gout of flame hit Naruto dead on, burning the clothes on his upper body away, but thanks to his invulnerability, did no damage to him whatsoever. As his shirt burned away, Kara was given a glimpse of his powerful ripped-back muscles. She shook her head at these thoughts. She could appreciate that he was hot, but he was still a Daxamite, plus she didn't know him yet. But that didn't mean she wasn't interested in him. He seemed different from what she had been raised to believe Daxamites were like. Plus, he was from the same galaxy she was from, and she didn't want to push him away, when the only other member of her former galaxy was her cousin, and in some ways, he doesn't even count, because he was a baby when he came here to Earth. If she did end up pushing Naruto away, it would be due to his personality or some other quality she couldn't stand about him, and not because he was from Daxam. I've felt worse, Naruto said as he closed in on her and socked her in the jaw, knocking the dumb bitch out. He wanted to hurt her a lot more, but Kara was here and he didn't want to scare her away, so he opted for ending it quickly. Back at the Deo, Maggie was getting for the burns she suffered and chatting with Alex while Naruto was talking to Kara. I wanted to apologize for before. It was wrong of me to misjudge you just because you're from Daxam. And I'm sorry for assuming you tried to kill the president, Kara said in apology, feeling it was needed because what she had accused him of was wrong. My name is Kara Zor-El. I'm from Krypton, and like you, I am a refugee on this planet Earth, Kara said to him, even extending her hand for him to shake. He looked at her hand for a moment before shaking it, noting the softness of her hands while saying, my Daxamite name is Nar-El. I prefer to be called Naruto. Quote, once they were done shaking hands, Naruto asked, so, do you know what happened with Daxam? Kara looked uneasy before motioning for him to sit. You might want to sit down for this. They both sat down on the bunk bed Naruto would be sleeping in during his stay at the Deo, and Kara continued. When Krypton was destroyed, some of the debris showered onto Daxam. I remember. I woke up that day to see the meteors hitting the palace and helped as many people I could to escape before I had to get away myself. Naruto noted. Well, some of the debris hit Daxam's moon, altering the gravitational force of the planet. Kara said uneasily. Naruto's eyes widened in understanding. But that would mean, he would have continued that train of thought, but Kara finished it for him. Daxam is still there, but it's been ravaged by solar storms. It's A lifeless wasteland now, Kara said, starting to tear up a bit at having to remember Krypton. Your home, my home, they're gone. Naruto didn't really know what to think. Granted, Daxam wasn't a home to him any more than his original world was, but he did feel sad for the millions that needlessly lost their lives. Naruto looked down at the floor while he contemplated all of this. Kara, probably thinking he was sad that Daxam was blown up and that he was the last of his kind, put a comforting hand on his shoulder, the two members of nearly extinct races sitting there in silence. Naruto awoke the next morning to the sound of explosions. Quickly dressing himself, Naruto looked out the window of his room and saw meteors falling from the sky. Naruto knew where it was coming from. Krypton. The idiots in charge of the planet had begun tapping the planet's core a few years ago for more resources. The fools. It didn't take a genius to know that such a thing would cause the planet to become unstable and eventually explode. Naruto was brought out of his musing by the sound of a meteor crashing into the palace. He knew that particular area of the palace that it struck. That was where Mon-El's room was. Quickly entering Sage mode, he searched for life forces and found none from that room. It seems that Mon-El had died. Naruto wasn't particularly close to his distant relative and didn't feel sad at his death. But it did bring him back into focus. Creating a dozen shadow clones, they were under orders to protect as many Daxamites as they could and help them flee to safety, while the Naruto went to find a ship and hightail it out of there. Naruto was not an Otsutsuki and could not breathe in space, so he needed to get off the planet. Naruto teleported the nearest ship, which was a functioning Kryptonian pod, using his father's flying thunder god jutsu, as he had tagged it the previous day when they arrived. Naruto powered up the pod and exited orbit as he saw the first of several ships begin to start exiting the atmosphere. Wanting to be rid of the Daxamites for good, Naruto plugged in the ship's destination, which was Earth, allowing him to escape the debris falling on the planet. Unfortunately, unknown to Naruto, some damage had been dealt to the ship by passing debris, and while his ship would get to Earth, it would first pass through the Well of Stars, a nebula in which time pretty much stands still. The ship would get stuck there for decades and Naruto would be put in hypersleep by the ship to protect the life of its passenger. Flashback end. Naruto was lifting a heavy amount of weight as he was telling them the story of what happened right before he came to this planet, while leaving out the parts about his ninja abilities. The machine that he was using was one that could simulate different levels of weight, and currently he was benching 10 million pounds. The Dao, under Jajan, had developed it for Superman, after all. So, anyway, that's what happened. Naruto said as he finished his reps, wiping off his sweat as he sat up. So, you're the Prince of Daxam? Alex questioned. A Prince of Daxam, not the Prince of Daxam. Naruto corrected as he started doing squats at 15 million pounds. The Crown Prince of Daxam was my distant cousin, due to my grandfather being the current king's uncle. Of course, that was 60 years ago, so I do not know what has become of the survivors that escaped off Daxam. Kara had told him that he had been in that pod for about 60 years, due to passing through the Well of Stars. He was said to have been the worst frat boy of the universe. Kara commented in her Supergirl outfit, while subtly checking Naruto out as he completed his reps and trying not to be jealous of Naruto's strength. She figured he might be able to lift a lot lower than that, but he had said that he was used to living on a planet with a low sun. Last time she checked her strength, she clocked in at about 1 million pounds, though granted, she had never tried to see how much weight she could truly lift. Part of it was she didn't want to break equipment that would cost millions of dollars. Oh, I don't disagree. Naruto grunted out as he did his squats. If he wasn't partying, he was sleeping around with any pretty woman that glanced at him, and every girl our age wanted to get close to him since he was the future king. He was what on this planet you'd call a self-entitled douche. They actually used that word on Daxam. I thought that was Earth original. Win commented. I told you, Naruto said as he grunted out his last of 20 reps and re-racked the weight bar, I lived most of my life on a planet with a yellow sun. This is not the only planet that has humans living on it. What was your life like on that planet? Kara asked, genuinely curious what he went through if he was apparently a prince of Daxam but only really lived on Daxam for a couple years. If you want that story, Kara, you might want to schedule some days off. Naruto said. That long of a story? Alex asked. You have no idea, Naruto said as he wiped off some more sweat and taking a swig of water. Okay, so I've been meaning to ask, but how are you not as big as the Rock? Win exclaimed. Watching Naruto bench millions of pounds made him question how he and Kara weren't buffer than well, every Mr. Olympia in history. Who? Naruto asked, not knowing how that was. Right, he's not familiar with Earth culture yet. Kara thought to herself before explaining. He's a famous movie star and celebrity. Jajan, could you show him, please? The Martian shrugged as he changed his appearance to match the look of Dwayne, The Rock, Johnson, before resuming his usual appearance. Huh, Naruto noted before continuing, well, I don't have an exact answer for that, but I would say that it has something to do with the fact that Kryptonians and Daxamites under a yellow sun remain in peak physical condition. Peak physical condition is not being so muscular that I can't move as easily. Other than that, I don't have a possible explanation. Quote, speaking of Daxam, I don't suppose there was a response back from that signal I sent. Naruto wondered. No, there hasn't been. Jajan said while Naruto waved him off. It's not a big deal. I was just curious if other Daxamites had survived or not. He said. So, what do you all do for entertainment around here? I don't suppose Garada is a thing on this planet. He asked the question to Kara, who shook her head. What's that? Win said. It's basically soccer but with dragons. Kara answered, causing Win's eyes to widen. We will need you to stay here for the time being. We need to assess the full range of your powers and make sure you can control them before you assimilate into Earth's society. Jajan said. Naruto walked up to John, taking the clipboard and signing his name on the paper. 1. I'm fairly certain I've showed what I can do. 2. I know how to control my strength so I don't pop a human like a balloon by accident. And 3. The heart skips a couple beats when you lie unless you're really good at it, and yours just did so. I'd appreciate it if you didn't lie right to my face. You want me stay here because humans are not safe around me, or least, in your opinion. He tapped the clipboard against Jajan's chest with a look of annoyance. No offense. All the same, it's standard protocol. Jajan said, and Naruto groaned in annoyance. This is why he wanted to arrive unnoticed on the planet and then he wouldn't have to deal with this, but no, the stupid ship just had to knock him out and he just had to be found by the one government agency he wanted to avoid. Well, it wasn't all bad, since it did allow him to meet Kara. Fine, I'll give you one more week to get your act together and let me out, but don't even think of trying to lock me up. Naruto warned, earning a nod of acknowledgement from Jajan. They didn't know about his ninja abilities, which he didn't want to talk about just yet. He needed to keep those abilities under wraps until they became necessary. Now then, I have somewhere I need to be, Jajan said, as he walked off to go see Magan. Where are you off to? Kara asked. It's personal, he said back without turning around. I didn't know he did anything personal, Alex mentioned, as he never did anything like that in all her time at the Deo. She answered her phone, which showed it was Maggie calling. Danvers, she answered. It's Sawyer. Wanna see a dead body? Maggie asked from the crime scene she was at. Crime scene. A few minutes later, homeless guy found it about an hour ago. Other cops won't go near it, Maggie said as she walked Alex to the car. She opened the trunk to show an dead alien. Figured it wasn't a Halloween costume. Maggie heard something land behind her and saw it was Supergirl. Oh, right, I forgot you two were running buddies. Quote, do you know what species it was? Alex asked Kara. He's civilian, Kara told them. He's got months of scar tissue built up, heavy bruising on the knuckles. He didn't just go down fighting, he made a habit of it. Maggie observed. That doesn't make any sense. Sivalia is a utopia. It's peaceful. They don't fight. They hardly even argue. Kara wondered in confusion. He could have been defending himself. Alex points out. There's no skin under the fingernails. Maggie said. No, you're right. These couldn't have been defensive wounds. Alex said before she offers. Maybe he was the aggressor. Bar brawl gone bad. Maggie offered. Someone accidentally kills him. Panics. Dumps the body. Wait a minute. Alex mentioned as her cadence with Maggie was stopped when she saw a horn in the civilian's shoulder and pulled it out. Oh, well, looks like our killer was an alien, too. Quote, can your super lab run some tests on that? Maggie asked. That's exactly what I was thinking. Alex said. Well, seems like you two have got a handle. Kara said, starting to feel like a third wheel here because they keep bouncing ideas off each other. Maybe you can, go over this with your contacts on the streets. Alex said, I already made a few calls. But I'll follow up, though. Maggie said before they both walk away. At this point, Kara was feeling like a ghost and that she had little more to offer here, so she decided to head to work. Next day at the Deo noon, Kara was in her special room, talking to the hologram of her mom. I got my first article published. Quote, I am pleased for you, Kara. The hologram of her mother said back. Thanks, Kara said. It did feel a little hollow, since the hologram was not her real mother and it was probably programmed to make her feel good about herself, but just feeling like she was talking with her mother helped her not feel so alone for a minute. I have another idea for an article but I don't think my new boss is too keen on it. Or me, for that matter. Reporting is harder than I thought. And I thought it was gonna be really hard. But I'm trying. So, quote, remember to always believe in yourself, my daughter. The hologram said with the same monotone voice it always used. Yeah, thanks for the advice, Kara said to herself. Lately the hologram was no longer making her feel warm and fuzzy like it once did. She needed someone alive that was a connection to her past. Someone that was like her. Someone that was like her cousin. At that moment, Naruto walked in. What is this place? It's private, Kara said as she spun around. Oh, I apologize. I wasn't aware, Naruto said as he put his hands up. Shouldn't you be, I don't know, testing your abilities with Win somewhere or something? Kara said, trying to shoo him off, as this was her private sanctuary and he had not been invited to it yet. Yeah, I don't need to test my abilities, Kara. I had plenty of time to do that the 4 years that I had after I discovered them but before Daxam found me. Naruto said, a little bit annoyed that she's trying to push off on someone else. So, who is that? Your mom. Yeah, it's my mother. She's not really her, but she's a hologram of her with her thoughts and knowledge. Kara said, yeah, they had constructs like this on Daxam. Mostly, it was just the nobles that had them. Naruto said, Daxam, sister world to Krypton, a race of bullies and hedonists, committed only to their own pleasure. The hologram started listing off. TCH, Naruto scoffed at the hologram. That is funny, considering that Daxamites are all descended from the Kryptonians of the early days of Kryp. Tons age of exploration, so where do you think we got it from? Aside from a few genetic differences caused by adapting to Daxam's environment, we are basics LLY the same species. Plus, you Kryptonians weren't much better. For as bad as Daxamites were, we didn't wipe out our 2 races because of our own stupidity. I mean, come on, tapping your planet's core for resources. Daxamites can be stupid, but they aren't that stupid. Quote, bye, Mom, Kara said in a hurry when she realized this was about to turn into a shouting match. They are selfish, the hologram said as it went away. Sorry about that, Kara said with a nervous chuckle. No, it's the construct wasn't completely wrong. Naruto said, as many Daxamites did prove the stereotype about their people to be true. But, it does ignore Krypton's own faults as well. Sometimes I just like to come in here to tell her about my day. I know it's not really her, but I Just makes me feel less alone, Kara admitted. What about me? Naruto asked, and she turned to him in confusion. What do you mean? Kara said. Come on, Kara. You know I don't trust the Deo. It's been 2 days, and I have more than shown that I can control my powers and interact with people. I'm only still here because you asked, and they know my face, so I need to stay on their good side. I'm starting to get antsy. I feel like they're trying to keep me locked up here without making it seem like they are, and it's making me angry. Naruto pointed out with a bit of an annoyed look on his face. Surely you can talk to them about getting off their lazy asses and letting me out. Quote, I don't think that's a good idea right now. Kara said. Why? Because you're from Krypton and I'm from Daxam. Naruto demanded. No, it's not that. I'll see you later, Kara said as she exited the room. Naruto groaned in annoyance and little bit of anger. The girl he liked and wanted to spend more time with was blowing him off again. It was very irritating. Screw this, I'm going out tonight, Naruto said as he needed to get out of this place for a bit before he broke something. Plus, it would illustrate the point that he can leave whenever he wants and hopefully get their asses in gear. That night, Naruto was sitting in a local bar just thinking to himself. This was a higher-end bar than the dive bar that aliens frequented. The whole drinking thing wasn't really working for him. Due to being under a yellow sun, his body processed the alcohol way too quick. Even then, when his Daxamite heritage started making itself known, he couldn't get drunk or even feel the buzz of ordinary alcohol anymore. Damn it, Naruto thought, as he just wanted to forget about his problems for a bit, not just that Kara was treating him like a perp in a lineup, but also the nightmares of what he did on his planet. He had spent 4 years on the planet after he took all the chakra back. It's not like he didn't see the utter chaos his actions caused. It's not like he didn't use his powers to help keep the peace until things largely calmed down. He felt extremely guilty about how he handled it and often wondered if he could have done things differently, instead of taking the chakra B. Ack all at once. Vodka martini, Naruto heard, the woman's voice bringing him out of his inner reverie. He looked over to his right and saw quite the lovely woman. She had long, lustrous black hair tied in a ponytail, emerald green eyes, pale skin, and red lips. Lena Luthor, Naruto thought to himself as he recognized her from the TV hosts talking about the recent assassination attempts on her and how Kara had saved her. Then, the bartender gave him another glass of what he was already drinking. Hey, I said I was good, Naruto said to the bartender. Relax, it's from the lady, the bartender said, jerking his head over to Lena. Raising his glass, in thanks, Naruto sighed and downed the liquor before he looked over to the woman as she walked over to him and sat down. Hello there. Quote, hey, thanks for the drink, Naruto said. You seemed like you needed another one. Lena smiled, causing Naruto to scoff while smiling. You have no idea, Naruto said. So what are you trying to bury? The Lena asked, causing Naruto to raise an eyebrow. Girlfriend problems. Quote, I wish that was the only thing. It's a multitude of things. The place I'm staying at doesn't have their act together and it's putting me in a bind, Naruto said. I haven't seen you around here before, Lena said, noticing that he didn't seem to recognize her, which presented a unique opportunity that she wasn't usually presented with. So, I guess something is going on here, Naruto asked. You didn't know what it was when you walked in? Lena asked. Honestly, I saw it was a high-end bar and I wanted a good drink, so I bribed the bouncer and bartender. Naruto shrugged, as he had given them a couple hundred to look the other way. From there, the two got to talking, and once they had moved past more tame topics like the current happenings of the world, Lena began talking about more intelligent topics like science, politics, and such. She found him to be quite intelligent, able to match her thought process and understand what she was saying when she explained some of the inner workings of certain devices. So, I'm curious, what's your opinion on Lena Luthor and what she's been up to? Lena asked. Besides the fact I know you are her, Naruto asked rhetorically, causing Lena's eyes to widen as she had been caught. I'm trying to get drunk, but I'm not stupid. I knew who you were because they were still talking about the assassination attempt on you from a week ago on TV. I didn't bring it up because I didn't want to bring up any bad memories or start something. Quote, but what do I think? Well, that's a good question. I think you are going in a good direction and you have the right intentions, but you need to be aware that it's going to take time for people to stop associating you and L Crop with all the bad your idiot brother did. Naruto said, offering what was probably a pretty fair and neutral opinion about her. Lena was liking where this conversation had been going so far, and was honestly about to ask him about what his current job was and if he'd be interested in maybe working for her, partially because his intellect old proved to be a boon for her and also to keep him close, but then she was interrupted. Hey Luther, came the voice of a drunk man behind them. Go away, creep, Lena said as her lips pursed, annoyed that her conversation with the only interesting man at this business convention was interrupted. Ah, come on beautiful, don't be like that. I can show you a good time, the drunk asshole slurred. I'm pretty sure she said she's not interested. Naruto said, who the hell are you, punk? The drunk asshole slurred, I'm the guy who's gonna ruin your life if you don't beat it. Naruto warned as he got up and in his face. You little shit. The man tried to hit Naruto but Naruto caught his fist. He applied pressure, feeling the knuckles of the man crack and fracture as he screamed in pain. Naruto, pissed off at this point at multiple things, least of which was this idiot, then just went all the way and crushed the punk's hand completely. By this point, everyone's attention was on him, and Naruto's anger was replaced with guilt and self-loathing for losing his temper, because Lena now looked at him with shock, and maybe a little fear. I'm sorry, I've overstayed my welcome. I'll leave, Naruto said as he walked out of the bar, leaving Lena there with a crowd of people and a guy with a destroyed hand. Day-o morning. Kara walked into the control room of the Day-o that morning to find Jajan and the others tense. Hey, I got your message that you wanted to talk. What's going on? Naruto went out on a jaunt last night. He ended up going to a high-class bar downtown and got to talking with Lena Luthor of all people, then broke the hand of some drunken man who was harassing her. By some miracle the bar's security cameras didn't catch his face but we got lucky this time. You should have talked to him. Jajan said angrily to her. Me? How is this my fault? Not really sure how she was at fault for this. You're supposed to be watching him and he listens to what you say. The only reason he cooperates with us is because he wants you to trust him. I would think that would give you enough incentive to placate him when he's been complaining about being forced to stay at the Day-o. Everything we do is under a microscope. It only takes one alien to ruin everything for the rest of us. Jajan said, ending his little tirade in a grumble. You're not really talking about Naruto anymore, are you? Kara asked, as that felt way too personal coming from Jajan to be about Naruto. He usually isn't this upset about such things, so something else was on his mind. I spoke with Magan last night, he admitted. Did you use your inside voice? Kara asked, and she knew she was right when he declined to answer. Okay, clearly, she's got some issues to work through but she's the last of your kind. She lost everything. She's alone. You can't just treat her like some perp in a lineup. Kara stopped herself when she realized what she was saying and what it meant. And I am not talking about Magan anymore. Realizing she needed to talk with Naruto, she walked down to the cell he was staying at. Naruto was currently lifting weights as he worked off his anger at himself for losing his temper. He was a mess of sweat and testosterone when Kara found him. He heard her come in and finished his set. I know I wasn't supposed to leave the Day-o. I wasn't supposed to be out last night. I lost my temper when I shouldn't have. I have no excuse for what happened, he said to her as she walked in as he wiped the sweat off. That guy you hurt will recover, eventually. But he'll be lucky if he will ever be able to use his hand again. You shouldn't have been out there, Kara said, her tone measured and careful. She could see he was beating himself up for losing his temper enough as it was, and she didn't need to add on to that. I feel like everything in this world is made of cracked glass. Always having to walk on eggshells so I don't break something, or someone. Never allowed to lose control, because otherwise someone innocent could die. It's maddening, Naruto said as he looked down at his open palm before he closed it into a fist. Is this the first time that feeling has really set in? Kara asked. I didn't really interact with people much after I gained my powers. I was too busy quelling war and chaos on my world after I gained them. I also wasn't trying to hold back, so I didn't really let the feeling sink in until now. Naruto said with sigh. After I first got to Earth, I went to my junior prom. It's an event for school where everyone is dancing and having a good time. And Scott Klein, this cute guy the first liked, asked me to dance. I stepped on his foot and I broke 3 of his toes, and I was just trying to keep pace with him, she admitted. It's just gonna take some time to get used to having the abilities and living in the world that's so easy to break open. Naruto chuckled and looked at her. I know it's not easy for you to be nice to me. Where I'm from and all. Kara went to sit down next to him on the bench and said, that's not why I've been standoffish. And don't say I haven't been. It's my new job, mainly adjusting to the new responsibilities, but there is something else. My parents gave me so much. And I was so loved. My dad was one of Krypton's head scientists and my mom was on the High Council. They were proud, strong people. Good Kryptonians and even better parents. And that's the way I want to remember them. Kara explained and he caught her choice of words. Why wouldn't you? Naruto asked. Because they weren't perfect. And no matter how smart they were, or how hard they tried, they couldn't save us. Kara said solemnly. Naruto rubbed his chin for a moment before saying, I never really met my parents. For a long time, I only had what people would say about them. I was a pariah, you see, so they would say hurtful things about them, like my father was a useless drunk and my mother was a whore, and neither of them wanted me. Kara's heart wrenched at the thought of someone telling her that and she was angry for Naruto's sake. I did find out later that they died within an hour of me being born. They gave their lives so I could live, and they did love me. But they were professional killers, and people on this planet wouldn't consider them role models. But mine saw the end of the world coming, and didn't do anything about it. Kara said, hey, it's not. You don't need to apologize for what Krypton did. You were just a kid when it happened. Naruto said before saying, I promise that I will not go out again until the Dao releases me. Kara gets up to leave but Naruto called out to her. Hey, I heard you survived Draga. Naruto said, the first year I was on Daxam, the royal family went to a gladiatorial game to see him fight. Draga took a blade to the right leg. It hit a nerve cluster that never healed properly. His knee joint is basically pinned together. He's favored his left ever since. A strong enough hit should reopen that injury. Thank you, Kara said. Next morning, hey, I heard you took out Draga. Naruto said as the agents of the Dao had been talking about it and he could overhear them. Yeah, thanks for the tip. It was really helpful, Kara said. Yeah, there was a downside to having these powers. Until I landed here, Naruto said. Well, that's just a matter of how you frame it. It gets easier with time. I'm going to teach you how. Kara revealed. I getting the impression that you didn't want to spend time with me. Naruto pointed out. Oh, it wasn't like that. But I have been putting this off, so this morning, I asked the Dao to release you into my custody, and they approved. Kara said, surprising Naruto. Really? Why? Naruto said, I wasn't sent to planet Earth to be a hero. I was sent to protect my cousin. To teach him and keep him safe. And I never got to fulfill that purpose. So, in a weird way, helping you, it gives me another chance to do that. Kara admitted. Who would have thought? A Kryptonian lady and a Daxamite prince, coexisting. Must be one for the history books, if we still had them, Naruto mized out loud. Why? Is it because you come from a planet of reckless partiers? Kara asked in a teasing tone. No, because you come from a planet of stuck-up snobs. Naruto teases back, causing the two to laugh, the two finally being able to enjoy the other's company for the first time, without the prejudices they each had getting in the way. I was getting the impression that you didn't want to spend time with me, Naruto pointed out. Oh, it wasn't like that. But I have been putting this off, so this morning, I asked the Dao to release you into my custody, and they approved. Kara said, surprising Naruto. Really? Why? Naruto said, I wasn't sent to planet Earth to be a hero. I was sent to protect my cousin, to teach him and keep him safe. And I never got to fulfill that purpose. So, in a weird way, helping you, it gives me another chance to do that. Kara admitted. Who would have thought? A Kryptonian lady and a Daxamite prince, coexisting. Must be one for the history books, if we still had them, Naruto mused out loud. Why? Is it because you come from a planet of reckless partiers? Kara asked in a teasing tone. No, because you come from a planet of stuck-up snobs. Naruto teases back, causing the two to laugh, the two finally being able to enjoy the other's company for the first time, without the prejudices they each had getting in the way. A montage started as Kara opens the door to the room Naruto was sleeping in at the Dao. Turning the lights on, waking him up, she was very excited for his first day. It's your first day of work, she said excitedly. The torture starts, Naruto groaned as he woke up. A few minutes later, they were at Kara's apartment, where she gave him a haircut with her heat vision. When she was done, his hair still held the same spiky style, but was shorter now. She served him breakfast, which consisted of a giant stack of pancakes. Thanks, he said as she started the batch for herself, while he took a knife and fork into his hands, and started cutting into his stack. Did you want syrup? Kara asked as she came over with a bottle of maple syrup. What's that? Like a topping of some kind? He asked. Oh yeah, it goes great with pancakes, Kara said, all excited, and he wouldn't have refused at that point anyway. Well, in that case, Naruto said as he grabbed the bottle and squirted some on there before trying the pancakes with maple syrup. He found that the syrup was mostly sugar but still enjoyed the taste. They tried different outfits on as she wanted him to make a good first impression. Eventually, they settled on an outfit consisting of classic-fitting black dress pants, brown leather dress shoes, and a matching brown leather belt. An orange dress shirt with a slim black tie, finished off with a black vest and a watch on his wrist with a brown leather strap. How is it? Naruto asked, hoping this one was good enough. Plus, he was getting a bit tired of changing outfits. And he had basically demanded to be allowed to wear his favorite color, which was orange, so that made the choices harder. It fits. That's perfect, Kara said as it matched, finally. Yeah, sweet, Naruto said with a smile, glad he was done with having to try clothes on. Yes, now you just need glasses, Kara said. Oh, I don't think we'll be needing them, Naruto said. No, you should have real glasses, like mine. Well, they're not real. But they keep it so that no one knows I'm Supergirl, Kara said as she put hers on. 1. I'm pretty sure no one's gonna mistake me for you. 2. How does that even work? Because I only had to compare your two looks together like once, and 5 seconds later I knew you were Supergirl. How does no one else have you figured out yet? Naruto asked, not really getting it. The glasses are just a small part of it. When I'm in my Kara Danvers look, my attitude is somewhat different, too. I act a bit like I do as Supergirl, but it's much less, I guess, outstanding is the word I'd use. I also act like a stereotypical ditzy blonde. You're still a little like that regardless of the persona, Naruto teased. Okay, yes, but I play that up more when I'm out in my civilian identity, Kara admitted in a cute manner. At least Naruto found it cute. So, the gist of that is, most humans on this planet aren't particularly observant. Because that disguise would never work where I'm from, and I don't mean Daxam. 'Cause you still have the same face, the same blonde hair and blue eyes, the same figure, etc. Naruto said. You don't talk about where you lived before Daxam much, I noticed. Kara said. It's a long story, Kara. Far too long to tell in one day. Naruto said, getting kind of a solemn look. Anyway, you still need the glasses. Kara said, I don't think they're gonna matter when Lena Luthor sees me, but okay, we'll wear them, but only because you're asking. Naruto said as he put the sleek black square frame glasses on. Katko. The two aliens walked into Katko with Naruto carrying a carton of coffee cups and Kara explaining stuff to him. So, when I first started working here, I found it helpful to bring coffee to the other assistants to make new friends. Kara explained as she said good morning to several coworkers and Naruto handed out coffee to several of them. As she walked him to his desk, they heard the phones and Kara explained in case he didn't know. You pick it up and you say, hello, this is Katko, how may I help you? Kara then saw they were close to Eve's desk and pointed her out to Naruto. Oh, you definitely want to give Eve Teschmacher a coffee. She is James's assistant, the big boss. They walked up to her desk, getting her attention. Eve, have you met our new intern? Kara asked nicely. Eve looked at Naruto and dropped her pen, totally checking Naruto out. She seemed to realize what she was doing a second later and composed herself before she started drooling in front of everyone. Thank you so much. Eve said as she accepted the coffee Naruto brought. Sure, he said. What's your name? Eve said, getting flirtatious with Naruto. Naruto, he said. Hi, Naruto, Eve said flirtatiously. As they walked to talk to James, Naruto looked back and eyed Eve with suspicion. His instincts were telling him not to trust her, for some reason. Those same instincts had kept him alive his whole life. He'd have to watch that girl. She wasn't quite what she seemed. Oh, James, I want to introduce you to our new intern. Naruto, Kara said as she introduced him, offering Naruto's name when James looked confused. Right, Naruto. Welcome to Katko, James said, at least being a little courteous since this technically was Kara's charge. You're the big boss, then? Naruto asked. That I am, James said. Naruto said as he offered a weak handshake, which James noticed. Not a very firm handshake, James mentioned, which caused Kara to sigh, as Naruto was probably gonna say something about what happened last time. Yeah, well, the last time I was firm with my grip, I turned all the bones in the other guy's hand to dust, so, we're trying not to do that nowadays. Admittedly, I'm probably being a bit overly cautious, but your hand is still in one piece. Naruto said nonchalantly. James awkwardly cleared his throat at being reminded that this guy could crush his hand with a mere flex of his fingers and reasserted himself. I had Miss Teschmacher put some reports on your desk. That should be put in order and filed. So, if you have any questions, my doors are always open. James said. Oh, thanks, Naruto said. With that, Kara walked Naruto over to his desk. So anyway, this is your desk. Kara showed him, which was pretty basic and had the stack of papers James mentioned. So, earlier, you mentioned you don't want me using my powers. You're saying I can't use my powers to help go through this giant pile of stuff? Naruto questioned. No, of course not. Kara said with her arms crossed, as the whole point was to teach him how to blend in and be more human. Can't do that if you're using superpowers to help with menial labor. Even though Kara herself wasn't above doing it, she was trying to set a good example for him. And you're telling me that you've never used your powers once to help with menial labor? Naruto asked. Never. No, not once, Kara said, scoffing and looking away from him as she said it. She also had a smile as well when she did this, so that pretty much gave it away. It amazes me more people don't know about you and being Supergirl. Naruto chuckled. Kara asked. First thing, if you're gonna lie, keep a straight face, don't scoff and smile when you do it, you give the game away too easily. Second thing, look someone in the eye when you do it, the best liars always look people in the eye. Third, you tend to get a crinkle on your brow when you tell a fib. Naruto mentioned, pointing to her brow. I don't have a crinkle. Kara denied. And finally, even barring all of that, I can still hear your heartbeat and I know it skipped just now. Naruto finished, causing Kara to blush in embarrassment and being caught. Then she remembered something. Wait, do you listen to my heartbeat often? Kara asked, cause he had mentioned heartbeat several times and his face vault told her she was right. Naruto said awkwardly as she had caught him red-handed before he composed himself and said, it has a nice rhythm to it. Do you listen when you think I'm not looking? Said Kara almost teasingly, making Naruto squirm a bit as that was something he really didn't want to answer yet. Thankfully, he was saved from having to answer when the phone rang. It's your first phone call. Think you can handle it? Kara said, a little disappointed she didn't get an answer from him so she could tease him later. Yeah, we got it, Naruto said as he sat down and picked up the phone, having figured it out from watching others do it. Hello, this is Katko. How may I help you? As he settled into the role, Kara walked to her office, keeping an eye on him with a smile. 1 week later, Kara and James were walking home from work, since their apartments were along the same route. Hey, thanks again for taking in Naruto. Kara said to James. You make him sound like some sort of stray puppy. James commented. He is. He's an outer space stray puppy. Kara said. I gotta admit, I'm a little jealous of him. You know, everything is so brand new and exciting. James said, playing it off as that, but really, he was jealous that the new guy was getting all the attention of his ex. I mean, yeah, he's got a lot to learn though. But he does have me to guide him. He will be an earthling in no time. Way faster than I was. Kara said before they heard tires screeching and stopped as a car screeched to a stop a few inches in front of them. Whoa, that was close, James said. Yeah, for their car. Kara said as a couple of thugs in masks with guns ran out of the car and went to rob a bank they were in front of. Seriously, right in front of Supergirl. I almost feel bad for them, Kara said as she went to find a place to change out of her clothes. Real quick, alarms were ringing as the thugs came out a few minutes later. Kara landed in front of one of them, who pulled his gun on her, to her amusement. You do know those bullets aren't going to work on me, right? Kara asked him. I'm glad I didn't bring any bullets, said one of the masked men as he pulled his mask off and revealed a futuristic-looking weapon that sent Kara flying with a blast. Kara flew into the sky as the guy shot at her before finally, he managed to land a shot, which blasted her in a building. James tried to help when he hit one of the goons, but he was knocked to the ground, his camera falling under their getaway car. They drove off, crushing James's camera, which was his father's at one point. James, are you okay? Kara said as she pulled herself out of the building before she saw the state of his camera. Oh, no, your dad's camera. Who were those guys? He asked. Deo. 20 minutes later, Kara was back at the Deo later with the others. Naruto was there as well, as he heard about what happened and he was still bunking in the Deo until he could get a place to live, which he was planning soon. Any of these look familiar? Win asked. That one. That's the gun he was carrying. Kara said. That's an Andranian photon cannon. For them, it's a standard issue weapon for the military, Naruto said. How'd these guys get their hands on alien technology? Jajan asked. Are you sure they weren't Andranian? Alex asked. Well, they weren't purple with fins, so yeah, I'm sure. Kara mentioned. Oh, you were lucky this thing hit you before it was fully charged. There's no telling what this might have done to you, Win said, only for Naruto to scoff, drawing attention from the group to him. Don't go worrying her for nothing, she would have been fine, the most it would have done was tickle a little more. No, what you would need to be worried about is what it will do to humans, which is, disintegrate them. Naruto said, getting concerned looks from Kara and the others. Do you have pictures of the other weapons? Quote. Win scrolled through some more before Naruto said, stop. Win stopped at another as Naruto told them what it was. That's a Satrian gravitron cannon. It does exactly what it sounds like. It changes the gravity of whatever the beam hits, either making it so heavy it feels like being crushed under a mountain, or so light that the planet doesn't keep you rooted to the ground anymore and you float into the vacuum of space. Wait, there's life on Saturn? Win asked, but Naruto ignored him. We've got to find a way to track these weapons. Jajan said. So the Andronian photon cannon emits phased muon particles. I could maybe come up with a way to detect it. Win offered. You won't be able to track that model very easily. The model the goons have comes equipped with prototype cloaking tech. You'd only be able to detect the muon particles after it's been fired or if you're within 100 feet of it. Naruto mentioned to them as the screens went black. You were warned. The alien invaders are dangerous. Their intentions, malicious. They possess power we cannot hope to match. And their technology, brought from other worlds, is falling into the wrong hands. We should not be opening our arms to them. We should be locking them up and taking their weapons away. You did not heed us, but you will heed the chaos that amnesty has brought. You will pay the price in fear and blood. And you will beg us to save you. We are Cadmus. The message said before it went back to what it was on before. Gee, real coincidence that alien weapons show up on the streets and 5 seconds later, the alien hate group shows up with their little speech. Naruto scoffed at how blatantly obvious Cadmus's tactics were. One would think they would at least have some sense to not announce it in the same hour of it happening. Not a coincidence if Cadmus is the one giving them the guns. Jajan said. Katko next day, afternoon. It hadn't been going well for Kara. She had tried to catch Chet Miner and his gang when they showed up again to rob another bank, but the member of the gang carrying the Satrian gravitron cannon used it to send a cop car with a cop in it into space and Kara had to save him, giving them ample time to get away. Not to mention, public opinion was swaying in the direction Cadmus wanted, so this left her a bit frustrated. Hey, have you seen the news? 63% of people now support repealing the Alien Amnesty Act. James said to Kara in his office, exasperated, and that's after I published the piece about Cadmus and these other terrorist groups exploiting social media. Yeah, Snapper wants me to write an objective piece about it. I don't know how I'm supposed to be objective when I know what they're actually up to. Kara said before she remembered something. Have you seen Naruto? I wanted to talk to him. He was at his desk a minute ago. James said as Kara made to walk over there, but something on James's desk caught her eye. She picked it up and her eyes widened in shock, making James sigh as she should have stopped her. Yeah, about that, Kara, he wanted to tell you later today, but, James tried to say, but she was already stomping off towards his desk. Naruto's desk. Kara stomped toward Naruto's desk. Naruto looked up from what he was doing and smiled. Hey Kara, what's up? His smile fell away when he saw her furious expression. Something's got you upset. What is it? You're leaving, she hissed. James told you. I mean, I was gonna tell you later tonight, but I guess I know not to tell him anything. Fucking snitch. Naruto grumbled, a little irritated with the jealous punk trying to make him look bad to his angel. He didn't tell me, I just happened to see your resignation on his desk. Kara said, angry and hurt. Naruto sighed and got up from his desk. Look, I'm pretty sure this is gonna turn into an argument, so before our emotions start running high, can we at least take this somewhere a little more private? Naruto asked and Kara motioned for them to go to the room where Katko figures out what pictures will go in their articles for the day. I thought you were liking it here. Kara hissed as they entered the room. I never said that. I stuck it out because I know you love working here, so I gave it an honest shot for your sake. But a desk job where I do nothing but answer calls all day, not really my speed. Naruto admitted, trying to be as gentle as possible while still expressing how he felt. I am trying to help you fit in. I got you a new identity, a new job, even got you a new pair of glasses for a disguise in case you ever want to put on a cape and help people the way I do. Kara said angrily, but I don't want to help people the way you do. Naruto admitted, and Kara felt her gut wrench at that. I was trying to figure out how to say this, but guess I have no choice now. Kara, I've been on your side of things before. I've been a hero on my original planet, and it doesn't end well. You either fall protecting ungrateful people, or live long enough to become the very thing you fought against. I don't want to get involved in this sort of thing again. Kara, though she was angry with him, could tell he was talking from experience and something clearly traumatized him. But she was too angry too for it to register at the moment. But you did help. You told Win about alien weapons, you were getting involved. Kara pointed out. Yes, I did, but I only said something because he was making it sound like you needed to be afraid of these weapons cause he thought they could actually hurt you. I just started talking after that and ended up giving them some advice, but I wasn't about to start actively hunting these weapons down, Naruto said. He really did just start spewing forth information after Win insinuated that Kara could have been hurt by the weapons, so he had to correct that notion. All I want is to move on. To find something that works for me on this planet, move on from that period in my life, settle down, maybe have a family. That's all I want, 'cause if I've earned anything in my life, after all the shit I dealt the first 17 years of my life, it's that. I was gonna tell you tonight, but you found out before I had a chance, so now you know. I'm quitting at the end of the week. Go off and find my own thing to do, Naruto said as he rubbed the back of his head. Well, you don't do your own thing here. You do my thing, Kara said. Kara, I know that you're hurting right now because you put all this effort into it, but your thing doesn't really work for me. Either of them, Naruto said. Then find someone else to help you fit in, Kara said as she stomped out of the room, with Naruto sighing and rubbing his head. Afternoon. Kara walked up to her apartment door to see Alex waiting for her, eating a donut, which was unusual for her. A donut? You never eat sugar in the middle of the day. What's wrong? I'm feeling confused about something. Your steps were exceptionally stompy just now. You all right? Alex asked Kara as she opened her apartment and they walked in. Where do I start? I found out Nate's quitting at the end of the week, Kara said as she tossed her purse down and hung up her coat. Who? Alex asked, not sure who her sister was talking about. Nate. Naruto. He is so infuriating and confusing. 1 minute, he's giving us information to help solve our case, the next he's saying he wants no part in it, Kara said with an exasperated tone. Well, he's from a different planet, Alex pointed out. She was listening when he said he lived somewhere else before Daxam. Maybe those humans had different customs. She had no idea because he won't talk about it, so she can only guess. I'm from a different planet, and I had to deal with the awkwardness of 7th grade when I first got here, Kara said, expressing her complaints as she got some drinks for the two of them from her fridge. I helped him get a new identity. I helped him get an internship. I even got him a new pair of glasses for a disguise in case he wants to put on a cape and help people the way I do. He has everything he needs, and yet, he still threw all of it away. Quote, well, that's the problem, Alex pointed out. She had seen the look that Naruto gets when someone brings up his past. A look Alex had seen on plenty of war veterans. The look of someone who had seen and or done some pretty nasty shit and was left shaken by it. Alex hoped what she said would make Kara understand that. What? The glasses? I can take those back, but I don't think it's gonna make any difference. Kara sighed. Sit, Alex said to Kara, and Kara could see she had something to say, so she sat down. When you first arrived at our house, I thought, finally, I have a sister. An alien sister, Kara said. Even better. But I still wanted you to be just like me. To do everything that I did. So I dragged you out to science fairs, Alex said. Those were so boring, Kara said. Made you watch scary movies, Alex continued. What do you have against a good old romantic comedy? Kara asked. Forced you to listen to the music that I liked, Alex said. Yeah, your punk rock phase was very strange. Kara cringed at the memories of those days. But finally, I let it go. Let you do your own thing. find your own hobbies, listen to your own weird music. Alex said, teasing her sister about her choice in music. And sync, first of all, is not weird. And second of all, they are amazing. Kara said in defense of her favorite music group. Naruto is not you. Just like you're not me. He's probably experienced different things than you have. Stuff that's clearly weighing on him. So what works for you might not work for him. Yes, he helped us by offering that information, but he only said something because you were involved. People like him, they won't accept help unless they want it, and he clearly has some issues to work through. You know, people just have to figure out what works for them. Know who they are inside. What they're meant to be. The most you can do is, offer them a helping hand, and let them know that when they are ready to come clean, you'll be there to help them. Alex said, so you're saying, the job and the glasses are a bit too much? Kara asked. Not everyone can rock the reporter look like you do. Alex admitted. Kara said before she sighed as she remembered something. Oh, God. You came here wanting to talk to me about something and I haven't shut my mouth. I'm sorry. What is it? What's wrong? Alex was about to say it, but then a knock on the door was heard. Kara used her X-ray vision to see who it was and was surprised. What is she doing here? Kara opened the door and Alex saw it was Lena Luthor. Lena, hi, come on in. Kara greeted. I'm sorry to keep dropping in on you. Lena was saying but paused when she saw Alex. Hey, I know you. You saved my life. Special Agent Alex Danvers, FBI. Alex said, using one of her fake ids. She's my sister. Kara explained. This city's smaller than I thought. Well, actually, maybe you can both help me. You remember, I told you about that stupid fight club last week. Now it's my turn to ask for a favor. Lena said. Anything. Shoot. Kara said. I need to get in touch with Supergirl. Lena said, shocking Kara. 1 hour later, Naruto was seen at the local publishing company. This was part of his side hustle, that he had been working on while working at Catco. He had copies of all of Jiraiya's books, including the one that his parents had taken his name from. He wasn't sure how they would do on this world, so he was starting with Tales of a Gutsy Shinobi to put his name on the map before he tried publishing the first Ika Ika book. He just finished a deal with the publisher and they agreed to publish his book, as it got good reviews from the sample Ray DS, and he had a good feeling about the book. He walked into the lobby and was surprised to see Lena there. Lena must have not been expecting to see him, because her face showed it as well. Naruto, Lena said. He looked different than she remembered, with the glasses on his face, but they did look good on him. Hey, Lena, Naruto said, been a while, hasn't it? Yes, last time I saw you, you crushed the hand of the guy that was harassing us. Lena said. Yeah, I also heard that he won't ever use that hand again without extensive surgery. You gonna turn me in or something? Naruto asked her. If she was looking to do that, it would be pretty irritating for him. Nobody took any video evidence of you, so even if I did, nothing proves you were there except eyewitness accounts of drunks, which are still admissible in a court of law. But, given how different you look, I don't even know if they'd be able to peg you. Lena said, as when she last saw him, he had black hair that was longer and didn't have the whisker marks he was showing. She remembered he had a thick beard too. Did you dye your hair or something? No, this is my natural look. I had my hair dyed when we met and these whisker marks are something I was born with. I covered them up with the beard until recently. Naruto said, thanking her silently for giving him a line to go with so he didn't have to come up with something on the spot. So, what were you here for? Lena asked, wondering what he was doing in a publisher's office. Oh, just getting the final details on my book publishing ironed out. Naruto said. Oh, what's it about? Lena asked. It's nothing much, just a fictional novel. It's mostly to test the waters and see if people like it before I write another one. For me, it's mostly a side hustle anyway. Naruto said. Job not working out, Lena guessed. More like quitting my current job. It's not something I like doing, so I turned in my resignation, and am leaving at the end of the week. Naruto said. You don't have another one lined up? She asked. No, I do, Naruto said, as he had made sure he had a new job lined up before he quit Katko. Lena was a little disappointed because she missed an opportunity to get him on her R&D team. Well, L Corp is hosting a party in 2 days. It's for a gala fundraiser for the children's hospital after that horrific attack on their new building. I'd like it if you were there, Lena said. I am a bit confused. Are you asking me out on a date to your own event? Is that even like a thing people do? Naruto asked with a little teasing. It's not really a date. You are literally the only interesting man in National City. Most people wouldn't touch a Luther with a 10-foot pole. I would like it if you were there, Lena said. Of course I'll come. I'm honored you would ask, Naruto said. 2 days later party. At Lena's party, jazz music was playing as Kara and Win walked hadn't been able to convince Lena to call off the party, as she was basically baiting Chet Minor, so she WOU. LD have to appear as both Kara and Supergirl. Luckily, she had Win to help with this sort of thing. Okay, the muon particle detector will let us know if there are any weapons within 100 feet. Are you sure? Kara asked. Have I ever been wrong before? Win asked, and Kara gave him a look. Okay, this time I'm sure. I see, Lena. Commence Operation Doubtfire, Kara whispered to him as they split off. Lena, Kara greeted warmly. Kara, it's really great to see you. I'm glad you could come. Have you seen Supergirl? I'm sure she's on her way, Kara said, and Win came up and spilled some champagne on Lena, giving Kara enough time to slip away. Oh, I am so. Did I spill this on you? Does anybody have some seltzer? Win said, playing up his act as Kara reappeared as Supergirl. Supergirl, I'm glad you could make it, Lena greeted as Kara walked up to her. I still think this might be a bad idea, Kara said. Well, why don't we wait and see how the evening pans out? Lena said. I'll check the perimeter for any activity, and I'll be back at the first sign of danger, Kara said and flew off out of everyone's sight. And Kara reappeared in her civilian identity a second later. Kara, you just missed Supergirl, Lena said as Kara came up behind her. Did I? Golly, Kara said, acting all disappointed. The night continued relatively peacefully for 30 minutes when Win saw James and went to talk to him. James, you're not here to fight crime, are you? Win asked. No, I'm just here as an upstanding member of the community, James said. Yes, because we agreed that that would be suicide, Win agreed. Kara was busy grabbing several appetizers off the waiter's tray when she heard Naruto's voice. I know we both have a ravenous appetite, but you might want to slow down a bit there. Wouldn't be good if you started choking on those appetizers. She turned to see Naruto in an all-black tuxedo, with his usual orange dress shirt. Hey, Kara, Naruto greeted with a smile and he saw that she wanted to say something. They hadn't really spoken again since their argument and he didn't want to have another fight with her. Can we not fight again? I'm not gonna yell at you, Kara tried to say but her mouth was full and he couldn't understand what she was saying. Are you eating something? He asked as she finished the appetizer she had been eating. I'm not gonna yell at you again, Kara said, then eyed him up and down, finding he looked quite nice in that suit. Where's the suit from? Kara asked. Oh, you like it? Naruto asked. Yeah, it's nice, Kara complimented. Well, I figured I needed one so I went out and bought one the other day, he said as they turned to the dance floor. If there was one thing I miss about Daxam, it was the dancing. I used to dance a lot on Daxam. Yeah, we danced on Krypton too, Kara mentioned and Naruto put his champagne glass down. Well, then, in that case, might as well have some fun before the idiots show up, Naruto said as he offered her his hand. Sorry, hold on, Kara said as she put her appetizers down and wiped her hands off. The two chuckled as Naruto led them through a few minutes of dancing. The two of them were definitely having fun as Win and James eyed them. If she wasn't into either of us, There's no way she's into this guy, right? Win asked. Nah, couldn't be, James commented. They couldn't help but be a little jealous. Win basically admitted his feelings for Kara and got shut down. James had a good amount of back and forth with Kara for a whole year before they finally got together and didn't even get to the first date before she dumped him. Yet she had known Naruto for only a week or so, and was giving him more romantic attention than she had ever given either of them. Naruto overheard what they were saying and couldn't help but smirk at the jealous idiots. A new song started and Naruto felt someone tap his shoulder. He turned and both aliens saw it was Lena. Mind if I cut in, Kara? Lena asked. Not at all. It'll give a chance to finish my food, Kara said as those appetizers were pretty good. Naruto then led Lena in a dance. It's a lovely party you have here, Lena. It's all very impressive, Naruto mentioned. Why thank you, Naruto. I'm glad you're liking it, Lena said, as she glanced back at Kara. So, it's Kara Danvers, isn't it? Can you elaborate? Naruto asked with Kara eavesdropping on them with her super hearing. She's the one you mentioned that night we met that you were having girl trouble with, Lena asked. Well, sort of, Naruto said. Not the worst one to have relationship trouble with. She's very sweet, Lena teased. The problems are mostly on my end. I have a lot about my past I'm not comfortable talking about. I'm kind of afraid she'll hate me if she learns about them, Naruto admitted, causing Kara's eyes to widen. I can see she likes you. I'd say that if you feel the same about her, you should tell her. If whatever it is you're afraid of her learning is too much for her, well, all I can say is it wouldn't have worked out. Anyhow, Lena said. The dance ended and Kara cut back in. She didn't say anything about eavesdropping on their conversation as that was incredibly rude as is, so she just enjoyed dancing with the man she was starting to realize she had a huge crush on, despite how frustrating he can be sometimes. Then Win's cell phone started beeping. What is that? James asked. Trouble, Win said. An explosion of lights got everyone's attention and Naruto and Kara had to stop dancing. Well, guess the party's over. Go do your thing, Naruto said to Kara, and she quickly escaped everyone's view as Miner and his gang came into view. My, look how many pretty things there are, the douchebag said as Lena walked into his line of sight. Oh, you picked the wrong party to crash, she said confidently, not showing any fear in front of the guy with the alien weapons. I don't think so, princess, Miner said as he ripped the necklace she was wearing off. All right, I'm gonna keep this real simple, people. Hand over every ring, pearl, diamond, watch, wallet and no one gets disintegrated, he announced. They were in the middle of collecting the valuables when Supergirl showed back up. Did you really think I wouldn't be here? Kara said. Actually, I was counting on it, Miner said as he turned around and fired at her, Kara blocking the blast with her heat vision. The gang member with gravitron cannon hit Kara with a blast, increasing her weight and making her crash to the ground. That same guy let out a howl of pain as Naruto elbowed him in the shoulder, definitely breaking it, making him drop the weapon. No more of that, Naruto said before he got blasted in the back by one of the goons, sending him flying under the table where Lena was hiding and working on her device. Do you mind? She said as she was interrupted from getting it working. Naruto looked at it and recognized what it was. That's a black body field generator. It will be if I can get it working, Lena said as she continued to work. I see now. The whole party was just an elaborate trap for these guys, Naruto figured out as he positioned himself in front of the device. Yeah, a trap that will fail unless I can get this operational, Lena said. Okay. So the black body is at equilibrium with the alien weapons, so it will absorb the electromagnetic radiation and shut them down, Naruto said, vocalizing his thoughts. I know, but the frequency and the wavelength, they're a match. So, they both looked at each other and said at the same time. The induction coil. Naruto then got to work, helping her reposition the wires where they needed to be. James ended up attacking one of the goons but got knocked down and probably would have been disintegrated if Kara hadn't flown in front of him. taking the hit and knocking them both down. "Lights out, Supergirl," said as he and his goons charged their weapons. Naruto and Lena finished reassembling the wires on the black body and he moved out of the way. "It's ready," Naruto said, and Lena pressed the button, releasing a wave of energy that caused the guns to fly up into the air and hit each other, exploding. Miner and his goons had a downcast look. Without their weapons, they had no way to continue, so they surrendered. Deo. Next morning. "Good morning," Kara said as she walked into the room where his bunk bed was. "I'm not sure it was my destiny to be an intern," Naruto said. "Yeah, I'm not so sure either," Kara admitted. "I take it you're still mad at me about that?" Naruto asked as he sat on the side of the bunk. "I get the feeling there's always gonna be something I'll be a little mad at you about." The two were silent for a moment before Kara started. "When I was younger, I had no idea what I wanted to be here on Earth. I had a family to help me and guide me, but ultimately I had to make my own choices. I was trying to impose those choices on you because when you landed I was just so excited to have someone to take under my wing. To look after. I never got to do that with my cousin," Kara admitted as she sat beside him. "But you are your own man. And your life here on Earth is going to be very different from mine, and that's fine." "That's great," Kara said. "So, just pick a job that you like. And I'll be here to help you, however you need me to." That's what a real mentor does. I never really needed a mentor. I just needed someone to not hate me, Naruto said. "I got you something," Kara said as she pulled out a tourist map of National City. "It's a guide to National City." Thank you, Kara," Naruto said with a smile. The two sat there as she showed him different sites in National City he could check out. Meanwhile, at an undisclosed location in National City, two individuals were meeting. One of them was Lillian Luther. The other was covered by shadows and couldn't be seen. "Thank for meeting with me," the guy in shadows said. "Well, I was surprised to get a message from you, especially on Cadmus's frequency, but given who you are, I figured it was worth meeting you," Lillian said, Hank Henshaw behind her to guard her in case it was a trap. "Your message said you were interested in helping. I know you want to wipe out all the aliens hiding on this world. I want to help you, particularly with your biggest problem, Supergirl," the man said. "An issue to be sure, but we already have a plan to get what we need," Lillian said. "Your plan requires Supergirl's blood to access the Fortress of Solitude to get what you need. An interesting idea, but it relies too heavily on getting a sample of blood from somebody who is invulnerable to harm. Capturing her with your initial plan will not be easy," the man said, causing Lillian to be surprised that he had also hacked their systems. "I see you know quite a bit about Cadmus's operations. Very well, I take it you have a better plan. Would you mind sharing it with us, so that we might remove the alien scum from our planet, Mr. Lord?" Lillian requested, and out of the shadows stepped Maxwell Lord. "Oh, trust me, we've got a plan. One Supergirl won't see coming," Lord said, an uncharacteristic evil smirk adorning his face as he started to inform his new cohorts of his plan. At an undisclosed location in National City, two individuals were meeting. One of them was Lillian Luther. The other was covered by shadows and couldn't be seen. "Thank for meeting with me," the guy in the shadows said. "Well, I was surprised to get a message from you, especially on Cadmus's frequency, but given who you are, I figured it was worth meeting you," Lillian said, Hank Henshaw behind her to guard her in case it was a trap. "Your message said you were interested in helping. I know you want to wipe out all the aliens hiding on this world. I want to help you, particularly with your biggest problem, Supergirl," the man said. "An issue to be sure, but we already have a plan to get what we need," Lillian said. "Your plan requires Supergirl's blood to access the Fortress of Solitude to get what you need. An interesting idea, but it relies too heavily on getting a sample of blood from somebody who is invulnerable to harm. Capturing her with your initial plan will not be easy," the man said, causing Lillian to be surprised that he had also hacked their systems. "I see you know quite a bit about Cadmus's operations. Very well. I take it you have a better plan. Would you mind sharing it with us, so that we might remove the alien scum from our planet, Mr. Lord? Lillian requested, and out of the shadows stepped Maxwell Lord. Oh, trust me, we've got a plan. One Supergirl won't see coming, Lord said, an uncharacteristic evil smirk adorning his face as he RTED to inform his new cohorts of his plan. Start. Svalbard, Norway. Thorol Arctic Research Station. Dr. Jones, there's something you need to see, said one of the other doctors as they walked towards the lab. Has the permafrost thawing accelerated? It's already melting at a rate that'll put Helsinki underwater in the next decade. He said. Sir, we don't know what this is, the female doctor said as they walked into the lab, to find a dead wolf on the lab table. A frozen wolf? Dr. Jones asked. We found a stone spearhead in the body. It dates to around 3000 BC. The lady doctor explained. So, Bronze Age Vikings visited Svalbard. I mean, we're studying climate change, not archaeology, Dr. Jones scoffed as this was largely not related to what they were studying. Touch it, she insisted. Dr. Jones sighed as he grabbed a pair of gloves, since this wolf had been dead for a long time and it wouldn't be wise to touch it with uncovered hands. This wolf has been trapped in the ice for over 5,000 years. Okay, Dr. Jones said as he put his hand on the body and was surprised when it was met not with a cold body, but a warm one, as if was still alive or had only just died within the last few minutes. It's not possible. It's still warm. A few minutes later, they started a recording as they inspected the body with the other 4 doctors present. 1 hour out of the ice, the tissue is soft, and at a normal body temperature. Dr. Jones turned away to put his knife down and every doctor present missed the wolf's skin ripple, like something was moving underneath. What the hell survives 5,000 years under ice? The female doctor said. You mean, besides a disease? Dr. Jones said rhetorically, though he had no idea how close to the truth he had been. He stuck his hand inside the opening he cut in the wolf and then it got stuck. Hey, help me, Dr. Jones said as the other doctors tried to help him, then something bit his hand. Alien bar. Naruto and Kara were hanging out at the alien bar after a long day at work for both of them. They were talking when McGann came up to them with 2 drinks. Aldebaran rum. Deadly to humans, but a refreshing cocktail for the 2 of you, McGann said with a smile as she handed them the drinks. Did you order this thing? Kara asked. I don't think so, Naruto said as he didn't remember ordering any Aldebaran rum. No, it's from Giggles over there. The Martian looked at the alien she was talking about and they both turned around to see a gray-skinned bald female alien with blue stripes, who waved flirtatiously at Naruto. Oh, she's the blue one, Naruto said as he turned around and sipped it. This is unbelievable. That's the 4th round of drinks some girl has sent over, Kara said, unable to believe it while McGann walked back to the bar. Your friends are nice, she said to John, who was sitting at the bar. Yeah, I'm lucky to have them in my life. Makes being here on Earth a little less lonely, John said, though he didn't really include Naruto in that category yet. Working here does that for me, McGann said. I'm glad we found this place, John said. I am, too, McGann said. It's good stuff, though, Naruto said as he took another sip of the rum. I have got to buy me a few bottles of these. Quote, okay, you have been dodging this for days. You promised me we would talk about a job. Even if it isn't Katko, you still need a job, Kara asked. I do have a job, Naruto said. That's great. What is it? Kara asked. I'm working as a welder down at the shipping dock, Naruto said. I've got a side gig I'm working on too. Well, I still think you should train with me. You have the same powers as me and you should be using them to help people, otherwise, why have them all at all? You should train with me, Kara said as she really wanted him to fight crime alongside her. She knew he didn't want to, but she hoped if maybe she kept nudging him a little bit every so often, she'd eventually wear him down. Naruto thought for a second before he turned to her. He could just keep fighting her on this, but it's an excuse to spend some time with her, and what sane, straight guy turns down a chance to spend time with the girl he likes? Alright, let's compromise. If you can finish this rum, I'll train with you and we'll do that karaoke thing you wanted to do on Friday night. He smiled at his incentive and pushed the other glass of Aldebaran rum close to her. I don't think so, Kara said, uncomfortable at the idea of drinking the alcohol. What? Supergirl can fight bad guys and save lives all day but can't handle a little alcohol? Naruto asked in a teasing manner. Kara narrowed her eyes at Naruto, before she rolled up her sleeves, and grabbed the glass of alien rum, intent to prove him wrong. She gulped the whole thing down. Oh, wow, Naruto said with a smile, not really expecting that, as Kara scrunched her eyes as if she had just eaten something really that was very quick. How do you feel, Floaty? Kara said, already getting drunk from the alien rum, as they placed their palms against each other. But I'm not floating. No, you're sitting, Naruto joked, and they both had a good, hearty laugh. And, ha, 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 ha. You have to train and do karaoke with me now, Kara says to him before she feels the buzz and groans cutely. Friday. Anything you say, Naruto said as he gathered their glasses. Kara gasps as she feels the alcohol affecting her. Whoa. That hits you fast. I'm gonna go pay for our bill. Be right back, Naruto said as he got up while she sat there. Alex came by as he got up and Kara was looking at her funny, clearly drunk and slurring her words. Hey, you looks likes my sister. Are you slurring your words? Alex asked teasingly as she found that hilarious. Am I? Kara drunkenly before she hilariously tried to say a word while emphasizing the pronunciation. Chocolate. Chocolate. Wow. Kara Danvers drunk. That's a first, Alex teased as Kara comically snickered. Hey, have you seen? Alex stopped when she saw Maggie at a table. You stay right there, I'm driving you home. Quote. Kara drunkenly chuckled, I'm not flying. That's for sure. Alex walked away for a minute to talk Maggie about being gay, but then got a text from Win about an emergency, so Alex and Jajan took Kara and Naruto with them back to the Deo. I'm fine. Kara said drunkenly as Naruto held her gently by the arm, guiding her to a seat. Yes, I'm sure you are. Jajan sighed. For the record, this is your fault, Alex said to Naruto with a glare. How was I supposed to know she was a lightweight with real alcohol? Naruto asked, as it's not like he could have known that. Where do? Kara said as Naruto guided her to a seat. Hey Naruto, you're really tall. Quote. Naruto moved to the side of her as Kara spun around in the, where did you go? Then she saw him as she spun halfway around. Oh, hi, what's the emergency, Mr. Shot? Jajan asked him, but Win was still wondering about Kara. Wait, is she drunk? Win asked Jajan. Naruto took her to happy hour. Turns out Kara's a bit of a lightweight with alien alcohol, Alex informed him. Of course he did, Win groaned. He knows how to drink drinks. Kara said drunkenly. Of course he does, Win said back. Come on, let's move it along, Jajan said, as he wanted to find out what the emergency was. Yeah, okay. Thorol Arctic Research Station in Norway, Win said as he typed some things in and brought up the video SOS from the site. So, after the SOS went out, nobody has been able to get in touch with them. The government put the whole place under quarantine until the Deo could investigate. All right, Supergirl and I will fly up there, Jajan said when he looked at Kara and saw she was still drunk. Alex and I will take the jet. Jajan retracted to Alex. I'll take Kara home, Naruto said as Alex looked at him funny. What, you really think I'm just gonna leave my drunk sister alone with you? Alex demanded. Kara might like him, but there was no way her drunk sister was gonna spend 5 minutes alone with this guy. Alex didn't trust him nearly enough for that. I can get her there in 2 seconds. I'm just gonna tuck her in for the night, alright. I got her drunk. I should at least be a responsible adult and take her back home. Naruto said. Alex wanted to argue against that, but a look from Jajan told her to drop it. Alex got up in his face and pointed her finger at him. If you do anything to her, I won't, Naruto said, matching her glare. He was not afraid of her. With all the opponents he had faced over the years, Zabuza, Gaara, Madara, Kagaya, Alex didn't even register on his radar. With that, he scooped up Kara in his arms and flew her to her apartment. He noticed as he was flying her to her apartment that the window was closed, so he made a quick detour and landed in the alley next to her apartment building, before walking her up the stairs to her apartment door. Seeing as her keys were in her purse and she was still out of it, he had to reach inside to find her keys to unlock the door. Unlocking the door, he closed it behind him and placed her purse on the door before carrying her to her bed. He laid her down on the bed, taking her glasses off and placing them on the nightstand. He untied her shoes and laid them at the base of the bed. With that, he pulled some covers over her. With her tucked in, he got up and turned to leave, but a word from Kara stopped him. Naruto, she asked, getting his attention. Naruto turned around and she asked, why don't you want to be a hero? Is she drunk still? Naruto asked, wondering if he should explain it again, even though she may not remember. He took his place next to her, seated at the edge of the bed. I told you before, I've been where you are right now. Being a hero, at least where I was before Daxam, was complicated. You might be a hero to some, but you're a monster to others. You either die a martyr, or you become the villain everyone else thought you were. A snooze from Kara brought his attention back to her, and he saw she was fast asleep. Chuckling to himself, he got up and looked at her. I like you, Kara Zor-El, a lot, and I want you to like me. I just don't know if you'll accept me after you learn about all that I've done, Naruto said, thinking of the very glaring fact that he let a large portion of people die to try to stop the destructive wars of the shinobi. Kara probably would not like that, but he was gonna have to tell her at some point. Deciding it was time to leave, he made sure her door was locked and then flew out the window. Deo. Alex and Jajan were back at the Deo after finding Drive Jones lying on the floor in the cold but alive. They brought him back to the Deo to recover, since his entire team was dead. They're all dead, aren't they? He said, acting solemn. I'm sorry. You've been through a lot in the last 24 hours. I would like to keep you for observation. Alex said, global warming isn't taking a break. Our planet is being destroyed. And not by any invader or army. By us. Just taking it for granted. My colleagues gave their lives to stop climate change. I'm still here. I have to carry on in their name. The doctor stated passionately. We may need to ask you further questions. Jajan said. You can find me at National City University. Dr. Jones said. All right. Jajan said, and they let him walk out. When he exited the med room, he stopped behind a pillar and started retching in. Coughing as an insect-like creature exited his mouth and re-entered his ear. Deo. Next morning, the sounds of a body hitting metal could be heard within the Deo. All of a sudden, the door to the training center was knocked clean off its hinges, hitting the ground with a loud thud. On top of the door was Kara, decked out in her Supergirl outfit. Opposite of her was Naruto, his body in a fighting stance, his palm outstretched. Okay. Kara groaned as she picked herself up. Come at me again, Naruto told her, his voice and tone dead serious. Kara flew at him, throwing several punches. He blocked them all, expertly and deftly, as though he were a great martial arts master and she was but a novice. Which she was, at least compared to him, as he punched her in the stomach, sending her skidding across the floor, breaking it up. Kara threw several punches at Naruto, not quite like a novice. She had trained with her adopted sister when she started out as Supergirl, so she had some hand-to-hand skill, but she had not quite the mastery that Naruto did, as he deftly and expertly blocked each of her punches before hitting her in the stomach, sending her crashing and skidding into the concrete floor, breaking it up as she skidded to a stop. When you asked me to train with you, I was hoping you could hold your own against me, Naruto mentioned to her, crossing his arms and not even bothering with a fighting stance this time. Kara tried again with him, throwing a flurry of punches and kicks his way, but Naruto weaved his body through all of them, before she overextended, and Naruto took advantage of her mistake by tripping her up with a sweeping leg and then jumping up and landing a Spartan kick to her chest, knocking her into a nearby column. As she pulled herself off of the column, glaring at him, he asked, "Are you still upset that I got you drunk?" "I'm not mad, it's just, let's never discuss that again," Kara said, more out of embarrassment than anything else. "You know, if you really want to train properly, we should head off into the desert. We can't cut loose in this building," Naruto mentioned. "We'd end up breaking it to pieces if we did that," Kara retorted. "That's why I'm suggesting that," Naruto said. Kara thought about it, but it was at that moment that Alex poked her head inside the room. "Kara, hey, can I talk to you alone?" Alex asked. National City University night. In a lab at the university, Drive. Jones was analyzing his blood cells under a microscope, recording his observations, as he tried to understand what had been done him. "The organism seems to be absorbing my red blood cells, rewriting my DNA into something new. We're not two distinct beings any longer. We've become one greater than the sum of its parts," he said, which showed he was still somewhat himself, but the fact that he found no fault in this line of thought, especially considering that this parasite drained the life forces of his coworkers, how'd that he was already changed for the worse. "Jones, you should be at home, resting, after what you have been through," said his boss, the dean, as he walked in. "What I've been through is extraordinary. It has energized me to continue my work with a new fervor," Jones said to the dean. "The world's not going to end overnight," the dean mentioned. "Not today, but one day soon. I'm right about this. The world is changing, and not for the better," Jones said passionately, but the dean just scoffed at that. "Perhaps you better take more than a day off, Drive. Jones. Your erroneous obsession with climate catastrophes might be better indulged at a different institution," the dean said, finally able to get rid of Jones, as his benefactor would be quite happy with. "You're firing me?" Jones asked. "It's not the first time I've had cause," the dean admitted, not realizing the grave error he had made. No, we don't accept that," Rudy said in anger, any meager feelings of remorse over his coworkers' deaths washing away as he gave into the new instincts the parasite had instilled in him. You and who else?" The dean scoffed and looked around. "We," Jones said coldly as he grabbed the dean's throat. "Deo. Same time. So, I analyzed the laptops of the dead scientists up at Thorol. I found some kind of video of an autopsy on a drive. Bailey's computer," Wynn said to Jajon as he pulled up the video of Jones getting infected with the parasite after sticking his hand inside the wolf and draining the life forces of his coworkers. "Dr. Jones. He's infected," Jajon muttered as he realized they had been tricked. University. Kara and Alex walked into the lab a few minutes later, only to find the dean's dried up husk of a body. "It's just like the other bodies we found up in the Arctic," Alex mentioned. "I guess we know why Rudy Jones was the only survivor," Kara said. "He killed them all," Alex finished for her sister. "You can't stop us. You can't stop what we're changing into. This planet is being destroyed by the human race, which lives only to suck the life from it. Like parasites. Only we can save it," Rudy said, revealing himself. "Sorry, pal, saving the world's my job," Kara said as she tried to punch him, only for her strength to instantly fade the second her skin made contact with his palms. Kara felt weak as she dropped to her knees while Jones got stronger. "Such power. We like it," Jones said as he let her go before he completely drained her. "He might come back later for her when she's all juiced again." Alex shot at him several times, only for the bullets to bounce off him, now that he had absorbed Kara's powers. He walked up to her and took the gun from her, crushing it in his hand. Drunk on the power he got from draining Kara, he ignored Alex and smashed open the glass on the door, walking out of the building while Alex tended to Kara. Deo. Morning. Kara was sitting in the medbay with Alex, talking about Dr. Jones. Whatever was under the ice is inside Drive Jones. But it's not killing him. It needs him to feed. Kara said. And I figured out which alien. Wynn said as he walked in with Jajon. Parasitus alienus, if we're going by the Wile E. Coyote classification system. Wynn joked but no one else was smiling. It's an alien parasite, guys. Come on. It's probably from the Angan system. Most likely got stuck here during the Ice Age. Wynn explained. So, it finds a host, feeds whatever energy the host comes into contact with, turning them into those husks we found. Jajon surmised. It's more than just food. The second he touched me, he got more powerful. The more he absorbs, the more dangerous he is. Kara finished as James walked in. Kara, you all right? James asked. I'm fine. Kara lied then gasped a little as she was still weak. Agent Shot, start looking into the other victim's drive. Jones might be targeting. Supergirl, go home and rest. You'll need your strength for the next fight. Jajon ordered. I want to help. James said. James, we got this. Kara said. I should come with you. Just to make sure you're okay. Alex offered. No, I'm okay. Don't worry, Kara said as she walked off. Alex sighed, thinking Kara was trying to stay away from her for recently coming out about being gay. Something about that exchange made Alex suspicious as she turned to James. How did you even hear about what happened? She asked. Oh, you know, reporters, they have their anonymous sources. James said, and before he said anything more incriminating, Wynn walked him out of the room and into another so they could have their own talk. The docks. Kara walked into the shipyard after having a heart-to-heart with Alex, where a bunch of welders were working on fixing up a ship. Kara walked up to the guy in the hard hat that looked like he was directing people around and asked him, "Excuse me." When he turned to look at her, she asked, "Where can I find Naruto?" "He's over in the back. Don't keep him too long, lady," the rude manager said gruffly as he went about his business. Kara walked onto the ship and towards the back where she saw someone welding. Using her X-ray vision, she saw it was Naruto underneath the mask. His slight inclination of his head indicated he had noticed and finished his weld before turning his welder off and taking his helmet off. "Wasn't expecting you to come visit me at work," Naruto mentioned as he sat down on a chair and took a swig of water. "Well, there's a lot about me you don't know," Kara mentioned as she looked at the welder while she sat next to him. "So, I gotta ask, why did you want to be a ship welder?" "Oh, that," Naruto said as he put his drink down. "It's not permanent, just something that I really need right now. I'm sure you remember a while back I broke a guy's hand," he said, and she nodded. "After you explained to me how fragile the world is, I knew then I needed to learn control. So, I figured out how to weld overnight. Welding, it takes a steady hand to weld properly, and add in all the little nuances, like the type of metal it is you're welding, and my massive strength. I have to be in control, otherwise I could just do more than ruin the weld on this ship. Control is something I need to learn right now, and this job, it helps with that. I need it now especially, because I have to hold back with just about everything and I have never really held back like this in my life before." "Are you talking about in your old life as well?" Kara asked, noticing his solemn look as she mentioned that. "Yeah, I'm talking about that," Naruto said lowly, not wanting to say anything else on it and change the subject. "The pay is good too. I'll be able to get my own place soon," Naruto mentioned as he opened his lunch and started eating his Subway. "You're moving out of the Deo?" Kara asked. "I'm not gonna stay there forever, Kara. The whole point of coming to Earth was to get a new life, living on my own as part of that. Plus, I need some damn privacy. I'm still constantly under surveillance from Jajon's agents. I'd like to do what I want in peace. Naruto mentioned, annoyed at that little fact, but containing said annoyance, since he'd be getting his own place soon. Where are you going to move to? Kara asked. I'm looking at some places right now. I'll let you know when I figure it out. Naruto said. They talked some more about random things, with Kara avoiding mentioning anything about Parasite. She knew he didn't want anything to do with it, and while that disappointed her, she had pushed him enough already this week with her hero business. She remembered her conversation with Alex about letting him be his own man, and Naruto would only come around to being a hero if he really wanted to. She just had to be there for him when he was ready. She'd still keep nudging him here and there, but she would try to not be annoying about it. Eventually though, she had to leave, because Win got a lead on who Parasite's next target was. Night time. Naruto was walking out of the meeting he just had with the publishing company. This had been a follow-up meeting after they had agreed to publish his work. It would take about a month to get enough copies printed and also release snippets of the book to build up suspense for the release to get buyers interested, but everything was looking good with this side gig of his. All of a sudden, his phone rang to a very specific tune. A tune that he had set specifically for when Kara called him. He answered the phone. Kara, nice to hear from you. So about that karaoke thing you wanted to do. Never mind that, Alex said into the phone, revealing she was the one calling him and not Kara. Wait, Alex, why are you calling me from Kara's phone? Naruto asked, trying to figure out what was going on when his mind jumped conclusions. What's going on? It's Kara. She's hurt. Really bad, Alex said. Where is she? Naruto asked. The Daio's Med Center, Alex said, and Naruto hung up. He walked outside and into an alley where no one could see him and shot into the sky. Naruto arrived at the Daio, landing in the area outside where Kara always flies out of, the doors opening automatically as he rushed into the Med Center. He saw Alex, Win, and James gathered around two beds. And as he walked in and got closer, he understood why. Kara and Jajan were in bad shape. They were asleep and breathing, but their skin was pale and they looked as though they had been starved to death. Kara had yellow sun lamps over her that were slowly bringing her back. The sight of Kara being in such critical condition filled Naruto with an intense, burning rage that threatened to consume his very being. Whoever did this to his angel was going to pay with their fucking lives. What happened? Naruto bit out in rage as his hands clenched into fists. Alex quickly explained what was going on. That Rudy Jones had been infected with a parasitic alien that drained energy from whoever Rudy touches and errantly also gains the powers of whoever he drains. Kara and Jajan went after Dr. Jones tonight. He got a hold of them and drained them. Had my team arrived a minute later, he would have drained them dry. Alex said, not willing to say out loud right now that Kara and Jajan would have died. Naruto grew even more angry at that. Angry at Kara for being needlessly reckless, knowing that this thing could absorb powers of those it touched. Angry at Jajan for not using his telepathy to subdue Jones so they wouldn't have to risk getting in close to this thing. Angry at both of them for not having a plan in the first place, beyond just beat the hell of the monster. And most importantly, angry at himself. He had not wanted to get involved with this hero business Kara loved, largely for selfish reasons, but they were reasons that made sense to him at the time. He was a soldier his whole life and he really didn't want to fight anymore. He wanted to settle down, meet a good woman, start a family, and try to move on from that dark period in his life. But now, that choice to stay out of it seemed foolish in hindsight. His angel had almost been killed and it was all his fault, because if he had not been so selfish, he would have been with her and made sure she didn't get hurt. Naruto growled as his body started to glow a golden hue. The wind started to swirl around him and the electricity in the building and the system started to go haywire, lights flickering on and off and the stats on computers going all over the plaque. Win, James, and Alex backed away from him, not sure what was happening. Naruto roared to the sky as blinding light erupted within the room, forcing the occupants to avert their eyes until it died down. When the light died, Kara's friends and adopted sister saw his transformation. His body was covered in a golden aura, his hair more spiky and flowing. His clothing had changed as well. A full-body black suit covered by a golden glowing jacket and ninja sandals, the suit itself having a set of golden magatama etched around his neck in a circle. 9 black balls floated around him as well. With all these changes, it didn't surprise them that his eyes were now golden and his pupils were crosses now, consisting of a cross of vertical fox slits with horizontal toad slats. Naruto walked between Kara and Jajan, placing his hands on their shoulders. "What are you doing?" Alex demanded of him, but he wasn't listening. Concentrating, he placed a yin-yang style seal on both Jajan and Kara, stabilizing their life forces, which had been almost fully drained, and bring them back from the brink of death. The restorative power was so strong that their bodies were fully healed as well, as if they had not been almost drained of life. Naruto turned around and looked at Alex and company with an intense look. "Stay with them. I'll be back soon enough." Naruto walked to the door to the med center when Alex called out to him. "And where are you going?" Alex asked. He turned back to her and his eyes bored into her. He spoke, "I'm gonna find that parasite and Dr. Jones. And I'm gonna kill the both of them." Before the others could say anything, he flew out the window and into the city. Somewhere in National City, on the way to a conference, was Rand O'Reilly, a lobbyist for climate change deniers. He was the one who worked behind the scenes to get Rudy Jones fired from his job. He was busy practicing his speech he was gonna give at the conference when his driver crashed the car. "You wanna watch where you're going?" Rand demanded when suddenly the door was ripped off its hinges by something purple creature. Rand got out of the car and was immediately scared as he saw Parasite, with innocent bystanders running in every direction. He tried to run away as well but tripped over himself and fell to the ground. He looked up as Jones loomed over him menacingly, ready to grab him and suck the life from him. Naruto flew in from behind and slammed into Jones with a flying kick to the back of the head, sending the monster crashing into the pavement. Naruto landed on his feet and looked back at the scum that Jones was about to kill. Climate denier for profit he may be, but Jones was a much bigger problem. Naruto changed the shape of one of his truth-seeking balls into a staff form and Jones roared at him, before rushing at him. Jones swiped at Naruto several times, trying to get a hold of him and drain him dry. Naruto jumped and dodged around the hulking beast each time. Jones was moving so slow to Naruto, that it was almost like the creature was in slow motion. But Naruto knew that if he got cocky, and let Jones grab him, it could potentially turn out bad. Naruto knew the effects of absorbing too much natural energy, and if Jones tried, he should just turn into a statue. It had worked well enough during his fight with Nagato, but he didn't know how different this creature's ability was from the Rinnegan's, so he felt it best not to take such a risk. Naruto smacked him in the face with the staff, causing the monster to scream and clutch its mouth as it landed on its back. He was purposely containing the power of his truth-seeking balls so it didn't kill Parasite immediately. He wanted the monster to suffer for hurting Kara, so right now, it was basically supposed to be an indestructible staff. Naruto was angry, his rage a blazing inferno that couldn't be quenched as he poured his hate into a fire-style, giant Rasengan, and slammed it into the monster. Oddly, the monster screamed in pain far more than he expected it to. In fact, despite having the invulnerability of a Kryptonian and a Martian, it was acting like he blew a hole in its gut. Which when the smoke cleared, he saw clearly a cauterized crater where its intestines should have been. Burning. Right. Martians are super weak to fire. Naruto thought to himself. Weaving through several hand signs, Naruto breathed deeply and shouted, "Fire style, fireball jutsu." He released a large fireball at Parasite, releasing a large, fiery explosion when it hit him. Parasite screeched in agony as it flopped around, flames covering its whole body. It's a double-edged sword. You get the powers of whoever you drain, but you also get their weaknesses. Martians are weak to fire, something I've got plenty more of for you. Fire style. Dragon flame bombs. Naruto shouted, dousing the monster with a constant stream of white-hot flame, causing further cries of agony from the monster. While Naruto breathed flame on the creature, he shaped his truth-seeking balls into spears and had them impale themselves in each of the monster's limbs, pinning it to the ground. Martians have a psychosomatic fear of fire, so when they are exposed to it like Parasite was right now, it caused them to lose control of their powers, and thus Parasite was no longer invulnerable. Parasite whimpered pathetically, weak from the flames and unable to muster any strength. You hurt my angel, tried to rob her of life and turned her into a dried-up husk. Naruto growled as he walked around Parasite, shaping the bow staff into a katana. You almost robbed this world of a soul that is too good and beautiful for it. You're a fucking animal that will just keep killing more and more, and you need to be put down. Naruto heard Kara approaching in the distance. She had awoken faster than he thought she would. I won't let you hurt her or anyone else, ever again. Naruto shouted as he stabbed downward towards the monster's skull. He was surprised then that Kara didn't try to speed up and stop him as the blade pierced through the skull of the monster. The monster gave out a last whimper as Kara landed behind him. The atmosphere was solemn as Parasite and Dr. Jones was slowly turned to ash, starting with its limbs and going farther, until the head was the last thing that was turned to ash. Strangely, the insect-like creature that was the parasite that infected Drive Jones was left behind. Naruto had willed it so, as he wanted to look at the creature before he killed it. It tried to crawl away, but Naruto stabbed it with his sword, piercing it by turning the sword into more of a poker, empaling the parasite on it. What a pathetic creature. Can't even live without infecting another innocent to be your host. Naruto said as he willed the orb to destroy the parasite till not even atoms remained, watching with grim satisfaction as the parasite became dust in the wind. He turned all of his truth-seeking balls back into their orb form and looked at Kara, looking healthy as ever, as if she had not been a zombified husk the last time he saw her. He didn't care that they were in public as he hugged her tightly in a bear hug. Kara was surprised by the hug, but then remembered that Alex told her that he had healed her and the last time he had seen her was as basically a corpse. She reciprocated the hug with one arm since the other hand was holding the plutonium she planned to use on Parasite if he didn't stop. When last I saw you, you were almost dead, Naruto whispered, noting that some of the people around them were taking pictures of them. He didn't care. Let them look. I'm not, thanks to you. Kara whispered back as she pulled away, letting Naruto notice the plutonium in her hand, causing him to queer. His eyebrow at her. Why do you have plutonium? Naruto asked. Dr. Jones wasn't himself anymore. He had to be stopped. Kara said, a dark undertone in her voice, surprising Naruto. He would have expected Kara to try to continue to save Jones, maybe find a way to separate the parasitic alien from him, but she went straight for the kill. Not to mention, going with something vindictive and sadistic, making him absorb something he couldn't possibly hope to contain and would make him explode as he gorged himself on the energy of the plutonium, killing him in the process. He hadn't expected that from her. We should talk, Kara mentioned, pulling him out of his thoughts. Eyeing the strange form he was in, it was clear that there was a great deal he had not told Kara about. Not here. Too many eyes and ears, Naruto said, mentioning the videos and pictures being taken of them right now. Meet me at my apartment tomorrow morning. I'll let James know I'm not coming into work, Kara said. He had mentioned it was a long story and she wanted to hear it all at once, so it was worth taking a sick day for it. The next morning, Kara woke up early and got ready for Naruto to show up. She spent most of last night comforting Alex when she got rejected by Maggie, and now Naruto was coming by to talk and she had many questions. About 8 o'clock, she heard a knock on her door and knew that was him, but still checked with her X-ray vision. Sure enough, it was him. She opened the door and invited him in. Naruto looked around the place, and it was still as lovely as ever. He hadn't been back here since Kara helped him get his new identity and nothing had really changed. Thanks for coming, Kara said as she closed the door. Well, given what happened last night, I figured I shouldn't keep avoiding this. Naruto said. So, I guess I should start with the obvious. What was that form you were in last night? Kara asked. It's a very special form, called Six Paths Sage Mode. Naruto informed her. I don't even know what that is. Kara admitted. I know, and I'm going to explain everything. Can we sit? Naruto asked and she obliged as they both sat on her couch. I've told you about my time on Daxam before I came here, but I never really talked about the time before Daxam, the first 20 years of my life. Naruto started and Kara realized he was planning to fully come clean to her about what he had been hiding. No more hiding, no more secrets. This is who I am. I was born on a planet called Elementia, Naruto said as he told her his life story, from his earliest memory, all the way up to the time when he first arrived on Daxam. He was not sure she would accept him or want to be around him when he told her these things, but she deserved the truth. So, I guess I should start with the obvious. What was that form you were in last night? Kara asked. It's a very special form, called Six Paths Sage Mode. Naruto informed her. I don't even know what that is. Kara admitted. I know, and I'm going to explain everything. Can we sit? Naruto asked and she obliged as they both sat on her couch. I've told you about my time on Daxam before I came here, but I never really talked about the time before Daxam, the first 20 years of my life. Naruto started and Kara realized he was planning to fully come clean to her about what he had been hiding. No more hiding, no more secrets. This is who I am. I was born on a planet called Elementia, Naruto said as he told her his life story, from his earliest memory, all the way up to the time when he first arrived on Daxam. He was not sure she would accept him or want to be around him when he told her these things, but she deserved the truth. Chapter start. Elementia was pretty similar to this planet in some ways, vastly different in others. For starters, the entire world was like feudal Japan, and the most advanced technology they had was trains and electricity. Everyone also had access to an inner power called chakra, granting them a wide range of abilities from element manipulation to walking on water. Naruto explained, much to Kara's amazement and shock. An entire planet where people had powers. It sounded like something out of a dream. Though, don't think this was something great, because it wasn't. The land was divided into several countries, with the 5 biggest having hidden villages where people trained to become shinobi. Said Naruto. What, like ninja? Kara asked jokingly. That's what they were called. Really though, they were glorified mercenaries, as that's what they technically were. They'd complete any mission as long as the price was good enough. Assassination, information gathering, escort, genocide, capture and interrogation. It was all part of the job description. Listed Naruto, Kara losing her joking attitude. And were you? Kara began. I was, but I haven't gotten that far in the story yet. Naruto said. The planet wasn't always like that though. It was only for the last 1,000 years before my birth that everyone had chakra. Before then, the humans of that world were like the humans of this world. That all changed when Kagaya Otsutsuki came to the planet. Quote, who's that? Kara asked. An alien woman that came to the planet to harvest a very special fruit. I don't have Kagaya's full story, but she was the first individual in the planet's history to wield chakra. She apparently came to the world to harvest the fruit of the God Tree. The God Tree was a gigantic tree which grew by absorbing blood soaked into the ground from countless battles over a millennia. It also absorbed the life forces of those that got too close to any part of it. Humans worshipped it, thinking it nourished the land and helped it thrive, while in truth, the God Tree was slowly killing the land and its people, by draining their life forces from them. And once every 1,000 years, the God Tree produced a fruit. Eating this fruit gave whoever ate it the power to wield chakra at levels that were essentially godlike. Kagaya used the godlike power she wielded to force humans to stop fighting. From what I understand, Before eating the fruit, Kagaya had fallen in love with an emperor of the country she land. When she ate the fruit, she was already pregnant with a set of twins. Hamura and Hagoromo. These two human-alien hybrids grew up already having chakra networks, unlike other humans, and developed unique powers. As they grew up, they learned that the power that Kagaya got from the god tree had corrupted her, as she was feeding humans to it, and the two brothers combined forces to stop her. The three of them battled for a long time, their attacks altering the landscape, creating the surface of the planet that I was familiar with. Eventually, realizing they could not truly defeat her, they sealed her away, their jutsu creating the moon of my planet. Naruto said, shocking Kara. Wah. She wanted to ask how that was even possible, but Naruto interrupted her. Don't ask. I don't understand that part, either. Anyway, with Kagaya sealed away and defeated, Hamura left the planet to watch over his mother to make sure she never got free, and Hagoromo settled into the role of a wise sage, starting a family, and becoming revered as the Sage of Six Paths. Hagoromo was wise, but for all his wisdom, he could not have foreseen what a mistake it was to give all of humanity chakra. He envisioned chakra as a way to connect people, to allow them to pray for their souls and connect with people on a deeper level than mere words could ever hope to. It was meant to be a religion and create a utopia. What it ended up embodying was what it already was, a weapon. And his own son, Indra, would be the one to lay the foundations for the development of the shinobi way and ninjutsu. Quote, I'm gonna skim over this next part. Hagoromo had two sons, Indra and Ashura. Indra was the eldest and most talented of the two sons, while Ashura was a late bloomer, and he compensated for this initial weakness by making comrades and friends and working together with them as a team to achieve his goal. Indra, meanwhile, was hailed as a prodigy, and he ended up isolating himself, seeing himself as superior to all the rest. It's not difficult to think you're better than everyone else when everyone lavishes praise on you your entire life. Anyway, when it came time for Hagoromo to retire and choose a successor, it was a choice between Indra, with his belief that might makes right and power the most critical to achieving peace, and Ashura, who believed that love and cooperation was more necessary to achieve peace. They were both right, in the end. You need power to be able to enforce peace, but cooperation between peoples is what maintains it. Without compassion and cooperation, you're just a tyrant ruling over people with an iron fist, and without the power to enforce peace when necessary, you're a weak coward. With no spine. In the end, Hagoromo chose Ashura, who shared Hagoromo's own ideals more closely. Indra was angry at being denied what he felt was his and attacked Hagoromo, but at this point, Ashura had come into his own power and fought Indra off. The two of them would battle and fight for the rest of their natural lives, eventually killing each other in their elder years. From Indra's bloodline, the Uchiha clan was formed, while from Ashura's bloodline, the Senju and Uzumaki clans developed. Fast forward 900 years later, the world is in chaos. For 300 years, the world has been engulfed in the Warring States period, a time of constant bloodshed. Many ninja clans have risen in the wake of Hagoromo's death, and chakra has been weaponized as a tool of war. Children less than 7 years old were sent out to fight for the clan and kill its enemies or die. You were either very strong or very lucky if you survived long enough to reach the age of 20. Naruto explained, and that horrified Kara. The thought of children being forced to kill or be killed was awful, and she was slowly beginning to see the horror of this world he had grown up on. Eventually though, the leaders of the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan, Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju, came together and formed an alliance to end the fighting and stop the bloodshed. They had been friends in their youth and maintained that friendship despite being on different sides of the conflict. When Hashirama was ready to take his own life so Madara might live, Madara finally agreed to a ceasefire. The two most powerful clans joining together was certain to attract attention, and other clans within the country, seeing the writing on the wall, joined with the alliance, eventually forming the Hidden Leaf Village, the first ninja village. But when it came time to choose a leader, due to some political backstabbing by his brother, Hashirama was chosen over Madara. Madara's own clan abandoned him when he argued that they should leave the village before they could be persecuted. It wouldn't happen under Hashirama, but under his brother Tobirama, it certainly would. He ended up being right later on. But Madara left, and came back a year later to attack the Leaf Village with the nine-tailed fox, forcing Hashirama to fight his best friend one last time. Naruto explained. "What's the nine-tailed fox?" Kara asked. "In my world, there are 9 beasts, each with a different number of tails numbering 1 to 9. The strongest, the nine-tailed fox, was a walking force of nature. With a single swipe of one of its tails, it could topple mountains and create tsunamis," said Naruto, Kara listening with rapt attention. Madara, thanks to his Sharingan he inherited from his ancestor Indra, was able to mind control the fox to do his bidding. Hashirama was able to set it free during their battle, but to ensure it could never be mind-controlled again. His wife Mito Uzumaki sealed the beast within herself, becoming the world's first Jinchuriki since Hagoromo. The tailed beasts were originally the 10 tails, which was the form that Kagaya took when she combined with the World Tree to fight her sons. It was the physical body that was sealed into the moon while Hagoromo sealed its chakra into himself. Hagoromo knew with his death, the beast would get out, so he split the chakra and conscious up into 9 new separate entities, creating the tailed beasts. Quote, "Anyway, once news got out that the village of the Hidden Leaves had domesticated the power of the 9 tails, the other villages were getting antsy. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, then had the brilliant idea to capture the rest of the beasts and give them away to the other villages as a sign of peace and unity. To no one's surprise, it didn't work," Naruto said, not having a high opinion of the Senju. The villages sealed the tailed beasts away into human hosts, turning them into Jinchuriki, weapons to be used against their enemies. When Mito got too old, she chose another to host the fox, a little girl named Kushina Uzumaki, my own mother. Naruto revealed, much to Kara's shock and disgust, that people were turned into weapons of war. "My parents weren't heroes like you, they were war heroes. By the time I was born, about 80 or so years after the founding of the Hidden Villages, my world had already been through 3 world wars," said Naruto, much to Kara's horror. 3 world wars. Why? Kara said in shock that any world could cause 3 world wars. Why else? Power, territory, old grudges. That's all people there really cared about. My parents fought in the 3rd Shinobi World War, not only helping the Hidden Leaf win but becoming well-known throughout the countries. My mother was known as the Red Death, for her skill with a sword and her long red hair, while my father was the Yellow Flash, a moniker he earned after single-handedly wiping out an entire battalion by himself. It also earned him the title of 4th Hokage, said Naruto. Hokage? Asked Kara. The village leader, he was the 4th. It wasn't long after the war ended, about a year, I was born. Naruto said. So how did you become like this if your parents were heroes? Kara questioned, wondering if they were bad parents or something. The day of my birth, a masked man took my mother minutes after I was born and extracted the 9 tails from her, using it to attack the Leaf Village. Though my father managed to drive the masked man off and stop the 9 tails by sealing it into me, his own son. Said Naruto, to Kara's horror. Who would ever seal such a creature in their own child? My father's last wish was for me to be seen as a hero for holding back the 9 tails, which was ignored. The 3rd Hokage announced to the entire village my Jinchuriki status, and you know what the people did? Asked Naruto. Kara felt the dread rising within her, really not wanting to know but knew she needed to. They called for my death, called me a monster, a freak, a demon. They didn't see a baby, they only saw the fox that attacked their village and killed their friends and family. There I was a newly orphaned infant, not even a day old, and already people were out for my blood. Naruto said, with Kara feeling sick at hearing people actually calling for an infant's death. By the time I was 5, I had more attempts on my life than every Kage, dead or alive, combined. I was hated and alone, told my parents abandoned me because they didn't want a demon for a son. I was beaten, spat on, and treated lower than dirt. But the worst part of it all was the loneliness. I had no real friends, no family, no one that cared that I was completely and utterly alone. Said Naruto, Kara feeling tears well in her eyes. No one deserved that kind of pain, no matter who they were. I was really fucked up as a kid because of this. I had to hide the pain behind the mask of a happy-go-lucky idiot to survive mentally as well, doing pranks and such to avoid being beaten. Eventually though, I began to think the mask was who I really was, and I acted like that for the longest time. He said. Then he began a long monologue of all the different adventures he got up to, from the scroll incident with Mizuki all the way up to his battles in the Fourth Shinobi World War. Through it all, Kara listened very intently on how he recounted what he went through. She was horrified when she heard about some of the ninjas he had met had done. She'd be happy for him when he succeeded. She even smiled and laughed at some of the goofy things he had done, while he thought the mask he had put on to survive his childhood was who he was. It was harder to laugh at some of the stuff when one remembers it's through the lens of someone who was, at least in some aspects, mentally and emotion ally unstable, rather than a kid just being a kid. Eventually, Kara looked up when her stomach started growling and saw that it was 3 o'clock. I need some food. I'm starving, Kara said as she got up. Naruto realized at that moment he hadn't eaten a whole lot himself, as his own hunger kicked in. Me too. I really hate my heightened metabolism sometimes, Naruto said as he got up. It can be a pain, I'll admit. The upside is you get to enjoy all the delicious food on this planet without worrying about gaining weight, Kara admitted, knowing that one benefit of her metabolism under the yellow sun was that she would always be hot and never get fat. Anyway, I'm in the mood for pizza. I know this one good place on 5th Street. Alright, let's go have lunch, Naruto said as they both walked out the door. National City Park. After consuming 4 pizzas between the two of them, the 2 aliens walked to the park and sat on a bench, letting Naruto continue his story. Once we sealed Kagaya away, Sasuke revealed his true colors. He decided to basically become a tyrant and control the world from the shadows. Now, I told you about how when I was at the Falls of Truth, I accepted my inner darkness and became one with it, and saw all the memories that I forgot. It changed my outlook as well. So, I saw this coming from a mile away. When he tried, I ripped out his Rinnegan eye, Naruto said as his own mind went back to that night. Flashback. Naruto walked up to his father and they exchanged heartfelt goodbyes, causing both of them to tear up. Naruto wished he could have more time with his father, but he knew he didn't belong in this world. But it still broke his heart to see his father slowly fade away, until there was nothing left. Farewell Dad, I love you and Mom so much, Naruto said as he rubbed the tears from his eyes. Sakura and Kakashi were both saddened to see Naruto have to say goodbye to his father. Sasuke just looked on with an emotionless mask. Naruto turned to all the Biju, who were discussing what they planned to do now that they were free. The Sage of 6 Paths explained that since Naruto had all their chakra in him, that he was a sort of meeting place for them. That if they ever wanted to talk, they could do it through him. So how do we undo the infinite Tsukuyomi? Do you need our chakra? Kurama asked, giving voice to the question that was on everyone's mind. No, all we need is Naruto, since he has all your chakra in him, and Sasuke's Rinnegan. The sage explained, but an uneasy feeling washed over him as he looked at Sasuke and saw his expressionless mask. Naruto noted it as well, narrowing his eyes at Sasuke. Now what about you, Sasuke? The sage asked, narrowing his eyes. Sasuke paused for a moment before he answered. Let me think about it, Sasuke said as he lowered his head and his eyes darkened. But first, I'm going to kill all the Kage. This shocked everyone, but Hagoromo, who had a sneaking suspicion about Sasuke ever since the battle ended. And Naruto, as he tensed slowly, readying for a fight. What did you say, Sasuke? Kakashi asked, shocked by his former student's words. Also, Biju, Sasuke said, his Rinnegan blazing. You are under my control, and I will destroy you as well. You bastard! Kurama yelled as he tried to take a swipe at Sasuke. But he was stopped when he and all the other Biju were placed under Sasuke's trance. He put the tailed beasts in a trance, from just one glance, Hagoromo said in shock. It was at this moment that Naruto acted. Teleporting away while everyone was distracted by what Sasuke did, he appeared behind the Uchiha, and put him in a choke hold, gripping tightly and choking the Uchiha. Gasping for air and trying to breath, Sasuke tried to pry himself free of Naruto, noticing Naruto's other hand until it was gripping his Rinnegan eye, screaming in pain as his eye was crudely ripped out. Naruto then kicked him in the back, making the Uchiha fall to the ground indignantly. Sasuke slowly pulled himself up, gasping for air and covering his bloody eye socket with one hand while Naruto looked at the eye. It's amazing, really. This eye contains nearly godlike power. You'd think that for something so powerful, Naruto monologued as he looked at Sasuke, it would be less fragile. With that said, Naruto flexed his wrist and crushed the Rinnegan in his hand into red paste. Naruto, what are you doing? Sakura said in shock. Without the Rinnegan, they couldn't save everyone. Dobi, what have you done? Sasuke demanded angrily, enraged that the power of the Rinnegan had been taken from him. Stopped a traitor before he could start, Naruto said as he flicked the blood and bits off his hand. Thanks for the save kit. Now I'm gonna punish that damn Uchiha for trying to enslave us. Kurama said as he raised his paw to squash the Uchiha into paste. Wait, Naruto said, stopping all the tailed beasts from doing the same thing. What, you can't seriously expect to stand by and let this stand? Kurama asked incredulously. I don't, but you need to get in line, Kurama. Naruto said darkly, Kurama recognizing that look. The look Naruto got when he recombined with his inner darkness. He's mine. Hey, fine, just make sure you make it hurt. Kurama said he relaxed, and his siblings relaxed as well, though some were confused. Kurama, are you sure? Matabi asked, voicing the concerns of the other Biju. Trust me, just sit back and watch. The kit's not gonna let the Uchiha get away with it this time. Kurama said as the Biju slowly went along with it. Naruto-kun, what are you doing? Without the Rinnegan, you can't release the infinite Tsukuyomi. Hagoromo said. You presume too much, old man sage. Naruto said as he extended his arms out to either side. Red chakra flowing in one hand and blue in the other. He brought them both back together, combining the two chakra. Wait, that's, Hagoromo thought as he realized what that jutsu was. The combined chakra took a humanoid shape, its body was fully orange and possessed a spiral pattern that stretched all over its body, ending in a circular eye hole. This pattern did not cover his forearms and legs, but could open up in a similar manner to the flytrap extensions of the original Zetsu to reveal that he is hollow inside. It was covered by a black cloak. Ahoy, mateys! The creature excitedly, shocking the others present, none more so than Hagoromo himself. Creation of all things, Hagoromo said, recognizing his jutsu. That's right, I gained yin and yang style when you awakened the six paths sage mode in me. I can simply create whatever I need later. Personally between us, I got the better deal. Naruto said, I see, so if you need the Rinnegan later to release the infinite Tsukuyomi, you will simply be able to create it. Hagoromo realized, creation of all things allowed the user to literally create whatever they need. Naruto had already used the technique when he saved Might Guy and healed him from what should have been fatal injuries, Hagoromo realized. He must have inherited the power from Ashura. Ashura must have learned how to utilize the technique some time after my death, because he was never able to use it while I was alive. Naruto, stop. Sasuke was your friend. Sakura pleaded with him and Naruto looked at her oddly. Don't you start with me, Sakura. Sasuke is a criminal and a traitor. Had I not acted when I did, he would have enslaved the tailed beasts again. This cannot go on, Naruto said lowly. Naruto, for so long, you've been trying to save Sasuke and redeem him. Are you saying that you're giving up on him? Kakashi asked, not sure he was hearing this right. Giving up. That implies that I was holding out hope for him. The truth is, I gave up on him days ago. Naruto revealed, to everyone's shock, except Kurama. When I was training to control Kurama's chakra, I went to the Falls on Truth. I came across and was forced to confront my inner darkness. While I was able to overcome it and accept it, I was forced to come to terms with some very ugly truths about myself and Konoha. Truths that I had desperately tried to ignore or deny or forget about. Konoha is not my home. I had no friends, not truly, as those same people that called themselves my friends had mocked and belittled me for my dreams. I'm sure you remember Sakura. You were one of those people who mocked me, called me an idiot. You even beat me for trying to be friendly and date you. Kiba was another one, always saying I'd never be Hokage. Sakura looked away in shame at that. And then there was the whole village hating me, despising me and ostracizing me, just because I was the host of the Nine Tails. They called for my death, called me a monster, a freak, a demon. They didn't see a baby, they only saw the fox that attacked their village and killed their friends and family. There I was, a newly orphaned infant, not even a day old, and already people were out for my blood. Naruto growled. Sakura herself was horrified, slowing bring her hand to cover her mouth in horror. By the time I was 5 I had more attempts on my life than every Kage, dead or alive, combined. I was hated and alone, told my parents abandoned me because they didn't want a demon for a son. I was beaten, spat on, starved, and treated lower than dirt. But the worst part of it all was the loneliness. I had no real friends, no family. No one that cared that I was completely and utterly alone. Said Naruto. Kakashi-sensei, is this true? Sakura asked, making Kakashi sigh. I'm afraid it is. When I was still in the Anbu, I watched over Naruto as best I could. But I couldn't always be there. The things he's saying, they all happened. There were those in the Anbu that would turn a blind eye and let it happen, only really stepping in when he was close to death. Kakashi sighed, ashamed of those that mistreated his sensei's son. Naruto continued, I was really fucked up as a kid because of this. I had to hide the pain behind the mask of a happy-go-lucky idiot to survive mentally as well, doing pranks and such to avoid being beaten. Eventually though, I began to think the mask was who I really was, and I acted like that until recently. Facing my inner darkness forced me to confront these painful truths. And it made me realize something else as well. He said as he pointed at Sasuke. This man is not worthy of redemption. How many bad things does he have to do before enough is enough? He attacked a peace summit, joined the very organization that started this world war we're fighting. He tried to kill the one he said was his best friend, and had that best friend not been a Jinchuriki, he would have happily murdered said friend to get more power, and my body would be at the bottom of the valley of the end. He tried to kill you twice, Sakura. He nearly killed his comrade to get to Danzo and would have left her to bleed out and die had you not arrived. He wanted to kill all of Konoha at one point, and just now, he tried to enslave beings that have been shackled by shinobi for far too long, with the sole purpose of becoming the world's dictator. At some point, you have to realize that he's been given so many chances and had plenty of opportunity to change and become better, and has chosen to spit on that in search for his next target too many times. He is beyond help, and I'm not going to keep extending an olive branch to someone who just wants to watch the world burn. Naruto said as he flashed forward and kicked Sasuke in the stomach, sending him to the ground, gasping for air. Naruto formed a giant Rasengan in each hand. Please, stop, Sakura muttered, her emotions in utter wreck right now upon hearing the horror that Naruto went through as a child, a horror show she made worse, and now witnessing the former friends try to kill each other. Sasuke is a mad dog that bites the hand trying to feed him. You know what you do with a mad dog? Naruto asked as he jumped into the air. You put it down. I have to get away. Sasuke thought frantically as he tried to get up. No, stop fighting, please. Sakura shouted at Naruto as she ran towards Naruto, trying to stop fighting. This was just like when they were kids on the rooftop of the hospital. Only this time, it was different. She had to stop this, or try to, before one killed the other and it became impossible to undo the infinite Tsukuyomi. Sakura! Wait! Kakashi shouted as he rushed after her. It was dangerous to get in the way of the two right now. He stumbled for a moment, the battles of the last day leaving him exhausted. But he quickly got up and soldiered on. Naruto couldn't stop himself in mid-air right now. If she got in the way, she might get herself killed. Stand still and die, you traitor! Naruto shouted as he slammed his giant Rasengans toward Sasuke. Only too late did he see two blurs appear in front of him and an explosion occur from his Rasengans exploding, obscuring his vision. When the smoke cleared, Naruto found that it was not Sasuke he had drilled into. As he saw pink and gray hair in the smoke as it cleared, he realized the blood on his hands was not that of his enemies but of Kakashi and Sakura. His fear was confirmed when the smoke fully cleared and both Kakashi and Sakura in front of Sasuke, holes in their chest from Naruto's Rasengans. Kakashi's hands were outstretched toward Sakura, indicating that he couldn't pull her out fast enough, so he tried to push her out of the way, only he was too late. Naru, too, Sakura managed to say before she fell over, her blood staining the ground surrounding them. Naruto watched on in horror, praying that he was in a genjutsu. He formed a hand seal and flared his chakra. Release, 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 he shouted. But to Naruto's horror, nothing changed. Tears started to pour out his eyes as he reached down toward the both of them. He checked for a pulse, and found there was none. Naruto hugged Sakura close to his chest and sobbed openly. Why, Sakura? Naruto asked himself. Why do you always have to put yourself in the middle of our feuds? Naruto hadn't meant for this to happen. He may not see Sakura and Kakashi in the same way that he used to now, but he had not meant to kill them either. It was just supposed to be Sasuke. Only he needed to die. Sasuke! Naruto growled as he watched him run away. He laid Sakura down, his face the picture of rage, his hand clenched into fists. This is all your fault. If you had just let things be, this wouldn't have happened. I was gonna kill you quickly, but now I'm gonna make you suffer. With this declaration made, he got up and chased Sasuke down. Valley of the End. After chasing after Sasuke down, Naruto landed on Hashirama's head at the Valley of the End. Somehow, I knew this is where you would come, Naruto said, we always seem to come back to this place. Quote, things will not be like last time. Sasuke tried to speak, but he was cut off by Naruto. You're right about one thing. Things will not end in a draw like last time. Without the Rinnegan, you stand no chance against me. Naruto coldly stated. Do your worst, Naruto. Sasuke said. Without another word, the two former friends took off towards each other. They meet in the middle of the waterfall, their arms clashing against one another, releasing a shockwave. The clash quickly ended when Naruto slammed his fist into Sasuke's face, sending the Uchiha skidding along the surface of the water. Sasuke recovered soon enough and rose to his feet, only to not see Naruto anywhere. Where is he? Sasuke thought as he frantically searched for him. Is my point starting to sink in yet? Came Naruto's voice from behind Sasuke. Sasuke jumped away from Naruto and launched a fireball at Naruto. Naruto jumped out of the way as the fireball was extinguished by the lake. Sasuke shot several more fireballs at him, each one missing its mark as Naruto dodged out of the way, before rushing towards Sasuke. Sasuke jumped into the air to avoid Naruto's fist slamming into him. While in the air, Sasuke manifested his Susanoo ribcage and left arm. Dobi! Sasuke shouted at Naruto, throwing a Susanoo punch at Naruto. Naruto raised his arm slowly and caught the fist. With a flux of yin-yang chakra, he destroyed Sasuke's Susanoo, breaking it into pieces. While Sasuke was distracted, shocked that his Susanoo was so easily broken, Naruto disappeared in a yellow flash, appearing behind Sasuke, kicking him hard in the back, sending the Uchiha flying through the air. He flashed behind him several more times, knocking Sasuke around before he finally appeared in front of Sasuke, breaking his trajectory when Naruto grabbed him by the throat, holding him aloft in the air as Naruto stood on one head of Madara's statue. About as much as I expected, Naruto monologued, taunting the Uchiha, from someone who had everything handed to them and still messed it all up. His words angered Sasuke as he activated his M's in his one remaining eye, summoning his Susanoo and hitting Naruto with its fist, sending Naruto Shing through Madara's head. HMPH. Know your place, Dobi. Sasuke said as he landed. Don't be so cocky, Uchiha. Naruto said as he closed his eyes, activating his summoning jutsu, bringing forth the clone he had placed in the trees around the valley before they started fighting to gather nature see. Chakra. He dispelled the clone, releasing the chakra back into himself, activating his sage mode. You're about to learn what real power looks like. Sasuke scoffed once he noticed the change in Naruto's pigmentation. Your sage mode. You expect that to make a difference? He asked sarcastically. You only saw a little bit of it against Obito. I never really showed you everything I could do. Naruto said. Sasuke summoned more of his Susanoo until he had his armored Susanoo form up and ready to go. Naruto held out his hand, making a hand sign with the other, creating two shadow clones. Sasuke recognized Naruto's Rasenshuriken and knew he would not survive if that hit him dead on. He made his Susanoo fire an arrow at Naruto, who caught the arrow with his free hand, though it did look like he ugled with it some. Sasuke prepped another arrow and soon the clones were finished with the Rasenshuriken. Sasuke fired his next arrow at Naruto just as he threw the Rasenshuriken at Sasuke. Sasuke lost sight of Naruto for a brief moment and that's when Naruto struck. Disappearing in a yellow flash, Naruto appeared inside the Susanoo. Sasuke was somewhat more prepared this time and tried to attack Naruto, but Naruto stayed behind him, catching his arm and stabbing Sasuke in the gut with a kunai, before impaling Sasuke into the ground by stabbing his foot with a kunai. Sasuke cried in pain as Naruto flashed away to a safe distance, allowing him to watch the fireworks as his Rasenshuriken exploded into a giant dome, consuming the Susanoo. Minutes later, the smoke cleared and Sasuke's body was weak and bleeding, his arm hanging limp against his side. Naruto surveyed the damage and sensed that Sasuke still had his chakra network somewhat intact. The Susanoo had clearly taken the brunt of the damage, as Nagato's path had been completely disintegrated when it had been hit with the technique. Naruto was surprised Sasuke was able to survive relatively intact. Amazing, how the tides turn when I'm not holding back. Naruto pointed out as he stood a few feet from Sasuke, his arms crossed. Naruto, how did you? Sasuke asked, struggling to speak. How did I teleport behind you? When I choked you earlier, I marked you with the Flying Thunder God formula. And before you ask how I have it, dear old dad passed on his knowledge to me before he passed back on to the afterlife. A farewell gift. I can see now why he was feared through the land. Naruto said, neglecting to mention that he had not fully mastered it yet, and those few teleportations he had done thus far had nearly ripped his muscles apart, and would have if not for Kurama. Damn you, Dobi. Sasuke growled as he glowed purple, completely covering himself with Susanoo. Naruto pondered as he sensed he no longer had an opening to teleport behind Sasuke and finish him off. My ambition will no die here. Sasuke shouted to the heavens as his Susanoo expanded and enlarged itself until he was in his full-body Susanoo state, Naruto jumping back onto the water. I thought he couldn't use it anymore without the Rinnegan. Naruto pondered as he landed on the other side of the lake. He guessed that it didn't matter that Sasuke no longer had the Rinnegan. So long as he had used the form once, he must have the ability to use it again. Naruto also was unaware that Madara and Indra before had unlocked full-body Susanoo without the Rinnegan. With you doing that, I'll have to start taking this fight seriously. Naruto muttered as he concentrated his power, entering his Six Paths Sage mode. You really are my only rival, Sasuke. But that ends today, Naruto shouted as he summoned more chakra, entering Tailed Beast mode and transforming into Kurama, assuming his titanic form while still using Six-Paths Sage mode. "Let's end this, once and for all," Naruto shouted. "Sasuke." "Naruto ooh," Sasuke shouted back as their two giant avatar clashed and their battle began anew. Flashback end. Our battle for several hours, eventually destroying the Valley of the End and reshaping the very landscape. I eventually wore him down and made him run out of chakra. Once that happened, I slammed a Rasengan through his chest, ending both our feud, and the feud between Hagoromo's sons once and for all. Naruto said solemnly. "I'm sorry," Kara said, making Naruto look at her. "He was still your friend. Friends don't try to kill their friends in a mad grab for power. If I hadn't had Kurama sealed inside of me, Sasuke would have murdered me as a kid, and in fact tried to acquire the Mangekyo Sharingan so he could his brother. After the fourth time of trying to kill you, you have to wake up and realize he isn't your friend. Even though I beat him, there were other problems that became apparent," Naruto said as he continued the story. Flashback. Naruto was back at the site where the World War had occurred. After burying Sakura and Kakashi, he had been experimenting with creation of all things, trying to recreate the Rinnegan he had smashed to pieces. Only, he had started a week ago. And still no progress. "Kit," Kurama said, getting his attention. "Any progress?" "No." Naruto sighed and ran his hand through his hair. "I can't recreate the Rinnegan like I thought I could. I figured it was as simple as thinking it up and giving life to whatever I had thought up. But it's not that simple. If it's something I don't fully understand, I need a base to work with. And I destroyed the base that I had to work with." Quote, "Why did you destroy the Rinnegan, Naruto-san?" Kokuo asked. "It was a stupid, heat-of-the-moment decision. I didn't want Sasuke getting it back somehow and re-implanting it in his eye. I don't know if he had any skill with medical ninjutsu, and I didn't want to take the risk," Naruto admitted. Without the Rinnegan, he could not summon the demon statue of the outer path. "So that option's out." Naruto looked at the roots of the god tree, feeling the chakra of all humanity slowly draining into it. "I can't leave them like that much longer. Without the Kage or the 10 tails conscious controlling the roots, the chakra is just being drained at a slow rate, but it's still being drained. Another week or so, and they will be turned into white Zetsus." Quote, "And the demonic statue of the outer path is stuck in the dimension we left Kage in," Naruto said out loud. Naruto paused for a few moments, before his eyes widened and he stood up. "Wait a second," he shouted. "Hagoromo used creation of all things to split the 10 tails into 9 separate entities. I just need to do the reverse of that and then combine the form with the subconscious will that exists within the tree itself." Quote, "Naruto-san, that is incredibly dangerous without the statue. You would not only be fighting the 10 tails will, you would have of our consciousnesses as well to deal with," Matabe pointed out. "We're running out of time. It's the only way to even save a fraction of them," Naruto said in frustration, causing some tailed beasts to grow concerned. "Naruto-san, what do you mean by a fraction of them?" Chome asked. "It means that before he undoes the infinite Tsukiyomi, he's going to remove chakra from the world," Kurama said, who was aware of it because of his connection with Naruto, shocking the rest of the tailed beasts. "Naruto-san, is this true?" Isobu asked. "It is," Naruto stated. "Why? Removing chakra from the world will kill at least any human that ever tried to use their chakra. That's at least all of the shinobi, and up to 1/2 of humanity, maybe all of it. Why would you risk this?" Gyuki asked, and finally, Naruto had enough. "Because look at what's been done with it," Naruto shouted at them as he flung his arms out, pointing at the 10 tails roots. "Humanity has done nothing but wage war and kill each other with it since the day they got chakra. Hell, Hagoromo's own son was the first to weaponize chakra. How much war, chaos, and destruction has been wrought because humanity gained this power? You only need to look at the Warring States period as a perfect example. You had children being sent out to die for their clan's petty grudge or some other stupid dispute. Even if I free them, We'll eventually have yet another war or conflict on our hands, either in my lifetime or the next. Quote, and what do you plan to do about it? Son Goku asked. I'll end it. Here and now. I'll put an end to humanity having chakra, if you will lend me your strength. You've been taken advantage of time and again this last century, but you're nobody's slaves and you're not weapons either. You won't have to serve anyone or do anything you don't want to. Your power is your own and only you will get to decide what's done with it. Do you want to stay in this cycle of being taken advantage of by humanity, or do you want me to end it? Question mark. If I take chakra away from humanity, they can never enslave you again. Naruto spoke passionately, resonating something within the tailed beasts. One last time, my friends. Naruto said, extending his hand out to them. Flashback end. Once the tailed beasts agreed, I did the reverse of Hagoromo, recreating the 10 tails and sealing it into my body, becoming its host, and then I removed chakra from my world. Once it was done, I unsealed the 10 tails and split them back up in 9 again, and they left enough of our chakra for me to not immediately die from having my tailed beast removed. Naruto said, are you saying that you knew that your plan would result in a lot of people dying, and you still went through with it? Kara asked. Kara was horrified that he knew he would end up killing people and still went through with it. It was either that, or another world war like the one I fought in, either in my lifetime or the next. You can't stop humans from fighting. All I did was take away the nukes. Naruto said, knowing that humans will fight and kill each other for the pettiest of reasons. Without chakra, the wars would be far less destructive. And how many people died? Kara asked, not wanting to know the number. Well, at least 100,000 of the people in the world were shinobi. All of them didn't survive. You do the math, Naruto said. It's not like I didn't try to save as many as I could, Kara, but changing the very genetics and physiology of over 10 million people all at once was a tall order, even for someone like me. There was always going to be some death. Hell, I tried to save all of them, but my concentration was so split that if I tried to save everyone, including those with large amounts of chakra, I wasn't gonna save anyone. So, in order to save the other 99% of humanity and allow them to transition to having no chakra again without dying, I had to let all the shinobi die. Quote, silence reigned for a few moments before Kara broke the silence. I think we should cancel karaoke, Naruto. I need time to process all of this. Kara said. Naruto couldn't stop the sigh that escaped his lips. He shouldn't be surprised. This was exactly what he hoped would not happen. He told her everything, and he knew she would not want to be around him anymore. And now it's happened. And how much time do you need? Naruto asked. I don't know, Kara said as she got up from the bench, looked at him with an apologetic look, and walked away. She now understood Naruto much better, but she was not sure she wanted to know that now. Kara eventually got back to her apartment and closed the door behind her. Her back hit the wall and tears started to swell in her eyes. Why did the man she was developing feelings for have to be a mass murderer? Question mark. Kara heard her phone ring and opened up the home screen. She saw the number on her phone, not recognizing it, and answered it with some sniffles. Hello, Red Sun, the voice said through the phone. The voice was definitely male and scrambled. Her pupils dilated and her body relaxed. Once the voice on the other end heard Kara relax as she took a deep breath. Supergirl, I'm ready to comply, Kara said almost robotically. I've sent you the location. Come to me. It's time to begin, the voice said. Kara hung up the phone, looking at the location in the text, before dressing into her outfit. Though it was not her Supergirl outfit. No, it was the full body suit of Kryptonian soldiers. Like what Non and Astra wore. Like what she wore when she was infected with red kryptonite. She flew out of her apartment, disappearing from sight. Same time, Maxwell Lord's home. In a dark room underneath his home, Maxwell Lord was sitting at his desk, watching a video of Supergirl interacting with T. He knew Hero, our vigilante, really, as if one followed the common definition of a modern-day superhero: heroes don't kill. This individual was willing to kill the monstrous purple alien terrorizing the city. He set his phone down, ending his call with Supergirl. He had been working on her for some time now. Maxwell Lord could still remember the first time he gained his powers. Flashback. Several days after Myriad, Maxwell Lord was in his office, fiddling with the Omegahedron that had come into his possession after the defeat of Non and Indigo. Now, what to do with it? Maxwell thought. It was at that moment his assistant walked in. She unfortunately was a bit clumsy because of her nervousness being around her new boss and accidentally tripped, spilling the hot coffee she had just gotten for him. "You idiot!" Maxwell Lord shouted, jumping to his feet as the hot coffee spilled all over him, burning him. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lord," the assistant said, now very fearful her clumsiness had just cost her her job. "Clean this mess up," he said with some bite as he was burned by the hot coffee. Once she left the room in a hurry, he wondered why he lost his cool like that. It was pretty bad but not something he should be shouting at her for. Soon enough, she was back and cleaning up the mess she made. He took his suit coat off, which had gotten some coffee on it. She soon cleaned up the floor. Then things got a bit weird when she started wiping down his coat. "What are you doing?" he asked, wondering why she was wiping down his coat. "I'm cleaning up my mess," she said, her voice monotone. "I meant the floor," Maxwell Lord clarified, looking at her like she was an idiot. "But you told me to clean up my mess. I spilled on you. I must clean up my mess," she said with an unusual amount of fervor. She then moved next to him and started wiping the towel on his crotch area, as she had gotten some on that area as well. "Stop," Lord shouted as he looked her in the eyes, and this time, she seemed to listen. That was when he saw it. His eyes glowing, their blue color looking more ethereal and pronounced, as he saw the reflection of it in his assistant's glasses. "Stand," Lord commanded, and she responded without hesitation or question, standing up. "Turn around," he commanded, and she did so. "Take off your necklace and give it to me," he said, testing the water a little further. She again didn't even question or hesitate as she took the necklace off and gave it him. He looked at the piece of jewelry, examining it, and closed his fist around it. "Forget everything that just happened," Lord said, and her eyes closed for a moment before they reopened. "Oh my God, Mr. Lord, what happened to you?" the assistant said, noting the state he was in, before feeling something was missing. She looked at her chest and noted her necklace was missing. "Where's my necklace at? What is going on?" Lord wondered as well. Flashback end. That had been the first time he had discovered his powers. He had decided to first run some tests on himself after he had tested it further on his assistant. Flashback. Maxwell Lord was at his home, going over the results of the scans on his blood he had done. He pulled out a voice recorder and began recording. Day 02. After scanning my blood and checking my DNA after the incident, I have discovered that the meta gene exists within my DNA. I began to suspect this after yesterday's recorded incident of my assistant spilling coffee on me, and my voice commands made her do things in a very uncharacteristic way. I'm unsure entirely how I have awakened the meta gene. My current theory is my exposure to the Omegahedron and the radiation leaking out of it enabled my gene to activate, though it could have also been the ion blockers I used to protect myself and Cat Grant against Myriad. I currently am not interested in using my powers or developing them further. The ability to control the minds of others and remove their liberty from them is a dark and dangerous power, and I fear how it will change me if I start using it. Quote, time skip. Maxwell Lord was recording again. Day 05. Over the course of the last few days in business meetings, I've been hearing voices in my head. It was maddening at first, but it made sense today. I am not going mad, but merely hearing what everyone else is thinking. I have the power of telepathy, and I can safely surmise that it first manifested through the ability to mind control others. Perhaps this power won't be so bad. If I use the telepathy aspect of my powers and leave the mind control aspect in the background and never use it, I can live my life without sacrificing my morals. Time skip. Maxwell Lord was recording yet again. Day 08. I am faced with a dilemma. My board is completely rejecting the path I want to the company to go down, and they are fighting me at every step now. They have noticed how I have been acting the last several days and are now conspiring to remove me from the company. The nerve of them. I built Lord Tech from the ground up and they have the audacity to try to force me out. He calms himself for a moment and continues, but I have a choice. I can either fight this as a man, and be forced out, or I can mind control all of them into stopping their ridiculous coup they are plotting against me. I know what the right choice is, but it is not fair to me, considering it's my company at stake, but the other choice is morally reprehensible. So, what do I do? Time skip. Day 09. After thinking on it, last night, I made the decision to use my mind control powers to cease their coup against me. As if it could be Lord Tech without me at the helm. But I used my powers for something that was beneficial only to me. I should feel disgusted with myself. I took away people's agency and liberty and forced them to make a choice that wasn't their own, all while making them think it was their own choice. CE. The problem is, I don't feel disgusted. I should be, but I don't because it ended up being the right decision for me. More to come on that. Time skip. Day 15. Over the course of the last week, I have used my telepathy and mind control several times, to test the limits of how far it can go. After mind controlling my board of directors to stop the coup to replace me, I have gotten a lot more work done. Turns out, making them into yes men helps since they don't fight you on anything. I've also controlled my assistant, mostly changing several behaviors that irritated me and making her or to my liking. Lord said, glossing over the fact that he turned his board into puppets and was playing with his assistant like a toy. Time skip. Day 20. I've begun to feel lonely again. It's difficult being at the top and having no one to be intimate with. I recognize that's partially my fault, what with not being able to get close to people after my parents died. But today, I grew tired of it, so I altered my assistant's personality again. Nothing too crazy. She has always been attracted to me, but being her boss would have made her hesitant to have a relationship with me. So, this morning, when she was bringing me coffee, I removed that inhibition, and she agreed to a date, quite enthusiastically. In fact, I have to get ready for said date. I'm supposed to be picking her up soon. Quote. Time skip. Day 21. And it is a good day indeed. Maxwell Lord from his bed as he sat up and his beautiful assistant lay in bed next to him, both equally naked under the sheets. The date went extremely well. I didn't have to make my assistant do anything she didn't already want. She clearly was more into me than I thought. I feel on top of the world right now. I was wrong about my powers, even the mind control. In a matter of 3 weeks, they've changed my life completely. I've achieved a great deal with these powers and I will continue to do so with them. He ended the recording as his lover stirred awake, and the two of them continued what they started last night. Time skip. Day 30. I've begun thinking about the Supergirl question. The question being that is she really helping anything? She may protect National City, but what is she protecting us from? Aliens that don't belong here. Metahumans that have a grudge against her and hurt people because they want to hurt her. She may protect National City, or claim to, but she is part of the problem. And the world continues to burn. Global warming melting the ice caps, the oceans being polluted by humanity's greed. These are problems she could help with, but chooses not to. Time skip. Day 35. Or maybe, it's not Supergirl's fault. It's just all aliens and metahumans in general. She's so focused on the metahumans and alien problem, that she fails to see there are actual problems in the world that she and Super M and should help with, but choose not to. Time skip. Day 40. I have to ask myself this. How much harm does Supergirl actually bring about? How many crazed psychopaths spin plots just to entangle or destroy her? I'm guilty of this too, going through these elaborate schemes to come up with a way to destroy her myself. It pains me. So much promise, so much power, and it seems to go wrong. Time skip. Day 50. I've made my decision. And I have taken it upon myself to fix this. Supergirl is too distracted to protect us, so I will take her distractions away and force her to be a better hero. But first, I must tear her down so she can be built back up. And if I have to mind control her to make her see the truth, then so be it. Time skip. Day 60. Mind-controlling Kara is more difficult than I thought. Her mind is more complex than a human's. I won't be able to control her on the first try, which will be critical to the success of any plan that I owned or take to rid the world of aliens and metahumans. That I convinced the landlord in the apartment next to hers to give me that room. I have set up equipment in that apartment so I can use my powers on her from afar and begin working on her while she sleeps. It will take some time, but nothing ventured, nothing gained. Time skip. Day 75. It took some time, but I finally understand how the Kryptonian brain is different from a human. And I have implanted some mental commands in Supergirl's head, all without her or her sister even being aware. Once the plan is ready, she will act as I need her to. Time skip. Day 90. I have discovered what Cadmus is up to. They want to wipe out all the aliens. It was child's play to hack into Their servers and discover Their plan. This is good though. They want the same thing I want, but for different reasons. This Medusa virus that Kara's father made seems like the perfect weapon to wipe out the aliens and metahumans all over the world, once a few tweaks are made so it can't hurt any ordinary humans, and myself, of course. I'm going to extend an offer they can't refuse. Soon, all aliens and metahumans aside from myself will be wiped out, and then, we will get started on making Supergirl do a better job of fixing the problems that need fixed in this world. It's only a matter of time now. Flashback end. Lord was brought out of his trip down memory lane when the doorbell rang. He got up and opened the door to see Supergirl standing there. "Welcome, Supergirl. Come on in. We have work to do," Lord said as Kara walked in robotically, Lord having a dark smirk as he closed the door behind him. A few hours later, Kara regained consciousness. She looked around, not recognizing where she was, before realizing she wasn't wearing what she had worn when she last remembered anything. Looking at her body, she realized she was wearing her Kryptonian military garb. But she hadn't worn this since the red kryptonite incident. What was she doing, wearing this? And better question, how had she gotten into this garb and why couldn't she remember anything? "Good, you're awake," Kara heard, going still as she turned her head towards where the voice originated, recognizing Maxwell Lord as he stepped out of the shadows. "Lord, what is this? Where am I?" Kara demanded of him. "Well, Supergirl, you are at my house. Now, how you got here is another story." Lord trailed off ominously, concerning Kara with how he was speaking. "Lord, what happened to you after Myriad?" she asked. "Well, Supergirl, after you gave me the Omega Hadron, I started to play around with it, experiment with it. After playing around with it some, and by complete accident, I discovered that I had the ability to control minds," he revealed, to Supergirl's shock, her mind jumping to conclusions that that was what he did to her, as well as how she got here and why she couldn't remember anything. He made her forget all of it. "No, that's impossible. Kryptonians can't be mind-controlled," Kara said, remembering what Jajan had told her. "Yes, that was a bit of a problem at first. It took a little bit to control your mind, given that Kryptonians have far more complex minds than an ordinary human. But eventually, I was able to understand your mind and find a way to control you. After all, I have telepathy and from that, stems my mind control, so I know that currently you're thinking and commanding your body to use your super strength and push me up against the wall and demand answers but sub-EC. Honestly, your mind refuses to obey," Lord explained, to her shock, because that was exactly what she was thinking and trying to do right now. "Of course, it's not perfect. I can't just sift through your mind freely like the Martian can. It has to be thoughts you are presently thinking, but in time, I'll fix that. But how? I haven't seen you since Myriad. When would you have had time to even start trying to control me, if what you say is true and it took you much longer to control me? Kara demanded, as that part of all of this did not make any sense. She also did her best to stay focused on Lord, and not think about Naruto or anyone saving her. Her one saving grace might be that Lord didn't seem to know of Naruto. At least, she hoped that was still the case. Lord may have already made her tell him about Naruto, but she had to pray that wasn't the case. Well, that's just it. I bought the apartment next to yours. You probably thought that you knew who was living there, but the people in the apartment are my SLA. Vase, mind controlled to ignore what's going on. Meanwhile, I set up equipment that would allow me to use my powers on you from afar, so you would never guess that while you slept, I was slowly scanning your mind, understanding how it works, and figuring out how I would have to relax those natural defenses you have in order to control you. He explained. What do you want from me, Lord? Kara demanded. Well, Supergirl, I want you to be a better hero. Lord said, confusing her. What? She asked in confusion. That didn't make any sense, given what he had just admitted to doing. Yes, Supergirl, you see, I always thought you could do better. Both you and Superman. The world has actual problems that need solved. Global warming, melting the ice caps and raising the sea levels, oceans polluted with plastics and oil spills and the like, deforestation by governments which contributes to global warming, wars that don't need to be fought by greedy governments, etc. These are actual problems that need solved, and yet, all you do is focus on national cities' problems. The aliens, the metahumans, the day-to-day stuff to earn the applause of the people around you, all the while ignoring the real problems. Lord explained, getting almost angry as he explained. And soon you will understand that. Lord grabbed something from one of his work benches. What are you doing? Kara asked, seeing the device that he was prepping in his hands. What? This? Well, to start with, I need a sample of your blood. Lord said, I'm invulnerable, Maxie. You won't be able to get a sample of my blood. Kara taunted him. She didn't feel confident though. He already knew so much about her, but she had to try and throw him off. Get him to make a mistake. Yes, I'm fully aware of that pesky invulnerability of yours. That's what this device is for. You see, this device will force you to use your heat vision, and quickly force you to drain most if not a LL of your solar energy reserves. You might be wondering how I know how your powers work. I remember the day about a year ago where you were missing. After I gained my powers, I started hacking into the government and noticed that you had fought one of Sam Lane's robots. Turns out you had used a lot your solar energy through your heat vision to destroy the red tornado in a fit of rage and anger. After the Deo scanned you, they realized you had emptied most of your natural reserves of solar energy doing this, which led me to surmise that the fastest way to get you to use up your solar energy reserves, and therefore, temporarily relieve you of your invulnerability, was to force you to empty them via heat vision expenditure. Maxwell explained to her horror, as he did know how her powers worked. What do you need my blood for? Kara demanded of him. Him wanting her blood couldn't mean anything good. Let's just file that under the "you've got bigger things to worry about" category, Lord said, as he approached her. Lord, stop. Let me go. You don't have to do this. Kara pleaded with him, hoping there was still some good left in the man she once knew. You don't have to worry, Kara. Maxwell Lord said as he put his hand on her shoulder, almost comfortingly. I don't want to kill you or hurt you. I want you to be a better hero. Together, the both of us are going to save the world together. For a moment, Kara almost believed him. Almost. Then his tone grew dark, but before that, you're going to help me kill a lot of people. Starting with all the aliens and metahumans on this planet. I'll never help you murder all the aliens and metahumans in the world, Kara declared with a snarl, defiant despite utterly powerless. In the face of his mental control over her. You won't have a choice, because once I'm done with the sample of your blood, I'm going to control you for the rest of your life. You will do my bidding and help me save this world. Though I will have to tear you down and build you back up the right way first. Now then, let's get this attached and start the draining process." The device was put on Kara's head, and Kara didn't really have a choice, as subconsciously, Lord had given her mental commands to follow his orders to the letter, even if her subconsciousness was her own and not being controlled by him. She had no choice as she started using her heat vision on the device around her head, starting the process of emptying her solar reserves so that Maxwell Lord could continue his sinister plan of making her a better hero, by making her his slave. Deo. At the same time, Naruto had been in a bit of a funk ever since Kara left him alone in the park last night. Telling him that she needed space had been the thing that he had hoped she wouldn't say. He knew telling her all about his past was a risky move. There was a chance though, that she might be able to look past the mistake that he had made, or rather his failures toward the end of the Shinobi World War, and see that deep down, he was still a good man that was forced to make several impossible, no-win decisions. If he were being honest with himself, Naruto thought that what really made Kara decide she needed space was not killing his friend, or rather former friend, or even accidentally killing his old sensei and his other teammate. What really had got to Kara was the fact that he had known that his attempt to remove chakra from humanity, although successful, would result in some of the human population dying as a result. He had known this, and still, he had pressed on with his plan, believing that the only way to make it so the next war that humanity fought would not be so destructive and they would stop fighting world wars, was to take chakra away from humanity. His reasoning was sound. After all, the easiest thing that humanity knew how to do was fight and kill itself. The world he was living on now was full of history of humans killing each other for power, for greed, for territory, whatever the reason. One would only need to look at the case of World War I, where old alliances dragged the European continent into a war that escalated well beyond what any of them thought was possible. Naruto compared his decision to take chakra away to taking away the nukes from humanity. Because the way he saw it, humanity having chakra would eventually lead to their mutually assured destruction. And while he had to quell the war and chaos that soon erupted after he had taken chakra away from humanity and left it so only he had it, he still knew they would fight. It was just a reality that he had to accept at this point. Still, maybe he should not have told her about chakra. He sincerely doubted she could do anything about it. He hadn't explained how it worked, just that it existed, so without a deep understanding of it, the Deo wouldn't be able to do anything about it. He had promised to answer her questions and he had been honest with her. Lying would do him no good. She would be able to tell when he was lying if his heartbeat fluctuated. And he wouldn't have lied to her anyway. He had given his word and he wanted her trust, more than anyone else's. Naruto sighed as he got up for the morning. He could either lay in bed all day sulking about the girl he liked clearly wanting nothing to do with him, or he could go and get some shit down. He had the next 3 days off, so he decided to go out into the city and take his mind off Kara. He had gotten his new apartment finally, and was going to move his stuff from the Deo Inn. The apartment was about 5 city blocks down from where Kara was. He moved what few things he had from the Deo into the apartment. Mostly just clothes, a laptop which he had already removed all the garbage the Deo put on there was slowing it down and letting them spy on him, and books. Naruto looked around the apartment, taking note of a 3-person couch, a TV stand, a wood table with 4 chairs, a coat hanger, a doormat, and in the bedroom, a king-sized bed with a couple layers of sheets and 2 pillows. He had bought most of this stuff yesterday after his talk with Kara. That fridge could use some food, he thought as he looked in the fridge. Naruto went to a local grocery store and got a lot of food for the fridge. Putting it away, Naruto looked at his phone and saw no messages from Kara. He sighed. It was a slim hope that she would get over it within a day, but he had still hoped. Maxwell's house. Meanwhile, at Maxwell Lord's house, Kara had just finished draining herself of solar energy as her heat vision beams fizzled out. "Ah, good. About time you finished," Maxwell said as he took the device off her head and set it down. Pulling a syringe out, he uncapped it and stabbed it into her arm, causing Kara to groan as he filled it with her blood. "So, you got what you wanted. Now what? Want to try and fail to make more of me?" Kara taunted, hoping he might explain what he wanted her blood for anyway. "I have no interest in making more of you," Maxwell said as a masked man walked into the room. Maxwell had no interest in trying to create another Bizarro clone. Kryptonian DNA was impossible to completely decipher with current levels of medical tech, and trying to fill the missing gaps would lead to less than adequate results. And besides, why waste time on a clone, when he could already control the real deal? "Deliver this to Cadmus at this address," Lord said to the man as he placed the syringe in a briefcase along with a written address, and the man nodded and left. "Cadmus, you're working for them." Kara feared the implications here. Lord knew her secret identity, so obviously, Kara was afraid he had told them her secret. "Working for them? No, they work for me now. I met with their leader some time ago, and immediately enslaved her with my mind control the second she was in my line of sight. They have the right idea but are misguided. They need direction. My direction," Lord explained as he pulled out some kind of weapon. Kara was not sure how to feel about what he said. On one hand, Cadmus didn't know her secret, thank Rao for that. On the other hand, now Lord was basically controlling them like puppets, which might make them even more dangerous. She was brought out of her thoughts when he shot her with a ray of red light. It didn't hurt or leave a mark, which made her incredibly suspicious. "What was that? What did you hit me with?" Kara asked in fear. "Oh, nothing much. Just a concentrated shot of red kryptonite. Radiation," Lord said almost gleefully, and Kara wanted to cover her mouth in horror. "It took you several days to go mad after just a brief exposure to its radiation. Imagine what a concentrated shot of the stuff might do." Kara could imagine it, and that was why she was so terrified right now. "You'll need to refill your reserves and be at full strength before you are ready for the next phase of my plan. It's nothing personal, Kara, but Cadmus isn't the stealthiest organization that ever lived. They want to be out in the open too much, and I don't have the patience or the ability to mind control everyone into doing what they're told yet. And I need a distraction for the Deo and populace so they can work in the background. A return on power-mad Supergirl ought to do the trick," Max said as he let her out of her restraints, knowing that with his mind control, she couldn't do anything he didn't want her to do. "Now, it's noon right now. I'll release you tomorrow night. Go stand on the roof and get yourself recharged," Lord ordered, and Kara could only obey, as she prayed somebody could help her while she tried to figure out if there was anything she could do. "Somebody, please help me," Kara pleaded mentally, as Maxwell's commands prevented her from doing anything. Naruto. Next day, Naruto let out a sigh as he turned off the TV. He had spent the first morning of owning his new apartment goofing around on the internet, just reading and learning stuff in He had switched it up to watch some TV, but quickly grew bored with that. With that in mind, he grabbed his coat and walked out the door, ready to go out and meet some people. "Naruto, what a surprise," Naruto heard as he walked out of the apartment. Turning towards where the sound came from, he was surprised to see who it was. "Lena," Naruto asked, seeing the Luthor heiress in front of him. "Well, this is a surprise. I didn't expect to run into you." Quote, "Neither did I. Is this where you live?" she asked. "It is now, just moved in today. Was just about to go explore the local joints," Naruto said, wondering if she really did just run into him by accident or if it was one of those accidents where the girl pretended it was a surprise and meant to run into him. Hey, he might not be very skilled in the girls' department, but he was smart enough to no bullshit when he heard it. "I happen to know this one place a block down the road. If you're interested," she offered. Naruto shrugged and said, "I am now." And with that, the two walked to the restaurant. The two were currently enjoying their food and discussing various things, sort of like how their first meeting had went. Although, Naruto got the distinct feeling that Lena had a different view to this supposedly casual dinner and actually was treating it more like a first date. Was she interested in him romantically? Naruto filed that away for later as his phone rang. Looking at his phone, Naruto noticed it was Alex Danvers calling him, causing him to narrow his eyebrows. Her number was one of several Deo numbers that had been in his phone when the Deo gave it to him. Now, he had gone in and removed all the tracking software in it, because he was very tech-savvy thanks to his time on Daxam and figuring out how to get in the phone and alter it was easy enough. And he had been tempted to remove those numbers but didn't. Still, if she was calling him, and considering what happened last time she had called him. Naruto looked apologetically at Lena. "Sorry, I gotta take this." Naruto apologized as he answered the phone. "What?" Quote, "Where are you right now?" Alex asked. "I'm at a bar close to my new apartment, having a drink with a friend." Naruto said. "When did you last see Kara?" Alex asked. "I haven't seen her since 2 days ago." "Why?" Naruto asked, wondering what this was about. Why would she be asking about Kara? Those two sisters were thick as thieves. She should at least have a general idea of what her sister is doing during the day. "James told me that she didn't show up for work the last 2 days." Alex said. "Did she tell you where she was?" "No, she didn't. Look, she and I aren't exactly talking right now. After our talk, she said she wanted space, so I'm gonna give her space." Naruto said, before his own train of thought started going off in another direction. Although she loves being a reporter, it was her dream job. "Can't believe she'd actually miss work over our talk." Naruto pinpointed Kara's heartbeat, given that he had memorized it by now. Once he found her, he turned his emotion sensing back on and his eyes widened in shock with what he felt, almost dropping the phone. Instead of the warm emotions he had come to expect from her, or even a twinge of sadness, all he felt was malice, burning anger and rage. Something is not right. That's Kara, but it doesn't feel like her. Something is very wrong here. Naruto realized. "Stay where you are. You're closer to her right now. I'll meet up with you and we'll get her out of this mess she's in." Naruto said as he shut off his phone and looked to Lena. "Sorry, I have to go. A friend of mine got herself into some trouble and I need to help her out." "Never had a chance with him, did I?" Lena pondered to herself, suspecting the friend he was talking about. He's completely enamored with Kara Danvers. Single quote. "You'd drop everything to go help someone in need." Lena pondered. "It's someone I care about. And it's the right thing to do." Naruto said as he grabbed his coat. Kara Danvers better not wait too long to discover what a good man she has in her corner, Lena thought to herself as he said goodbye. After paying for their drinks and food and walked out of the bar. "Because I certainly see it and wouldn't hesitate to snatch up someone like him." Naruto quickly made himself scarce and flew to where Alex was, landing in the alley she was in. "We need to find her," Alex said. "I already found her. I'll take you there now. Grab onto me," Naruto said as he grabbed her waist and she grabbed his shoulder and flew them pretty close to where Kara was, which was another alley. Looking at Kara, she was dressed differently, wearing a full-body Kryptonian military garb with the House L emblem over her left breast, and she was beating 2 criminals bloody. Like really bloody, she had blood on her hands. She held the one she had been beating to a pulp aloft and it looked like her eyes were channeling heat vision, ready to burn him to crisp. "Kara," Naruto shouted, getting her attention as she turned to both of them. She had heat vision shining in her eyes. Naruto also saw the red glow under her skin. "Alex." "Naruto. So good of you to come and see me," Kara said maliciously as she dropped the guy she had been previously wailing on. "What's that red glow under her skin?" Naruto wondered out loud. Alex didn't see it at first, but when Kara threw the guy she was holding down, Alex finally saw the glow under her skin. "Oh no. What is it?" Quote. Naruto asked as Kara stalked toward them. It saves me the trouble of having to track you down, Kara said with a raised voice as her steps became flying through the air. She's been infected with red kryptonite, Alex said as Kara punched at Naruto's face. Naruto caught her fist before he threw her down to the ground, keeping her arm behind her back and keeping her pinned down. You wanna tell me what that is? ? Naruto shouted, as he held her down. Getting rough with me already, Naruto? Kara asked as she looked back at him, equal amounts of madness, wrath, and a small amount of lust clearly showing in her eyes. At least wait until after the first date before we get to the fun stuff. She tried to break free and throw him off, but Naruto was stronger and held her down, pushing her further into the asphalt. Short answer. It removes her inhibitions, magnifies all of her bad traits, and turns her into a corrupt version of herself. Alex said. How'd you stop her last time? Naruto asked in grunt and as he tried to keep her in check. What's wrong, Nar? Don't like it when I'm being out and open with you, Kara shouted as threw him off her and slammed him into the side of one of the buildings, grabbing his arms and pinning him there. I thought you would have liked that, Kara whispered as she bit on his ear lobe, before trying to kiss him, only missing his lips because Naruto moved his head to the side, her lips touching his cheek instead. Of course I would, but you're clearly not yourself. I'm not gonna take advantage of you while you are not in control of your own actions, Naruto thought as he threw her off by headbutting her, causing her to groan, and he pinned her against the other building. We had gun that purged it from her system, but it's back at the Deo, Alex exclaimed as it would take her forever to get the weapon from the Deo. This gun, you saying when you shot her with it, it undid the effects of this kryptonite? Naruto asked and Alex nodded. So, this red kryptonite behaves like a sickness in the body, with whatever energy this gun produced acting like a vaccine. Maybe I can remove it from her with a seal. Naruto's free hand flashed through several hand seals before stopping on the tiger seal. Illness purging seal, Naruto said as he placed his hand on the back of her neck, a kanji appearing. Kara thrashed and shouted and tried to break free from Naruto, but he held her firm and soon, a red cloud OZED out of her body, rising into the air. Once the smoke was gone, Naruto stepped away from Kara carefully, backing up so he was in front of Alex, ready to protect her in case this didn't work. Kara stood on her feet, confused and not understanding what was going on. What? How did I get here? Kara asked, before looking at herself, starting to panic. And why am I dressed in this again? Oh wow, did I? She asked when she remembered what had happened last time and immediately jumped to the conclusion that she hurt someone. No, aside from those two crooks right there, you haven't hurt anyone and nobody knows you're here. Far as I can tell, Naruto said as he created two shadow clones earlier during his tussle with her and had them turn invisible. They were currently implanting false memories of the event, so they wouldn't remember what happened. They destroyed the phones as well, making sure there was no evidence of what happened. Kara, what happened? What's the last thing you remember? Alex asked. I don't know, Kara said as she struggled to think about what happened. The last thing I remember was my talk with Naruto. I went back to my apartment and set my stuff down on the counter. I was gonna lay down but then my phone rang. I don't remember anything after that. Kara was trying desperately to let them know that it was Maxwell Lord that did this, but the words wouldn't form in her throat. Lord must have done something to make it so she couldn't speak the words and rat him out. She'd have to find some way to get the message across to Alex and Naruto. Alex looked at Naruto with a concerned look, worried about whoever had done this to Kara and what they wanted. Naruto was concerned about it as well, but right now, Naruto was more worried about Kara. Kara felt emotionally and mentally drained as she struggled to tell them the truth, struggling against Maxwell Lord's mental commands, stumbling forward and lost her balance. Naruto, seeing this, caught her as she fell forward, her body falling into his strong arms. You're okay. You're safe, Kara, Naruto whispered, even though he didn't believe it. Whoever did this to her was still out there and he knew how to get Kara. He would hunt them down and punish them for hurting her. Kara, for her part, knew she told Naruto she needed space to sort out her feelings for him and the conflicts she had with him now that she knew more about him, but decided to forego all of that for the moment. It felt nice to be wrapped up in his powerful, strong arms built through years of training and battle. It felt nice to be vulnerable and weak for a moment, and know she was still safe and protected. Eventually though, after a moment, Naruto pulled away, knowing that they couldn't stay out here in the open. Someone might see Kara, and they couldn't allow that. Come on, let's get you home. With Lord. 10 minutes later, Maxwell Lord was sifting through the local news media, looking for any signs of Supergirl causing mass mayhem. Seeing nothing, and knowing that the people he had sent to her location should have found her and started live streaming her Red Kryptonite episode to the internet, but they hadn't reported in yet. He figured Alex or the Martian must have rescued her. They did have a way to undo the Red Kryptonite infection, after all. He gave them the technology back when he was still an ordinary human. He turned on his computer and switched the display to a camera, seeing a live feed of Kara's apartment, just as Naruto, Kara and Alex walked into the door. Wonder who that is? Lord said, not familiar with this new face who apparently knew Supergirl's secret, then realizing that with what he planned, it didn't matter. Too bad you had to go and get yourself rescued, Kara Danvers. Maxwell Lord said as he walked over to his desk after seeing that. Cadmus had reached the location for the Fortress of Solitude. Time for Plan B, then. With that, he pulled out some kind of microphone, and began turning it on. Kara's apartment. If you need anything, I'm just a call away. Naruto said to her and Kara nodded, so with that, knowing he was not welcome at this time, he closed the door to her apartment behind him. He sighed in frustration as he did. Just because he wasn't welcome in her apartment, didn't mean he wouldn't be sticking around to make sure she would be okay tonight. I'll stay with you tonight, Alex said to her sister, her voice stern, not willing to take no for an answer. Her sister needed her support right now. Okay, I'll just change out this, Kara said as she turned to go to her room, and Alex nodded, knowing it's been a trying day for her and Kara needed a moment to herself. Kara walked into her bedroom to change and closed the door behind her, sighing after a very stressful day. She slid against the door, slipping down until she was sitting on the ground, wanting so badly to cry right now due to her free will being ripped from her, but finding herself unable to. Had Lord taken even that from her? Suddenly, her ears started buzzing as she heard a piercing sound. She groaned as she covered her ears, but she could not block the sound out. In the stairway, Naruto groaned as he heard the sound as well. Supergirl, good. With the soundproofing I installed in the apartment building, you are the only one in that building who can hear this. Came Maxwell's Lord, causing her to shudder and Naruto to become concerned. Lord, Kara growled in anger at the man who was controlling her. I don't know how you managed to undo the effects of the Red Kryptonite, Supergirl, but it matters little. You will go mad and destroy everything you care about. Luckily, I was smart enough to implant mental commands so that you couldn't reveal what happened to you earlier. Lord said, you won't get away with this, Lord. Kara growled, I already have, Kara Danvers. Lord said, no one will ever learn of my control over you, because everyone will be too busy trying to stop you from killing them. I was going to let you destroy yourself gracefully with the Red Kryptonite, but you just had to go and get yourself cured of that. Now, I shall make you into a feral animal, incapable of any thought except killing and destroying everything in your sight. Starting with your adoptive sister. And no, please, don't make me do this. Kara tried to exclaim, but she couldn't even shout because Lord was controlling her from a distance, preventing her from warning Alex. I've got to get back up there, Naruto thought as he was on the bottom floor and rushed back up the stairs. Go mad. Murder every single living thing that crosses your path, Supergirl. Black Sun. Lord spoke, and with that, Kara's true self was forced firmly into the back seat of her mind as her body on the outside became feral. Kara's body burst through the door to her room, breaking it to pieces in the process. Alex covered her eyes as debris flew by her. She looked in Kara's direction, stunned that her sister had done that. "Kara," Alex asked, wondering if she was okay. Kara turned to her, a feral snarl escaping her throat, and flew as Alex faster than her eye could see. Kara flew at Alex, her arm cocked back. Alex, despite her shock at Kara's attitude, was a trained professional and realized her life was in danger and tried to dodge, but Kara, due to her being mind-controlled, was not holding back and flew at a speed Alex couldn't track. Her fist was on a collision course with Alex's face, and if it connected, Alex's head would be turned into red paste. At the same time Kara was flying toward Alex, a voice was heard off to Alex's side. "Get down," Alex heard as she found herself being pushed toward the ground, her face only just dodging Kara's fist by an inch. Kara's fist then connected with her sink, breaking the counter and sink in two. As she collected herself, she found Naruto on the ground next to her. The feral Kara turned to Alex and roared as she sent an erratic blast of heat vision at Alex. Again, Alex was saved only by the skin of her teeth as Naruto moved at a speed her human eyes couldn't track, the heat vision beam slamming into him and exploding. He was burned slightly, but otherwise fine. The kitchen was burning though, and some of the heat vision had hit Kara's clothes rack, setting them on fire as well. "Kara, get a hold of yourself," Naruto shouted, as he flashed in behind her and locked one arm behind her back and held the other one with his hand. "What's wrong with her now?" Alex asked. "She's being mind-controlled," Naruto said as Kara smashed the back of her head into his face and smashed them through her refrigerator. "How?" Alex demanded, and Kara looked like she was gonna use her heat vision on Alex again. Naruto slapped his hand over her eyes and his hand took the full brunt of her heat vision, though the close proximity of her heat vision caused her to burn her own eyes, giving Alex and Naruto a small reprieve as Kara rubbed her eyes while they healed. "No time to explain. Call the Deo and tell them to lock down. I'm getting her out of the city before this gets further out of hand," Naruto exclaimed before he grabbed Kara and disappeared in a yellow flash before Alex could say anything. Alex looked around, noting the amount of damage the fight had done to Kara's apartment. Kara wouldn't be happy when she came out of it, assuming she came out of it. She got the fire extinguisher out and put the fires out before calling the Deo. Desert outside of National City. In the desert outside of National City, the two aliens reappeared in a yellow flash, tossing Kara to the ground. There was no life for miles around and now, Naruto could fight her without holding back. Or rather stall until he found whoever had done this and undid it. "Shadow clone jutsu," Naruto said as he created 100 clones. "Find whoever that was that gave those commands to Kara. She mentioned something about Lord. Find him and bring him to me, alive." The clones obeyed and flew away to carry out the original's will. Kara pulled herself to her feet, snarling at him. "Well Kara, this is not how I wanted to start our training out here, but this will have to do." Quote, Naruto said as entered a fighting stance and motioned for her to come at him. Kara flew at him, throwing punch after punch. Naruto expertly dodged and weaved through her blows. When Kara overextended herself, Naruto attacked, punching her in the jaw with a powerful blow that sent her flying into the ground breaking as she hit it. She groaned, the unusual experience of feeling pain permeating through her. The last time she had felt actual pain was with her battles with Metallo. She flew at him, trying to take him by surprise. He weaved around her before grabbing her by the ankle and smashing her into the ground. Naruto picked her up and threw her through the air, smashing her through a large rock. Kara groaned before Naruto dropped in front of her, the earth shaking at his hard landing. Screaming in anger, the female Kryptonian flew towards him with a surge, moving faster than he anticipated, before punching him several times, sending him crashing into the ground. Used to pain from his training and vast experience, Naruto quickly recovered and hopped to his feet. Kara flew at him and punched him, but Naruto caught her fist with his one hand, the impact of their hands colliding causing a sonic boom that sent dust flying everywhere. She tried to punch him again, but Naruto caught her fist again, creating another sonic boom and sending more dust everywhere. Naruto held her there, using his superior strength to crack her bones and keep her focused on him. Seeing her cry out in pain, he almost let up. Almost, since he was only being on the planet that he knew of besides Martian Manhunter and Superman that could stop her. Kara's eyes glowed, her feral rage plain to see, and Naruto's eyes glowed in kind, before both unleashed their heat vision against Aya. See each other, the beams colliding and clashing for a moment before the point where the two met exploded outwards, sending them skidding back. Naruto shook his head clear and dodged a haymaker from Kara before quickly creating a one-handed Rasengan and slamming it into Kara's stomach, the attack not damaging her flesh, but tearing a hand-sized hole in her suit and sending her flying upwards into the air. Kara was sent high into the air and eventually recovered. With Maxwell, Lord was a bit annoyed right now. He had been watching the news for the last 5 minutes, hoping to see something about Kara going nuts, and still nothing. First Kara gets cured of her red kryptonite radiation, and now, despite the fact that she should be a feral animal, there has been nothing on the news yet. Lord was usually calmer than this, but he was starting to get very frustrated with the lack of progress. That does it, Lord exclaimed as he grabbed a microphone, which was connected to an earpiece that was disguised as an earring he had put on Kara earlier. Back with Kara and Naruto. A screeching was heard by Naruto and Kara, as Lord spoke, the both of them hearing Lord's words through an earpiece in Kara's left ear. What are you doing, Supergirl? I haven't seen any death and destruction yet. Whatever you are doing, stop it immediately and start destroying National City. Lord shouted into the microphone before he cut the connection off. She took her attention away from the fight as she stared back at the city, dozens of miles away. Oh no, you don't. Naruto exclaimed as he flew towards her as she flew away. He caught up with her and wrapped her in a hug, and flew them into the ground, pile driving her into the earth. She got up, trying to fly away and carry out her master's orders, only for Naruto to grab her by the cape and throw her in the opposite direction, straight into a mountain. Naruto slammed down hard right in front of her, making the earth shake. She got up and threw a punch at him, and he deflected it. Every punch and kick she threw was met with one of Naruto's own, and every time they connected, a shockwave was produced, until soon, the mountain around them was reduced to rubble. Back with Lord. Unfortunately for Maxwell, Lord, one of Naruto's clones nearby heard Lord's shouting with his Superhari. Homing in on where the sound came from, the clone first scanned the building, finding all the cameras and recording equipment that Lord had in his home, deciding to remove those first. The clone turned invisible and smashed the power lines that fed electricity to his home, before killing the backup generator that Lord had. Lord was now getting concerned. His power just went out. The backup generator did kick in for a moment, but now that seems to have gone out as well. He pulled out his phone, but before he could do anything with it, a blur smashed through the roof, grabbed him, made him drop his phone, and flew them both into the sky. Maxwell, Lord, the clone said as Maxwell finally got a look at his captor, your presence has been requested by the boss. Don't worry, your cooperation is not necessary. Quote, put me back on the ground. Maxwell shouted, trying to use his mind control. The clone relaxed his grip on Maxwell, and for a moment, Lord thought he had mind controlled his captor successfully. This notion was quickly blown out the window when Naruto's clone smashed Lord in the face with its fists, breaking his nose. Sorry, punk, I'm a clone. I actually don't have a mind to manipulate. The clone said as it created a clone of itself to immediately poof out of existence, letting the real Naruto know that Lord had been found. Now, let's be off. The clone said as he flew back to the boss with his captive in tow. With Naruto and Kara, Naruto's eyes widened for a moment as the knowledge of the clone passed through him. The momentary distraction caused Kara to successfully land a punch, sending him back a dozen meters. Naruto recovered in mid-air and dug his hands into the ground, skidding to a stop. I'm ending this, Naruto stated as he dashed in front of Kara, slamming her with his fist, sending her flying over a dozen meters, causing her to roll to a stop. "Can you hear me in there, Kara? I want you to know, this nightmare that you are suffering from will be over soon. And when you wake from it, you will still have a home here on this planet. Your adoptive sister will still be alive, and you can still be the hero that you want to be. Because I was here for you. Remember that when you come out of this. I care for you deeply and I will not let you fall. If you believe nothing else about me, then believe that," Naruto proclaimed as they both rushed at each other, their fists connecting, the force they generated so great that it broke the ground beneath them and caused dust to fly out all around them. Naruto followed it up with a punch to her face, smashing her into the ground, causing a giant spider web-like crater to form where Kara hit the ground as a cloud of dust shot up almost 100 feet into the air. Kara walked out of the dust cloud, looking for Naruto. He flipped through some hand signs and sent a giant fireball at her from above, exploding in flames around her. It didn't hurt her, obviously, it wasn't meant to. As she was distracted, he appeared beside her and punched her hard, knocking her to the ground. Getting up, the feral Kara dodged a punch from Naruto and tried to uppercut him, but Naruto swatted her fist away and punched her in quick succession with 2 punches, causing her to skid back. Naruto didn't let up, dashing in front of her as she pulled herself back up, punching her in the face and then uppercutting her so hard that she was sent flying straight upward. Naruto then teleported behind her in a yellow flash and slammed his 2 hands down onto her back, sending her crashing back into the ground, kicking up dust and dirt. Naruto teleported back to the ground near her, creating several shadow clones. Those clones slammed their hands onto the ground, exclaiming loudly, "Adamantine sealing chains!" Golden spiked chains made of their chakra rose out of the ground around Kara, wrapping around her legs, arms, and waist. The feral Kara tried to break the chains, but her strength was useless, as Naruto could seal away her physical strength with the chains, making her as weak a human. The real Naruto slowly stood up once he saw that the chains were holding her there. At that moment, the clone landed with Maxwell Lord, throwing the bastard to the ground. "I found him, boss," the clone said. "Good job, now dispel. I'll handle it from here," Naruto said, the clone nodding and disappearing in a puff of smoke. Maxwell Lord picked himself up and looked at Naruto, noting he was the same person from Kara's apartment. "I don't know who you are, but I won't let you ruin my plans for Supergirl. Bow down and serve me," Lord said, using every ounce of mind control he had to try to make Naruto subservient to him. It hadn't worked on the clone, but this was obviously the original creator of the clone, so Lord figured he should be able to affect this man. Lord thought Naruto was a human with special powers, so he shouldn't have to try too hard. Naruto looked at him funny, before punching Lord in the face, making the man shout in pain as he broke his nose, before summoning more adamantine sealing chains to be Lord and hold him hostage, nullifying his ability to mind control other people, just to be safe. "Did your interaction with my clone not teach you anything, fool? My clones don't have living brains to control, and I've long protected myself from outside mental influence," Naruto said, as he had developed countermeasures against mental control after freeing Kurama. He currently had a sealing array painted on his skin that would knock him out of whatever mental control he was under if someone was mentally influencing him. "All right, start talking. Who are you and what did you do to Kara?" "I'm not talking," Lord said. "Wrong answer." Naruto created 2 clones and they forced his mouth open and held his tongue out. Naruto touched Lord's tongue and applied a seal to it. He made a brief hand sign, the kanji on Lord's tongue glowing for a moment before returning to its usual black color. "Let's try this again. Who are you?" Naruto started. "My name is Maxwell Lord," Lord said, to his own surprise, as he was actively resisting telling the truth, but the words came out of his mouth freely. Curious, Lord thought, and concerning. "What is it that you do for a living?" Naruto asked. He already knew, but he needed to establish a baseline to make sure the seal was working. I'm a CEO of a large tech company, worth billions of dollars, Lord said before he asked it up with a question of his own. Now, I have a question for you. Why am I telling you all of this when I'm trying everything not to? Quote, that seal I put on your tongue is called the truth-bearing seal. It will force the truth from your lips, and you can't resist it. Now, what did you do to Kara? Naruto demanded. I've mind-controlled her. I was going to make her a better hero, Lord started but Naruto interrupted him. By mind-controlling her into murdering a whole lot of innocent people. Doesn't seem like an effective plan, since she would lose all her goodwill and not be accepted by the general public anymore. She wouldn't be a hero anymore, at least in the public's eyes. Naruto pointed out, that was only the first step. Once she had killed some people, all of the aliens and metahumans aside from myself and her were dead, and she destroyed her goodwill her at home, I would come out a week or two later. And publicly announce that I have cured of her condition and we would be working more closely to help the world, as she publicly atones for her sins by saving the whole world, not just one city. Though no one would know that she is completely under my mental domination. Lord said, why go through all this trouble to make her kill innocent people? What's your end goal? Naruto wondered. Let me answer that by asking another question. Does Supergirl really help anything? She may protect National City, but what is she protecting the city from? Aliens that don't belong here. Metahumans that have a grudge against her and hurt people because they want to hurt her. She may protect National City, or claim to, but she is part of the problem. And the world continues to burn. Global warming melting the ice caps, the oceans being polluted by humanity's greed. These are problems she could help with, but chooses not to. Maxwell Lord said, revealing to Naruto what he had told Supergirl previously. Great, so you're one of those climate alarmists that think the climate is going to change irrevocably in 30 years, then. Naruto groaned, as it was starting to sound like Maxwell was some climate alarmist that thinks that humans were killing the planet. He knew better. Until humanity starts trying to tap the Earth's core for resources, they weren't actually killing the planet. Just damaging it. Trust me pal, you humans aren't killing the planet until you start tapping the planet's core for resources. What damage you do up here on the surface can be fixed, it just takes a while. You were wrong, but that's beside the point. Anyway, where was I? Oh yes, Supergirl doesn't get all the blame. It's just all aliens and metahumans in general. She's so focused on the metahumans and alien problem, that she fails to see there are actual problems in the world that she and Superman should help with, but choose not to. I decided I needed to remove her distractions so she could help with the real problems. In doing so, she would be a better hero. Lord said, while he slowly used his telepathy on himself, since he couldn't use it on Naruto and Kara right now, closing his eyes for a moment. So, the next piece of your big plan was to kill all the aliens and the metahumans somehow, I gather. I'm guessing you have that Cadmus organization mind-controlled as well. What's their plan? Naruto said, as Lord opened his eyes again. I don't know, Lord said, confusing and concerning Naruto. What do you mean, you don't know? You're controlling them, surely you have some idea of what they are up to. Naruto pointed out, I did know their plan up until a few seconds ago. You may have made it so I can't use my powers on you and Supergirl, but I found out a moment ago I could still use it on myself. So just now, I made myself forget their plan. Lord said, as he had planned ahead for this. Naruto scoffed, angry for not anticipating that. Seeing he wasn't gonna get any more out of Lord on that front, he tightened the chains on Lord, and made it so he couldn't use his powers at all. Lovely, so, back to Supergirl, what is it that you believe she can help with exactly? She's a smart woman, for sure, and super strong, but what can she really help with? Naruto wondered. He got the impression that Kara was not all too interested in using advanced tech to help the planet, maybe Beck. She didn't know how or didn't think it would help much if at all. Probably the latter. In Naruto's mind, her ability to help was never part of the equation. Once our partnership was secured, I would be the one developing the technology to clean up the world, and she would deploy it. Lord said. Technically, he also would have used his unrestricted access to the Fortress of Solitude through her to get the technology to clean up the world, but he had removed that part of the plan from his mind as well. And let's say you do clean up the environment, clean up the ocean, reduce emissions down to zero. What then? Naruto asked. Kara would make sure that no one else would pollute the environment ever again. Lord said. There were plenty of governments polluting the environment, after all. Kara would be used to either keep them in line, or destroy them utterly. Delusional much, aren't you? Naruto pointed out, as it was completely deluded, what he wanted. He would have destroyed the way the world worked, just to make his crazy plan come to fruition, a plan that may not even work. It's not like the planet had not historically gone through periods of extreme cold and warmth before. His plan was purely speculative. Sure, humanity probably could do better, and would when a better option presented itself, but that option didn't exist yet. But Lord didn't care. All he cared about was what he wanted, not how his stupid plan would ruin billions of lives, just so he feel better about himself, about protecting the environment. It was never about helping the world. You just wanted to remake it in your image, make it run the way you thought it should, and you were gonna use Supergirl to do it. She would have been a slave, your super-powered slave, and enforcer to carry out your will and impose it on the world. You would have tried to basically control the world from the shadows, and then in the light, once it became obvious to everyone that Supergirl was following your lead. You would have destroyed all the world's technology so they couldn't pollute the world anymore, sending the world back to the Stone Age, making it so they could never fight back against whatever twisted scheme you came up with next. Naruto figured that out from Maxwell Lord saying that no one would pollute the environment ever again. You can see my brilliance after all, Lord said, as Naruto had figured out his plan, at least as far as Maxwell Lord had thought ahead of. He didn't actually know what he would do when he got to that point, but he'd figure it out when he got there. More like sheer madness. Is there any contingency plans you have? Naruto asked. 1. There is a transmitter connected to my heartbeat. If I die, I'm taking Supergirl down with me. The moment my heartbeat stops, it will send out a signal that will upload all of Supergirl's personal information to the internet. Her personal life, her identity, all of it. Lord revealed. Where is this information stored at? Naruto asked. On my personal computer at my house. That is the only place I have it stored currently. Lord said, and Naruto created a clone. You know what to do. Naruto said, and the clone flew off back to Lord's house. 10 minutes later, the clone returned and handed Naruto a USB disk. Well, boss, we copied everything he had and wiped his computers clean, but just to be safe, we melted all of his equipment and blew up the house. The clone said before it dispelled. Damn you, Lord growled at Naruto as his plans all fell apart right in front of him. I've heard enough out of you. Release Kara from your control. Now, Naruto demanded, his heat vision glowing in his eyes as he pocketed away the USB stick. Fine. Lord sighed as until he could get out of these chains, his powers were useless, so he let Kara go. For now. Rising Sun, Lord said, as he spoke the command phrase that would undo his control over her. Kara stopped struggling in Naruto's chains as she regained control of herself. And Naruto. Kara groaned as she looked around and saw Naruto with Lord. Good to see you again, Kara. Naruto said with a smile, happy to know she was still in there, but he knew right now that Lord could turn her back to that animal at any time. He made me watch. Turned me into a rabid animal. I saw everything I did. I almost killed Alex. Kara said, her emotions running high, and tears starting to fall from her eyes. It's over now, Kara. Naruto said, before he turned to Lord, as he was forced to answer the truth. Isn't it? No, it isn't, Lord said, making Kara turn back to him. You may think it is over, but you are wrong. You cannot keep me bound by these chains forever. And next time, she'll kill Alex, or her adoptive mother, or you. Naruto glared at him, but Lord continued. You think that I have lied to you. But I have not. I am incapable of it right now. She is mine. I will never let her go. You will, Naruto declared as he gripped Lord by the throat, lifting him high into the air. Tell me how to free her from your control. Quote, so long as I live, NRGH, she remains mine. Lord stated, and Naruto knew what he had to do. So long as Lord was alive, Kara remained his slave. So be it, Naruto said as he let Lord down onto his knees. Lord was surprised for a moment, thinking that maybe he was going to get out of this. His delusions were cured when Naruto placed his hands on either side of Lord's head, and twisted with all his might, twisting Lord's head 180 degrees and breaking his neck, killing the mind-controlling madman instantly. Naruto let the body flop onto the ground. He had wanted to do a lot more to Lord, to punish him and make him suffer for stealing Kara's free will and liberty from her, but she was already anxious around him. Best not to have her see him torture someone or beat them until their head is smashed to pieces. Naruto unsummoned the chains, dispelled the clones and let Kara go free as he knelt down and closed Lord's eyes. Kara looked at Lord's broken neck and was horrified, covering her mouth. What have you done? Kara asked, as she was of two minds about this. On one hand, Naruto had saved her life twice today. He protected her reputation, her sister's life, and Kara's free will. He had dealt with a very dangerous threat to her life and the lives of everyone she cared about. On the other hand, she was still trying to come to terms with everything she had learned about him. And now he had killed someone right in front of her. What little hesitation he did have for doing it was probably that he didn't want to be overtly brutal in front of her and had killed Lord in a more humane way. Kind of a silly question, don't you think? Naruto scoffed as he turned to her. He was a threat to you, to the life you've built here on this planet, to everything you've ever cared about. But you killed him, Kara said. She, of course, understood that as long as Lord had his powers, he could still control her, but they could have taken him to the Dao. They could have used Jajan to keep him sedated until they could have found a way to take away his powers. We could have found a way to take away his powers. We could have found a better way to deal with him than killing him. Quote, better way? Naruto questioned, stopping himself from scoffing, but his tone still portraying how ridiculous the idea of a better way was when dealing with Maxwell Lord. What's your better way, exactly? Take away his powers and turn him over to the authorities, and hope that the justice system puts him away forever or that he changes his ways. It's not our place to decide who lives and dies, Naruto, that's why we have courts for that, Kara argued. And you think they are any more qualified? A bunch of civilians that have never interacted with him, have their own feelings on the matter, or have been harmed by him, and would demand a harsher sentence. Their judgment is flawed no matter what their opinion is. Naruto argued, and by the way, Lord was a threat to you as long as he lived. You heard him. He was never going to stop, he was never going to give up until he accomplished his demented goals. Even if you took away his powers, he'd find some other way to accomplish his wicked plans for you. He was a mad dog. You don't wait for a mad dog to bite your jugular out, Kara. You put it down. Hearing Naruto argue in favor of killing Maxwell Lord, she knew she wasn't going to win this argument. He didn't want to see it her way. Or maybe he did, and thought she was naive. Either way, she didn't have the energy to argue with him right now. Thank you, for saving me. Kara thanked him earnestly. Regardless of her conflicted feelings about him, his actions tonight had saved her life, her reputation, and everything that she cared about. Had he not been there, her sister's blood, and the blood of a lot of innocent people would be on her hands. That being said, she still needed time to sort her feelings out. Don't mention it, Naruto said. He didn't have to think twice about helping her. That being said, I still haven't had time to come to terms with how I feel about being around you, Kara said, and Naruto groaned. I didn't really have time to think about it while Lord held me captive, Naruto. I need you to give me some time to sort things out. Fine, Naruto said as he ran a hand through his hair. He saw her point. She hadn't had enough time to process everything yet, given her ordeal, but that didn't mean he had to like it. What are you gonna do with Lord's body? She asked hesitantly. Don't trouble yourself with that. No one will ever find his body. That's a promise, Naruto said, as he picked up Lord's body and flew away to dispose of it for good. Kara sighed as she watched him fly away before she flew back to National City, wondering what she was going to do about her conflicting feelings. One thing they both knew, she couldn't keep putting this off. Sooner or later, she would make a decision. Kara woke up to the sun breaking over to the horizon. She was in her apartment, sleeping in her very comfortable bed. That was odd, she thought, since her apartment was still destroyed from her Maxwell Lord-induced rampage 2 days ago. Yet now, it was fixed up as though it never happened. Suddenly, the smell of fresh eggs and bacon invaded her nose. She wanted to get up and see who was in her apartment. But she didn't for some reason. Then, into the room walked Naruto, carrying one of those trays that people use when they serve breakfast in bed. Good morning, Kara said with a smile as she sat up. Good morning, Angel, Naruto said with a smile. He put a tray with lots of scrambled eggs, sausage links and French toast down on the bed in front of her. Breakfast is ready. You know you didn't need to, Kara said with a smile. I did keep us both up late last night, Naruto said with a knowing smile. Besides, a real man cooks for his girl once in a while. Quote, what about the superheroing? I noticed I slept in really late, she asked curiously, noticing that it was 9 o'clock in the morning. I have my clone taking care of it today, Naruto said as he had a clone in his superhero identity fighting crime today. You do it so much, I figured I could cover for you for a morning. That brought a smile to Kara's lips. As he stood next to bed, the two smiled at each other. Naruto leaned down and Kara craned her neck upward and the two shared a passionate and very loving kiss. Then, Kara opened her eyes with a gasp, and looked around to see that she wasn't in her apartment. Right, Kara recalled, my apartment is still destroyed from the rampage that I had with Lord. It's not like the apartment had been repaired. That would have been an awkward conversation with her landlord. And she couldn't ask James and Win to help. It's not like they knew how to fix up an apartment. Kara sat up and brought her hand up to her lips, run her fingers across them, imagining what kissing Naruto felt like. She already knew what it felt like to be in his strong, powerful arms. She knew that she had strong feelings for him, though his killing of people was something she didn't agree with. Nor was she okay with him knowingly going through a plan that caused the death of 100,000 people. Still, she was starting to dream about him, about being in a relationship with him. Kara liked to think at least Naruto saw her as a friend. Kara had known for some time that she had romantic feelings for Naruto, but she had not been able to make up her mind on what to do about them in the last week, especially once Naruto unloaded and told her everything about his past, something she had not been expecting. She figured that learning about how he had killed a bunch of people, accident notwithstanding, would have caused her romantic feelings for him to wilt and die. But clearly not, if she was now starting to dream about being with him. She knew she needed to make a decision on her feelings for him and soon. Getting up off the couch, Kara went into Alex's room and woke her sister up. Alex, Kara asked, waking her up and getting her attention. Yeah, Kara, her sister said. There's someone else I want to invite to Thanksgiving this year, Kara said, making Alex already guess who it was, since they already invited Win and James, and Eliza was already coming. There were only a few people left that they could invite. One of them was Naruto. Thanksgiving Day. It was now Thanksgiving Day. Originally, the plan for the Danvers family was to hold it in Kara's apartment, but given that it's kind of a wreck from her rampage, they decided to have it Alex's place. Instead, I will never get tired of watching you do that, Eliza, Kara's adoptive mother and Alex's actual mother, said as she watched Kara cook the turkey to perfection with her heat vision. Meanwhile, Win and James sat on the couch next to each other, talking amongst themselves about how they W her. Gonna tell Kara about Guardian. Alex overheard them and flat out told them that she didn't want them revealing it, because she was planning to tell her mom that she was a lesbian today. Then Kara came over and they had to deflect, lying that they were excited to have some of Eliza's glazed carrots. Then the doorbell rang. "Oh, I'll get it," Kara said, as she got up. She opened the door and she saw Naruto, dressed in all black dress pants, leather shoes, an expensive watch, and an orange dress shirt underneath a black vest. Clearing his throat, Naruto announced, "Happy Thanksgiving, Kara." "Happy Thanksgiving. I'm glad you're here," Kara said as Alex walked over. Kara was happy he was here. She hadn't made her mind up on what she wanted to do with Naruto. On the one hand, she had strong feelings for him. On the other hand, she firmly did not agree with him murdering people, even if they were bad guys. That being said, he had done so much for her already in the last few days, that she felt Naruto at least had earned an invitation to the Danvers Thanksgiving meal. Plus, Kara hoped that spending some more time with him would help her make a decision about him. "Happy Thanksgiving," Alex told Naruto, taking the food Naruto brought with him and walking it over to the counter. Yeah, she certainly was not his biggest advocate, but considering she and Kara, plus everyone in National City, owed their lives and livelihoods to him, this was indeed the least she could do to say thank you. "Kara, is this your friend from Daxam you were telling me about?" Eliza asked as she walked over. "Yes," Kara said, this is my adopted mother." "Dr. Danvers, right," Naruto interrupted as he introduced himself, shaking Eliza's hand. "It is an honor and a privilege." Quote, "Please, call me Eliza," Eliza said back. "Eliza, then," Naruto said. "Well, Kara tells me that you're a brilliant scientist. What field do you study?" Naruto asked as the two walked off to another part of the room to talk for a bit, leaving Kara alone and feeling a little bit jealous. She had hoped Naruto would talk with her, and instead he was chatting up her adoptive mother. "Are you okay?" Alex asked, walking up to Kara, noticing Kara was a bit frazzled. "Yeah," Kara said, taking her mind off Naruto for a moment, and at the same time, reading too much into Naruto's action. "I think Naruto is hitting on Eliza." "No way," Alex said, not believing that for a minute. Naruto obviously had the hots for Kara, there was no way he was actually hitting on their mother. It honestly amazed Alex that Kara could not see it. Alex made to take another swig out of her beer, but Kara took it from her and put it back in the fridge. They were already going to have wine later. Best Alex not get drunk before they have dinner, since she already had two earlier. After putting the drink away, Kara walked up beside Eliza, helping her prepare the food. "So, you really hit it off with Naruto?" Kara mentioned to her. Eliza laughed as she realized what was bothering Kara. "Oh, Kara, he's chatting me up because I'm your mother," Eliza explained. "What?" Kara asked, not sure what her adoptive mother was getting at. "He likes you," Eliza explained. No, Kara giggled, trying to deny it. That is what she wanted to be true, but she just witnessed the exact opposite thing happen, like 5 seconds ago. "Yes, he does. He's trying to score points with me to impress you," Eliza further explained. "There's no way." "Right," Kara wondered, not so sure she didn't believe it. "Believe me, a mother knows," Eliza told her, and Kara found herself going through all of her interactions with Naruto, analyzing what he had done and why he had done them. Hell, he dropped everything to save her when he didn't need to. He opened himself up to her about his past. Would someone like him have done all those things for just a friend? She wasn't so sure. She glanced over at Naruto, casually chatting up her other two male friends. He felt her eyes on him and glanced at her, offering her a smile. Kara looked away, trying to unsuccessfully hide her blush, wondering if it was true that he felt that way about her. That would help simplify her decision on what she wanted out of a relationship with him, but also complicate it more. If he did feel this way, could she be okay with him killing people, even on occasion? That was a question she needed to find an answer to herself. Dinner time. As everyone gathered at the table and took their seats, Eliza spoke to Kara. Kara, will you do us the honors? Quote, oh, yes. Kara agreed as she stood up. So, it is a Danvers family tradition that, before the meal, we go around and we say what we're thankful for, so. There was comments from the 3 members that weren't Danvers that liked the sound of that. Whoever wants to go first. Kara offered, sitting back down, and Alex, James and Naruto all stood up. I wanna go first, James said. Alex sat down and Naruto didn't want to cause a scene by being rude, so he sat back down as well. Kara, I for one would like to say how thankful I am to have such an understanding friend. James said. Oh, he's right. You are so understanding, Win said flippantly. Naruto cocked an eyebrow at that. That seemed a little out of place, the way he said it. His tone and body posture all indicated that he was nervous and walking on eggshells. What are these dum-dums up to? Naruto wondered. You are, James said, wanting to continue, but Alex knew how Kara would react and didn't want them to ruin the party. No, she's not, Alex said, looking at James intently. Yes, she is, argued James back. No, she's not, Alex said with harsher tone, and James finally backed down. Naruto, Kara, and Eliza were both wondering what was going on. Noticing the tension and awkwardness, Naruto decided to do everyone a favor and break it. Naruto stood and cleared his throat before saying his piece. I have something I'd like to say. I'm thankful for you, Kara Zor-El, for giving me a chance when no one else wanted to. For being there for me, going out of your way to help me, and showing me how to live on this planet. Because not only are you understanding, but you're also kind, warm, compassionate, and gracious. Out of everybody who could have found me, I'm the luckiest man in the universe that it was you. That kind of declaration made Kara smile. How couldn't she, as that was easily one of the most beautiful things anyone has ever said about her. And he obviously meant it. I'm just going to jump in and say there are so many things that I'm thankful for, Alex said, and Naruto sat back down. And, honestly, I don't think I've ever really felt this much like myself than right now, and so there's a reason for that. And that reason, well, that reason is... Quote. Alex struggled, trying to bring herself to admit she was gay and tell everyone present. Kara already knew, but it was really her mom that she wanted to know for sure. But she was struggling to say it, partly because she felt that it wasn't right to say it on Thanksgiving. Didn't she just tell James subtly not to ruin Thanksgiving by getting Kara in a mood and telling her about him being guardian? If Alex did this now, she'd be ruining Thanksgiving by making it all about her and having her big, Ming out moment. At the moment, she was saved from having to embarrass herself and walking it back, when a blue portal ripped open in the room above the table, making everyone jump out of their seats. Naruto narrowed his eyes in suspicion as the portal closed itself, wondering what that was all about. Deo. Next day. So, last night, the space-time continuum ripped apart in the middle of Alex's apartment. Which only makes it slightly less intense than last year's Thanksgiving, Win said as Kara and Alex walked to the control room in the DEO. Any idea what caused it? Kara asked. Oh, maybe some extra-dimensional being just had a craving for your mom's cranberry relish. Win joked, and Alex and Kara could concede that it might be a good reason. That relish was delicious. Okay, time to keep scanning for tachyons and other reality-shredding particles, Win said as he sat at his desk. All right, people, holiday is over, let's get back to work, Jajan said as he walked into the room. Now, question of the day, what did Cadmus want with Supergirl? And why did Lillian Luthor want your blood? I mean, why not just kill you? Alex asked. I think she probably has something a little more nefarious planned. At least, that's what Lord seemed to imply before Naruto kinda. Kara made a motion of slitting her finger across her throat. I'll be honest with Kara, Lord turning evil blindsided all of us. With what he tried to do to you, I can't say I wouldn't have been sorely tempted to kill him myself, Jajan said to her, surprising her. The Danvers sisters were like daughters to him. Someone trying to do that to his kids. Well, Jajon had lost one family to the White Martians, he wasn't about to lose another. You would have? Kara asked, surprised by him. She knew how he saw her and her sister as surrogate sisters, but I lost one family to the White Martians. I would not have lost another because of the schemes of another madman. Jajon said firmly. I agree with Jajon, Alex said simply. She had been furious when she learned from Kara the other night, just what all Maxwell Lord had done to her sister, and learned why her sister had attacked her. Honestly, she was glad Naruto took on the burden of killing Lord for them. Killing Astra to protect Jajon had caused a significant rift between the adoptive sisters for a time. Now, obviously Lord being killed at Alex's hands wouldn't have driven nearly as far a wedge between the two, but Kara Florida T-Out didn't like killing. Partly because of how she was raised, with Krypton being against the death penalty, but also because of how she looked up to her cousin. Well, thank you for the support, everyone, but let's get back to focusing on the Lillian Luthor. Kara said, filing away all that she learned for later. They were getting off topic anyhow. Oh, yeah, those Luthors do love an epic criminal scheme. Wynn said, I just need to know what Lena knows. Kara wondered out loud. Will do. I will tap every phone. I will hack every computer. Wynn said as he started typing. No, I'll do it, Kara said, making them all look at her. I mean, I know her. I bet you I could get her to say what she knows. Quote, how? Alex asked. Reporting skills. Kara said, Alex's look making her elaborate a little. And good old-fashioned sneakiness. Solid plan. No problem. Wynn said. Yeah, absolutely, Alex said. Their sarcastic tone made it super obvious that they didn't believe her. You guys, I can be sneaky when I want to be. Kara defended herself. Definitely, Alex said sarcastically, not believing her for a minute. Sounds like a plan, Jajon said, taking Kara's side, basically ending the debate. Hack Lena anyway, Alex whispered to Wynn, when they walked away. Duh, Wynn said, having planned to do it anyway. Can't be too careful. The alien bar night. A man in a hood was sitting at the bar, all by his lonesome, not really buying anything. He sat there with his hood up, his arms folded on the bar, his body tense, as if he were completely surrounded by enemies and needed to be ready to attack. Can I get ya anything? A waiter said to him. No, he said rudely, the waiter shrugging and walking off. Naruto walked up to the bar, the bartender recognizing him and passing him a glass of alien rum. Naruto took a sip of his glass. Wow, you must be a regular here, said an alien girl with pink skin as she walked up to him. So, are you looking for some company? I am very good company. Yeah, I'm sure you are, Naruto said politely, but yours isn't the kind of company I seek. Quote, ah, the girl said, dejected that such a handsome man rejected her. Naruto wasn't interested in just sex. Although it would feel good in the moment, it wouldn't last, and Naruto was in the business of finding a life partner, not temporary pleasure. There were only two women in his life right now that he was romantically interested in. Kara was the one he sought a relationship from right now, but she was having trouble coming around to making a decision. He would give her one more chance, and if she still hadn't come around, he'd see if Lena might be worth a shot. While he was drinking, Henshaw, who was the one in the hood, placed something underneath the bar, attaching it to the board. He then got up and walked away. Naruto was suspicious when he noticed it was Henshaw underneath the hood and stood up to follow him. That had been the plan, anyway, but he stopped when his super hearing picked up the beeping of Henshaw's device. Naruto walked back over to where Henshaw had been sitting, looked underneath the bar, and saw the device. Looking around, he noticed there were still a lot of aliens in the bar. He grabbed the device and teleported away to the desert where he and Kara had fought in a yellow flash. The moment he finished teleporting to the desert, the bomb went off, releasing gas from the device in every direction around Naruto. Naruto's vision zoomed in as he focused on the gas, seeing millions of microscopic organisms inside the gas. He watched as the organisms within the gas died and dissipated after traveling several dozen feet or so, wondering what that was, and what he had just inhaled. Much as he hated it, there was only one place he could go that might know. Deo. Naruto was inside a clear cell as Kara, Jajan and Alex stood on the other side. The DEO's medical personnel were scanning Naruto from the other side of the cell. Is being in a cage really necessary? I feel fine, Naruto mentioned. We can't risk you transmitting whatever you were exposed to in the bar to the rest of us. Jajan said. Which begs the question, what the hell was he exposed to? Alex wondered. Can you tell us again what you saw? Kara asked. Naruto collected his thoughts before he spoke. I saw you. Naruto said, pointing to John, but not you, the guy you pose as, the original Hank Henshaw. Quote, I was gonna follow him outside, but I heard the beeping. I went back to where he was sitting, and found the bomb. I grabbed the bomb and teleported to the desert where I brought you when you were under Maxwell Lord's control, Kara. It went off before I could really examine it. I could see small organisms inside the gas with my supervision. I didn't know what they were. But I knew if the Og Henshaw planted it, it couldn't be good. He's part of Cadmus, after all. I figured I must have been exposed to something and this was really the only place I could go to get checked out. Those people are probably all alive because of you. What you did was very brave. Heroic, even. Kara complimented, as it was true. It was a heroic thing, grabbing the bio-weapon being the first thing he thought of without even thinking of his own health. In this moment, Kara was able to see a side of him she had not thought she would see before, his heroic side. Why would Henshaw target the bar, though? Alex wondered. Alien gathering place plus terrorist organization that hates aliens equals terrorist attack. Obviously, the bomb was meant to target aliens. Naruto pointed out, I sincerely doubt Cadmus would have tried to bomb the place with a bio-weapon if there was a chance it could harm humans. Their whole gimmick is about supposedly protecting humans from aliens, so it's very unlikely they would put human lives at risk. Quote, I have never heard of a weapon, bio or otherwise, that can target only alien physiology. That thing could have infected everyone. Except the humans, Alex said, before turning to Jajan. I would like to bring my mother in to assist with this case. She's familiar with astrobiology. I think she could really help. That's a good idea, Jajan agreed. Great, let's get going. Kara said, no. You and I will remain quarantined here at the Deo until we can figure out exactly what sort of toxin we're dealing with. Jajan said, Jean, this is Cadmus. I know it. They're planning something. Kara insisted. My alien sister is not leaving here until we figure out how Cadmus was able to target only aliens. Alex told her, it's better safe than sorry. Kara sighed, knowing she was right. Cell. An hour later, Naruto was still in the cell, contained while they monitored him. Kara was on the opposite side of the glass, keeping him company. They were playing Monopoly to pass the time, except with Naruto on the other side of the glass, Kara had to play for him. Oh, crap, Kara pouted as she rolled bad. Ah, sucks for you. Naruto teased. My turn, Naruto said, motioning for her to roll for him. I mean, please, and you're in jail, Kara said, as her roll ended up with his piece in the jail of the game. Sounds about right, Naruto said dryly. Jailed in the game, in a jail cell in real life. The irony was not lost here. You'll be out of here soon enough. Both of us will, so don't pout, Kara teased. Naruto put on a pouty face for fun and they both laughed. After they stopped laughing, Kara collected herself before asking the thing she really wanted to ask him. Hey, you don't like me, do you? Of course, I like you. Naruto said. No, I mean, like, you don't like me. Kara tried to say what she meant without saying it. Like you. Sorry, your Earth English is my fifth language. Naruto pointed out, as Elementia's language was much closer to that of ancient Japanese. He technically did know what she meant, but he wanted to see where she was going with this. My mom, Eliza, she thought you were being extra nice to her on Thanksgiving. That's a thing that boys on this planet do. They're nice to the moms of girls they have crushes on sometimes. Kara explained. Crush. Again, I'm not following. Naruto said. Imagine a giant question mark hovering over his forehead. He thought it was obvious that he had the hots for her with the way he had acted, so maybe she meant something else. Were some aspects of Earth language different from Elementia? He didn't think so, but maybe he missed something. You don't want to mate with me, do you? Kara asked more bluntly. Naruto laughed at the bluntness, causing Kara to join in. Once Naruto stopped laughed at the absurdity of her just coming out and saying it, Naruto thought for a moment and realized she actually didn't know he liked her. Well, he'd have to fix that right now. Not on the first date, anyway. Naruto said as he looked at her, seeing her eyes widen and her body go still in surprise. I'll admit, I've never had a romantic relationship with a woman before, but I thought I was being clear enough on what I wanted. Quote, so, since you still seem confused, let me clarify it for you. Kara Zor-El, Naruto was going to tell her truly of his feelings, but then he started coughing. Covering his mouth with his hand, he pulled it away to see blood in his hand, immediately worrying Kara. His bloody coughing resumed and Kara shot to her feet, opening the cell. She knelt down next to him, shaking him. Naruto, Kara said, trying to get him to stay awake. Stay with me, stay with me. She then turned and called for help. Med Center. Naruto was in the med bay of the Dao, his pulse being monitored and he was asleep. Eliza was finished examining him and walked out of the room. He's stable for now, she said to Alex, Kara, and John, who were outside the room. Thank Rao, Kara said, glad he was okay. But he is infected, Eliza pointed out, cutting Kara's relief short. Did he pass it on to Kara? John asked. The virus isn't transmittable organism to organism. You have to come in contact with a weaponized aerosol in order to be infected. Eliza said, having examined the virus present in his system from the blood they had collected on his hand and what little bit was left in the device Naruto had gotten it from. Well, that's some good news. Kara mentioned. There's something else. Eliza said, I isolated a strand of the virus from the blood Naruto coughed up. Based on the protein code, I'm fairly certain the virus is Kryptonian in origin. That was a surprise. A Kryptonian virus was not exactly common, per se. A Kryptonian virus? How did Cadmus even get its hands on that? Alex asked. My blood. Kara realized. There was only one place they could have gotten it. With Fort Ross having been thrown into the sun, there was only one place. Ace they could get something like that. That's why they needed it. To get in. To get into what? Alex asked. The Fortress of Solitude, Kara said, running outside and flying straight to the North Pole. North Pole. Kara landed within the fortress, near where the main console was. She took note of the footsteps, as someone had been in here very recently. Kelix, House L's servant bot, floated up to her. Kelix, what happened here? Kara asked it. Kara Zor-El, there is an intruder in the fortress. Kelix said, alerting Kara. Were they still here? Did Cadmus set a trap for her? Where? Who is it? Kara wondered, looking around for the intruder. You are the intruder, Kelix said as it blasted her with a laser beam, though it didn't harm her. And you will be destroyed. Kara did not have time for this, and blasted Kelix with her heat vision. The robot fizzled and jerked for a minute as Kara burned out its power cell, falling to the ground, and deactivating. Sorry Kelix, I'll fix you up after this is over. Kara apologized as she accessed the main hub for the fortress. What did you want here, Henshaw? She wondered, accessing the last file that had been opened. Project Medusa, Kara read out loud, wondering what that was. She accessed the file and a hologram of a man she was very familiar with opened up. Dad, Kara breathed, having not seen her father since the death of Krypton. Usually, She interacted with her mother's hologram, so seeing Zor-El's hologram was a shock, to be sure. "Hello, Kara," the hologram greeted. "What do you wish to know?" Kara said, collecting her thoughts and steeling herself. Seeing her father, even though it's just a hologram, was dredging up old emotions, and there were many questions she had, especially since she now knew her parents weren't the paragons of virtue and goodness. He used to think they were when she was growing up. But she needed to focus. Naruto's life was on the line, and the lives of potentially every alien in the world as well. She could ask more personal questions after the crisis was averted. What is Project Medusa? Medusa, a weaponized virus that I created for the defense of the planet Krypton. The hologram answered. Wait, a virus you created? Kara asked in shock, though it made sense now why his hologram showed up instead of her mother's. It was a joint partnership between the science and military guilds. We bioengineered the virus to attack non-Kryptonian physiology. In the event of an invasion, Medusa could be deployed to kill alien combatants while keeping our civilians and infrastructure safe from harm. Zor-El's hologram explained. Growing up, you told me your work was saving lives. Kara said, almost with the innocence of a young child. Never had she suspected that her father took part in a program like that. I was saving lives, Kryptonian lives. It was the perfect weapon. The hologram said, well, now your perfect weapon is in the hands of my enemy. And it's killing someone that I care about. Kara explained as she shut the hologram off. Deo. A little while later, Henshaw stole the virus's formula from the Fortress of Solitude, which means Cadmus can make as much of the virus as they want. Kara explained to Jajan and Alex. An unstoppable bio-weapon that kills every alien except Kryptonians and humans. The news just gets better and better. Jajan said, well, that explains why Naruto is still alive. Kryptonians and Daxamites share similar DNA, and most of his is human. Alex pondered out loud. So, he'll recover? Kara asked, looking at Naruto, who was fast asleep. His body seems to be healing rapidly, fighting the virus, and he is fighting hard. There is a strong chance he may heal on his own. But any other alien that gets infected with this virus likely will not. Eliza said, as while Naruto might be able to walk it off after a couple days of being bedridden, others would not. Well, here's everything I found on the virus at the fortress. Kara said, handing Eliza the USB stick she had copied the info onto. Mom and I will get to work on it right away. We'll find a way to combat it, Alex said, as she and Eliza walked to another room to begin the work. Are you all right? Jajan asked, noticing Kara's distress. Yeah, I'll be fine, Kara said, but she didn't really mean it. She felt so useless right now. Naruto was suffering, and this wasn't an enemy she could punch with her super strength or blast with her heat vision. The most she could do was sit by his side, and be there for him when he woke up. So, that's what she did. Deo medical nighttime. Naruto finally awoke, noticing he was strapped to some medical equipment. He felt groggy and weak, his body running a fever as it burned through the virus currently running amok in his system. He turned his head, sweat covering his brow, and saw Kara sitting by the bed. Hey, he said to her. Hey, she greeted back with a tentative smile. Did you learn how to clone yourself recently? Because I'm seeing two of you right now. Naruto asked as he had double vision and was seeing two of her. No, Kara chuckled, trying to lighten the atmosphere before saying, no, sorry. No new powers. Just, ... I think the double vision is all you. Your Earth mother, Eliza, she thinks I'm dying. Naruto said wearily, looking at her. My hearing might be shit right now, but it's still pretty good. She's gonna find a cure, Kara said, with a bit of a sniffle. It's okay. I don't need it. I've been on the brink of death before. Trust me, this isn't it. My healing factor is burning through the virus right now. I've cheated death more times than anyone has the right to. And I'll cheat this too, Naruto explained. His healing factor was fighting off the virus. He was getting better, he could feel it. He just needed a little more time to recover. It's not okay. You shouldn't be suffering right now. The only reason you were is because of my family. Kara said. Hey, Eliza doing her best. Naruto pointed out, sitting up. No, not her. Kara corrected him, before clarifying, my birth father created Medusa. He's the reason you were in so much pain, and he's the reason that I can't do anything about it. Hey, I told you before, you're not responsible for what your parents did. Naruto said as he placed his hand on her cheek. You know, when I first met you, I thought you were an angel. So warm and compassionate, trying to hold the weight of two worlds on your shoulder. You don't have to make me feel better. Kara tried to explain. Yeah, I do, Naruto said as he sat up, leaned in, and kissed her deeply. They stayed like that for a moment, with Kara getting into it and kissing him back for a moment before he ended it and pulled away. In case there was still any doubt in your mind, Naruto said as he pulled away, laying back. He fell back asleep as he left Kara there in the room, stunned and not sure what to do. In space, near the Well of Stars, an advanced ship was passing by it, scanning for any ships that may have passed through. The area recently. Sir, a soldier reported to a figure with his back turned. We've reached the Well of Stars. And, the figure said, keeping his back turned, his hands crossed behind his back. There is no sign of the Kryptonian pod. The soldier reported. Keep looking. The figure ordered. The ion trail has dissipated. We don't know where to look, General. The soldier reported. The now identified general turned around to look at the soldier. He was well built, though he was clearly old, his hair gray as smoke, short and combed back. He wore a metallic eye patch over his left eye, the eye having a scar running along it. Keep looking for it. I do not care how much space we must cross or how long it takes. Prince Nar-El of Daxam must be found. The general said, and the soldier saluted the general as the general turned around. Earth. The next morning, Naruto slowly awoke, his body now healed of a virus, having burned through it. He saw that Kara, her mom, Alex, and all their little gang were gathered around. I assume from the fact that everyone is smiling that no one is dead from the virus. Naruto said as he sat up. Eliza chuckled and said, no. We were able to reverse engineer a cure for you from a living sample of the virus. Even though it seemed like Naruto would have healed on his own, it was better to be safe than sorry. Given him the cure for the virus simply sped up the inevitable by several days. And when my mother says, we, she really means, she. Alex chimed in, but Win and I watched enthusiastically. While this is good news, it gets even better. Eliza said, the Medusa virus was so easily weaponized I was able to turn it against a common enemy, Jean's white Martian blood cells. Jean, you look great, Kara said. I feel great, Jean admitted. Thank you, Eliza. My pleasure, she said as the other left the room, leaving only Naruto and Kara. I'm so glad you're okay, Kara said to him, happy to see him healthy again and on his feet. Yeah, me, too, Naruto said as he hopped off the sick bed and to his feet. So, are we gonna talk about what happened? Kara asked him. Yes, I want to hear all about how you chased that missile down and kicked Cadmus's ass. Naruto said with a smile. No, I mean, are we gonna talk about what happened between us while you were sick? Kara explained. You mean, that I told you I liked you and I kissed you afterwards? Naruto asked with a serious tone, and Kara looked down as he said that. Yeah, that, she said shyly. Don't know what there is that's left to discuss. I like you, you like me, why not give it a shot? Naruto pushed her. It's not that simple, Naruto. Kara said, trying to explain. You've done terrible things. You do terrible things that I don't agree with. I don't know if I can live with you continuing to do those things if we were together. And also, Kara said, looking at the floor as she rubbed her arm, I haven't had the best luck with relationships. The second to last guy the first tried to date left me in the middle of our date to go chat up some other girl. I don't know if I can put myself out there again. Hearing What this one asshole did to someone as sweet and lovely as Kara made Naruto angry, as a tick mark appeared on his forehead, but he reined his temper in. No need to get mad in front of her when he's trying to win her over. Kara, I'm not perfect. There will always be things you don't like about me and I don't like about you. I can't be a perfect prince for you. I can't promise I'll never make you sad or hurt your feelings, though I'll certainly do my best not to. What I can be, is your rock. I can be the shield that guards you when you're hurt. I can be the armor you cloak yourself in when you're weak. I can be the man you let go with. I'm the one you won't ever have to be in control with. I am the person you can cut loose with and just be yourself. Naruto told her, and I am not going to apologize for killing Lord or Parasite. You were going to kill Parasite yourself, that's why you brought plutonium with you. And are you really going to try and make the argument that I shouldn't have killed Lord? I don't need to imagine what he would have done to you and made you do. He told us exactly what he would do. Look, accident with taking chakra back notwithstanding, I only kill the bad guys. And I'm not gonna apologize for it, Naruto explained. The two stayed silent for a moment, the tension in the air slowly becoming unbearable. Tonight, Naruto said, surprising her. What? Kara asked, wondering what he meant. I need an answer by tonight. At this point, it no longer matters if you say yes or no, but I need a definitive answer from you on what you want from me, Kara. I can't keep going through my life, waiting around with my thumb up my ass, hoping you might give me a chance. By tonight, I need your answer. You'll either accept me as I am and give us a chance, or you won't, but I'm not gonna change myself just so you'll give me that chance. You wouldn't respect me if I did that, Naruto said. What if I don't have an answer? Kara asked, hoping he might back down and let her decide on her own terms. Then I take any chance of us happening, off the table. Permanently, Naruto said, a bit harsh, but he needed to get this point across. He wasn't gonna wait forever. It was unreasonable to expect that of him. And it wasn't fair to either of them. Even if I decide later on that I'm ready, Kara asked. Like I told you, it's not fair to me to make me wait while you dither and drag your feet. Even if you are ready years later or the next month, I won't be there. I'll have moved on. That's a promise. And I think I've established at this point, that I keep my promises, no matter what, Naruto said, not budging an inch. His conviction was everything here. He couldn't afford to let her convince him to back down. Okay, Kara said, accepting his terms. It was less time than she was hoping for. But he was correct, it wasn't fair to either of them to make him wait around. And it was long past time that she came to a decision and stopped dragging her feet. No matter what becomes of us, Kara, I'll always care for you. But I've told you what I want, now it's time for you to decide what you want from me. Naruto said, and that made her happy, at least knowing she wouldn't lose him if things ultimately went south. Well, thanks, Kara said as she awkwardly rubbed her head as she remembered something important. Arg, my landlord is doing her fire hazard inspection in a week and my apartment is still messed up from my rampage. What am I gonna do? I wouldn't worry about, Naruto said, making her look at him funny. I took the liberty of having my clones begin repairing the damage done to your apartment. But, you've been sick the whole time, when would you have had time? Kara wondered. Just because I'm sick, doesn't mean my clones are. I made them start getting stuff around before I was infected. Naruto asked. It was partially my fault your apartment got ruined, anyway. Figured I should fix it up. They should be done with it tonight. You're a lifesaver, she said. Don't mention it, Naruto said as he put his coat on. Meet me there tonight at 9 o'clock, Kara said as she sped off and appeared a moment later in her civilian clothes. I have some errands to run. Sounds good, Naruto said. Kara left the room. She pulled out her phone and dialed a number. Hi Eliza, Kara said as she had called Eliza. Can you meet at the park, in say, 10 minutes? I have something I need to ask you. Park. Kara was sitting on a bench as Eliza walked. Thanks for meeting me. I'm sorry about the short notice. Kara said. It's not an issue, Kara. I'm always happy to see you. Eliza said as she sat down. So, what is it you wanted to ask me? Eliza imagined it must be important that she didn't want to do this over the phone. When you first got together with Jeremiah, was there anything about him that maybe you didn't like? Like, maybe he had done some things you didn't agree with. Kara wondered. My husband had a couple traits I thought he could do without, certainly, but there was never anything nefarious or suspicious about him. He had no demons to speak of, Kara. Eliza stated, before asking, why do you ask? Well, there's this guy the first like, and I'm trying to decide if I should give him a chance or not. Kara started explaining. It's Naruto. Eliza stated, Kara looking at her in surprise. Is it that obvious? Kara asked, wondering how she knew. Sweetie, I did raise you for half your life. I happen to know a thing or two. Plus, you acting all jealous that he was talking to everyone, but you proved it to me that you two have feelings for each other. Eliza said with a smile. I suppose I should ask though. He seems like a nice, young man. The kind I would hope to see my daughter invite over for dinner. So what makes you so nervous about dating him? Quote, I'm not sure how I can describe it. He told me in confidence. I'd be breaking his trust if I told you exactly what it was. Kara said, wondering how she could tell her adoptive mother what was bothering her, without breaking Naruto's trust in her. Kara, I can't help you come to a decision if you don't tell me what it is about him that suddenly bothers you. Eliza said, before taking Kara's hand in hers. If you can't say exactly what it is, then perhaps just generalizing it will be enough. Quote, with that encouragement, Kara generalized the part about Naruto's past. How he was a child soldier for the military back on Elementia, how he had gone on a number of missions for his country, and how he had been thrust into a world war at the age of 17, taking a leading role in the conflict and becoming one of the main deciding factors in ending it, before killing his former friend turned traitor, and how he found himself in a position to either free everyone on his planet from mind control and hope that they stopped fighting, or take all their powers away from the populace, knowing that so me would die in the process. And he went through with it, despite knowing at least 100,000 people would die if he did. Kara said, finishing her generalization of what's bothering her about him. Eliza was silent for several moments as she digested what her daughter said. I think I see why you are troubled by this, Kara. But let me ask you this. Does he murder people for sheer pleasure? Does he enjoy the feeling of taking a life? Does he relish in causing other people pain? Quote, he doesn't kill needlessly, and I don't think he enjoys hurting people, though he's not afraid to hurt and go after people who mess with him and those he cares about, and he seemed to enjoy the pain he caused Parasite after it almost killed me. Kara elaborated. Eliza nodded at that, letting out a sigh of relief, as it wasn't what she assumed it might be. It sounds to me, Kara, that Naruto was a soldier, too young to be put in the position he was in, faced with a no-win situation, and simply made the best decision he could. Eliza said, stunning Kara with Eliza's admittedly neutral opinion. How can you say that? He had the option to free them without trying to take away their powers, and he chose the option that would ensure a large number of them die, some of them being people he had known for his whole life. Kara argued. Did he try to save them? Eliza asked. He did say he tried to make sure none of them died, but he said if he didn't let some of them go, it would have resulted in the entire world's population dying, Kara said. I understand that this is not a popular opinion with you, Kara, but the entire population having extraordinary abilities like yours isn't a good thing. Eliza said, let me give you an example. Let's say there's a homeless person in a city, who has the power to cause earthquakes. Let's say this person felt the government wasn't doing enough for him and threatened to use his powers to sink the city if they didn't help him. Give him more money, give him a house he didn't pay for, whatever it may be. Now, imagine a similar situation, but instead of one person, you have every criminal in the US, each with a different but still destructive power. Now, would you really want people like that having powers and in those numbers? Eliza asked. Kara wanted to retort, but she had to stop herself and really give it some thought, as she didn't want to yell at her adoptive mom. She thought about what Eliza said but condensed it to just National City. If all the crooks had powers like that, she had to admit that she wouldn't be able to handle it very well. Considering the amount of crime she fights on a weekly basis, if all the crooks had special powers like that, it would be impossible to protect people. She would be overwhelmed and National City wouldn't be a shining city on a hill, but would instead be a literal hellhole. I don't think I would. Well, perhaps you can understand now why he made this choice. I can't speak for him, but perhaps he thought if they didn't change, he felt he would have been responsible for any death and destruction that followed afterwards. The thing about peace, Kara, is that someone has to enforce it. Maybe the world would have been at peace during his lifetime. But afterwards, eventually someone would start fighting again. I assume he felt that when, not if that happened, all the sacrifices made in the war would have been for nothing. I believe he felt it was better to bite the bullet at that moment in time and prevent that from ever happening. After all, you said before he was born, his world had already fought 3 world wars in 50 years. Who's to say that one wouldn't start up right after he passed away? I think he felt it would be better to end it on his terms, rather than take a chance on them. Eliza said. Kara sat there, letting the gears turn in her head as she digested what her adoptive mother had told her. Hearing her mom explain Naruto's possible reasons for doing what he did finally started to make things click for her. She'd been a bit shocked when he told her everything about his past. She understood now why he did it. He wanted her to know who he was. He wanted her to know him so there would be no qualms or regrets later when she found out. And really, him killing Parasite and Lord wasn't the reason she had been holding out on him. While she had been brought up with the notion that killing was wrong, Parasite was a soulless monster that had to be put down, and Kara could understand the argument for killing Maxwell Lord. Really, the only reason she had held out for so long was because of his causing the deaths of 100,000 shinobi. She now understood that their deaths were an accident. The question now was that one act enough to stop her from taking a chance at finding love and happiness? Kara knew the answer to that. Thank you, Mom, Kara said as she hugged Eliza. Always, sweetie, Eliza said as she pulled away from Kara after a moment. Now, go take a chance at being happy. Kara got up to leave, leaving Eliza to sit there, smiling as Kara walked away, happy she had helped her daughter, knowing intuitively what her choice was. Hours later, Kara was outside her apartment, showing up about a minute before Naruto was supposed to. Sure enough, as the clock struck 9, Naruto walked up. Hi, Kara said. Hi, Naruto greeted back. Come on in, Kara offered as she turned around and unlocked the door. Naruto narrowed his eyes when his hearing picked up the sound of the portal from Thanksgiving. Kara's apartment. Inside Kara's apartment, a blue portal opened inside of it and 2 young men hopped out of it. This better be the right place, Cisco said as he took off his goggles. It is. Or, it should be. Barry Allen said as he saw multiples of the same person, stop the work they were doing and looked him funny. Who are you and what are you doing in this apartment? The one clone said as he appeared in first of the flash, holding him by the throat and choking him, thinking he was a thief. Cisco backed away in fear. At that point, the door opened, and Kara and Naruto walked in. They were talking about something, but then saw his clone choking Barry. Barry, Kara asked, surprised to see him again. Hey, Barry. Barry waved hi while he groaned as he was choked. Naruto, tell your clone to put him down, he's a friend. Kara said as she looked at Naruto, and Naruto gave a signal to the clone putting Barry down, letting him catch his breath. I knew it. I knew that was you. I knew it was you in that weird space portal thing, she exclaimed as she put her bags down and rushed over to hug him. Naruto squashed the small pang of jealousy that shot up when he saw that. She claimed that this Barry was a friend, so Naruto would at least give her benefit of the doubt. That didn't mean he wouldn't be watching very closely. Yeah, I'm sorry. It took a couple of tries to get here, Barry explained as he rubbed his now sore neck before gesturing to Cisco. This is my friend, Cisco. Well, friend is a loose term. We work together, Cisco corrected, making the situation a little awkward. There's tension between the two. Must be in the middle of a fight, Naruto observed, as that wasn't common for friends to be so tense and awkward around one another. Hi, Cisco. Cisco introduced himself. Hi, Kara waved back. Okay, do you remember last year, when I helped you out and you promised to do the same for me? Barry started. Kara's face changed. Even though she was still dressed like Kara Danvers, Barry knew he was now seeing Kara Zor-El, Supergirl, protector of her city. What are we up against? Kara asked. My Earth is being invaded by aliens. They call themselves the Dominators, Barry said, and Kara's eyes widened and Naruto's eyes narrowed. I take it you know them. Quote, they invaded Krypton before I was born, Kara briefly explained, and Barry and Cisco exchanged a glance. Oh no, don't even think about. Naruto started, grabbing her shoulder and making her look at him. You're not going anywhere without me. I can take care of myself, Naruto. Kara said, a bit indignant. Parasite and Maxwell Lord say otherwise. Naruto said as he listed the two off with his fingers, Kara sighing, since he had a point. Those were not the best examples of her ability to handle her own problems. I've had to save you 3 times in the last week. Either I'm coming with you to watch over you, or you're not going. Kara sighed, as they both know he has the ability to nullify her powers and make it so she can't leave. Okay, it's not like I can stop you. But what about? Kara said, as she was supposed to be answering his question finally. I can tell you won't be dissuaded from helping your friend, and I'm not so much of an ass that I'd stop you from going, just for that. But once this is over, no matter what comes up, I will have my answer. Naruto told her. He supposed he could give it one more day. He would look like a selfish asshole if he made her wait to go save the world her friend was from just because he wanted to date her. It would look really bad and selfish, so he decided to let it wait until the crisis she and him were heading off to thwart was dealt with. I haven't worn this in a long time, Naruto thought as he activated the seal on his arm, swapping his outfits, causing a cloud of smoke to appear around H. Well, I guess there is one good thing about all of this, Kara mentioned as she changed at Supergirl outfit. And what's that? Naruto said as he stepped out of the smoke caused from activating the seal, showing the other 3 he was dressed differently. He now was wearing a typical Jonin outfit for Konoha Jonin, with fingerless gloves with a metal back on them, pants and a long-sleeved undershirt with a green Konoha flak jacket on top of that. The difference there was that his pants, gloves, and undershirt were black, as opposed to the typical dark blue most Konoha Jonin had worn. He wore black shinobi sandals with white medical tape wrapped around his ankles and tucking in his pant legs. His kunai holster was tied around his right thigh. He had his old black Konoha headband tied around his forehead. To top everything off, he wore his Toad Sage coat over everything, completing the look. Our first superhero team up, Kara said excitedly, causing Naruto to groan. Of course, only you could find a caveat like that for 2 people about to fight a war. Naruto chuckled as he shook his head. At the Star Labs hangar, the teams were gathered and waiting for Barry to come back with Kara and Naruto. Okay, Team Legends, Ray gestured to himself and the legends before pointing to Oliver, Laurel, and Thea. Team Arrow, is that everyone? Felicity inquired. Nate and Amaya are watching the Wave Rider. The newbies, Sarah shrugged. Suddenly, a breach opened up and Barry, Cisco, Naruto and Kara jumped out. Guys, Barry addressed everyone now that they were gathered. Thanks for coming. Barry, I thought you were bringing an alien, Oliver pointed out, as he was accepting something a bit more extraterrestrial in Naruto and Kara, despite being aliens technically, looked human. And yeah, we did. Everyone, this is my friend, Kara Danvers. Or as she's known on her Earth, Supergirl, Barry introduced and Kara waved politely. And this is her friend, Naruto, Barry gestured to Naruto, who had his arms crossed. And what exactly makes them so super, kid? Asked Mick as he eyed Kara, unimpressed. Well, Barry looked over at Kara and gestured in a, show them, way. Kara, to everyone's shock, flew up into the air and 2 blue beams shot out of her eyes. They hit the floor between Team Arrow and the Legends, moved around and made a burning copy of the symbol on Kara's chest. Kara smirked as they all stared. Naruto shrugged, not really see the need to show off. He was shinobi, after all. A shinobi doesn't tip their hand when they don't need to. Well, I'm convinced, Felicity said. This is gonna be awesome, Cisco said with a smile. After impressing the group arrayed before them, Kara landed back on the ground. Okay, I think I got this, Kara said as she walked over to Team Arrow. Oliver, Green Arrow, he said simply. Thea, Speedy, Thea said and Kara smiled. Awesome, okay. Kara walked over to Sarah. Sarah, White Canary, Sarah said. And Jax and Professor Stein? Kara asked. Firestorm, the two told her. Ray, Palmer, the Atom, Ray told her with a smile. And Mick? Kara asked and the man looked up from the burrito he was eating. Oh, Heat Wave, Mick clarified with his mouth full. And Caitlin, Felicity and Iris, Kara said as she turned to the mentioned other 3 women. That's right, Iris said and Kara smiled. And you have cold powers but can't use them, Kara listed and Teams Arrow and Legends turned to Caitlin. You have powers? Thea asked surprised. It's a long story, Caitlin said vaguely, clearly not comfortable and wanting to avoid it. Let's get started Cisco, Barry said, noticing Caitlin was uncomfortable. Cisco nodded, realizing what Barry was doing and more than happy to help. Cisco clicked on his tablet and a screen in front of them lit up with the image of the Dominators Lila had given them earlier. These are the Dominators. We don't know a lot about them but Kara says her people were invaded by them before she was born, Barry gestured to Kara. I heard a lot of stories, but no one really liked to talk about it, Kara said apologetically. All I really know is that they came to Krypton, my home planet, experimented on a lot of people, killed a lot more, and that they are really strong. According to Alan, you're pretty strong yourself, Thea noted and Kara blushed in embarrassment at the compliment. Barry says that you're more powerful than a locomotive. The Dominators are stronger than the average human, but they are not anywhere near as strong as Supergirl and myself. Naruto said as he stepped out in front of everyone. He threw some device on the floor and pressed a button. The device powered up and showed a holographic image of a Dominator with some stats by them. To give you all a brief breakdown, the Dominators are more advanced than Earth, and they live in a rigid hierarchical structure, where their status in the caste is determined by the size of the red circle on their forehead. They are also masters of genetic manipulation. As for their physical abilities, they are roughly several times stronger than the average human. Their skin is denser and resistant to bullets, and they have telepathic ability. They usually communicate via telepathy and they have mind control abilities. Though, don't let that fool you, on their own power, they typically can't control the minds of sentient life forms like humans, but they can control life forms with less complex brains, like animals. Usually, to control advanced lifeforms like humans, they have to use advanced tech to do so. Technologically, they are much more advanced than Earth. Their main weapon is a hand-mounted device that if it hits anyone besides me and Kara, you'll be vaporized. So best advice I can give there, is don't get shot. Naruto said as his device was shut down and floated back into his pocket. We should use Kara and Naruto as stand-ins for training, Oliver said in an authority-filled voice. Since when is Robin Hood calling the shots? Mick demanded and Oliver shot him a dark look. What I think Mick is trying to say is that it would be nice if we knew who was in charge around here. Jax stepped in before Mick could piss Oliver off any further. That's not a good idea, anyway, Naruto said, getting a dark look from Oliver. Not intimidated, he shot one right back. Dominators are several times stronger on average than a human, but Kara and I are millions of times stronger than they are. Plus, when Dominators have to fight, They tend to fight in packs of a dozen or so, like wolves. We would not be good stand-ins if your point is to train on how to fight them. Quote, are you saying that you're as strong as Supergirl? Jax asked. All you need to know is that Supergirl and I possess the same abilities, Naruto said simply, leaving out the part about how he was stronger than Kara. No real need to embarrass her in front of her friend. Hey, before we get into an argument, maybe we should take a vote. Choose someone to lead this team that we can all trust, Ray suggested. Well, my vote goes to Oliver, Cisco said without looking at Barry. I trust him. Everyone could sense the tension between Barry and Cisco. A couple even looked at Cisco weirdly, probably having expected him to nominate Barry. Naruto noted it for later. If there was already enough tension between the two that they were arguing in public, that may become a problem. Thank you for the vote of confidence, Cisco, Oliver said. But Barry brought us all together. I think it should be him. Fair enough, Cisco said, though it was obvious he had an issue with it. Well, Barry said, as team leader I think we should start out by. He stopped as he realized he didn't know what to do. Doing a test run, Oliver supplied helpfully in a slightly annoyed tone. Doing a test run, Barry said even though he wasn't sure what that was. A test run, does he think we don't hear them? Sarah asked, earning some chuckles from some of the others. Naruto eyed Barry curiously. This guy should be used to being a leader, he was the head of his own team, so why was he acting so nervous? Was it because this team was bigger than the one he usually manages? A thought for later. Everyone, suit up, Barry ordered, and everyone began to move out. Hey, Oliver, Kara, Barry called out, and the two paused, walking over to him. I really wanted you two to meet. Oliver was the first person to train me. Really? Well, you did a really good job, Kara told Oliver, as Barry had done pretty well as a hero when he first appeared on her world. Because I didn't hold back, Oliver said bluntly. I shot him. Kara looked at Barry incredulously and he nodded with a wince. You can't hold back either, Oliver warned her. Are you sure about that? I just met these people, Kara said uncertainly. Also, holding back was kind of necessary. She'd end up killing everyone here with a single blow if she didn't hold back. These people need to understand this isn't gonna be easy. Don't hold back, especially against me, Oliver told her firmly. The only thing that will happen if she doesn't hold back, is all of you will end as bloody stains on the ground. Naruto pointed and Kara winced a little at him voicing out loud what she had been thinking earlier. She noticed Naruto was getting confrontational. Naruto, I think it would be at least good, letting them get used to fighting an alien. Kara mentioned to him, making him look at her. You can go let them fail all over you, Kara, but I'm not interested. I'll pass, Naruto waved away. Okay, why even come along if you're not going to help? Barry wondered. I'm here only to keep Kara safe, Naruto pointed out coldly, and that made Barry pause. Barry had an inkling of how strong Kara was, so what could have happened recently that would make it so? Kara needed protected. He'd have to ask later when this was over. Besides, which one of you is going to force me to participate? Naruto asked derisively, eyeing Oliver out of the corner of his eye. Kara sighed, knowing Naruto was right. How exactly were they supposed to make a guy that had her powers do something he wanted no part in? It left Kara disappointed, but she did see what he meant. The two of them being part of this spar was unnecessary, and would also be overkill. I'll be up here if you need anything, Naruto said to Kara as he flew up and stayed a dozen feet above the ground, his legs crossed as he meditated. Meanwhile, the Wave Rider, Naruto looked around as he saw nobody and snuck into the ship. Activating one of his jutsu, he turned himself invisible. He scoped out the ship, finding out that no one on the ship, and accessed the system. Not that he expected anyone to be on the ship given Oliver Queen's little training session happening outside, but Naruto wouldn't be a good shinobi if he didn't do his due diligence. Welcome, how may I help you? Said the AI as the female voice was heard. You can start by giving me full access to your archives. Naruto said as he became visible. I'm sorry, but you are not authorized to view that information. The AI, Gideon said. Well, I'll fix that in a bit, Naruto said as he started typing away. Wait, you mustn't, Gideon said before the AI's face stated to twitch and spaz out before a few moments later, she reappeared. Greetings. How may I assist you, Mr. Uzumaki? Gideon said. You can start by telling me everything you know about Barry Allen, Oliver Queen, their teams, and the so-called Legends of Tomorrow. Naruto said. He cared about Kara deeply, but he didn't necessarily trust her judgment on these people. He would find out what he needed to know and then would decide for himself if these people were worth trusting. Based on what he had seen so far, he was skeptical. With Kara, don't hold back. Kara winced internally at Oliver's previous words as Ray flew at her, shrunk, and then grew again. Grabbing him out of the sky, she whipped him around, and he landed on the ground with a crunch she hoped was only from his suit. As everyone struggled to stand, Thea groaned. She really is a badass. Yeah, it's kind of hot. Sarah agreed, missing Naruto's eye twitch as he overheard her comment. Mostly because of how little shame Sarah had, Oliver emerged from the trailer he had gone in with Barry, Jax, and Stein. Looking over everyone, he sighed. Let's go again. Everyone powered up their weapons and charged at Kara. Later, after the sparring session, everyone was minding their own business and Naruto was still floating above everyone else, when Cisco walked up to Barry. Hey, he said. Hey, Barry replied. You know what this is? Cisco asked Barry as he held the message that Barry showed to Oliver, Stein, and Jax earlier. This is really you. Like, future you. Come on, man, said Barry, trying to reason. Look, you told them, right? Cisco cut him off. I'm gonna tell them all when this is finished, said Barry. When this is finished? Asked Cisco angrily. Even though you're about to lead them through an alien war. Even after Flashpoint. After everything you've messed up. All the lives you've changed. You still don't think you should tell them? Tell us what? Asked Sarah. Cisco had spoken the last line loudly enough for everyone to hear. Barry turned to face everyone and said, Jax and Professor Stein found a message from me in the future saying that, right now, I can't be trusted. Quote, and why would future you say that? Asked Sarah. I think because, said Barry. I went back in time and changed the timeline, and now things here are different than before I left, including some of your lives. Quote, some of our lives? Asked Kara in worry. Like who? No one who is from another Earth, said Barry to Kara's relief. He then said to the others. But I have seen changes in the lives of those who live on this Earth. Cisco. Caitlin. Wally. Dig. Me? Asked John. Why? What happened? Hey, said Oliver as he walked up to him. Apparently, you had a daughter. I had a daughter. Barry? Asked John, turning to Barry, wanting an explanation. Baby John. Used to be baby Sarah, admitted Barry, his face clearly showing shame. So, wait, let me just get this right. Asked John in outrage, his voice breaking as he struggled to contain his emotions. You just erased a daughter from my life. Yeah, said Barry, almost in a whisper. But you can't just go back and change things like that, Barry, said Sarah, in a completely hypocritical way, ignoring the fact that she and Legends changed stuff every time they tried to fix a mistake in the timeline. Nay, I know, said Barry. Do you know how hard it is for me to not alter events? Asked Sarah. To bring my sister back. But I don't, because I know the implications. All those aberrations, the ones we've spent the last 8 months trying to correct, said Ray angrily. You thought it was okay for you to travel through time and create one of your own. Enough, said Oliver, all of you. You all are acting like saints who have never made a mistake. No one is acting better than the other, Mr. Queen, but it is the Legend's job to protect the timeline. My compatriots are simply agitated and wish to know what happened. Stein said, trying to take the more diplomatic approach. This happened sometime after his father was murdered by Zoom, pointed out Oliver as Barry had told him, Jax, and Saint. I'm privately earlier when everyone was training. Kara shot him a look of sympathy, knowing exactly how losing parents felt. He was feeling a tremendous amount of grief and anguish. He just wanted to see his parents alive. Haven't the three of you made mistakes under high emotional stress? Things that you regret? The time travelers winced as they remembered actions they had carried out or almost carried out when they were acting on their emotions and not using their head. And that's not an excuse, Naruto said as everyone turned their attention to him. He had been meditating for so long that everyone had forgotten he was there, but his clone had just finished getting the information and dispelled, giving Naruto the info. He opened his eyes to glare down from his place in sky at Oliver and Barry. Not that those time-hopping hypocrites have any right to comment on his actions, given what they do on a regular basis, but why does it matter whether he was under emotional stress or not? Do not try to justify what he did. He made a selfish choice to break the timeline for his own personal happiness, not for the benefit of others, and it affected who knows how many people. Whoa, hey, where do you get off calling me a hypocrite? ? Quote. Sarah demanded, and Naruto looked at her out of the corner of his eye with a deadpan look. The fact that you hooligans change the timeline every day, yet are acting like complete saints, makes you a hypocrite. Idiot, Naruto pointed out with a bit of bite. Your little team may prevent major changes from happening, but you never leave the timeline quite the same as you found it. There are always small changes in the cracks. It's a wonder and a miracle you haven't completely fucked up the timeline yet. Well, if I may ask, Mr. Naruto, what do you believe makes you a better person to judge Mr. Allen? Professor Stein asked, trying to take the diplomatic approach before his more youthful and brash teammates started a show. Ting match. I can judge him because I've done the time travel thing myself. The difference is, I didn't make any changes to my personal timeline, Naruto said, surprising even Kara. You all already know I'm an alien, like Supergirl. On my old world, I was a soldier. In your terms, I was a part of my country's special forces. Anyway, there was this criminal from an allied nation my team and I were hunting. We eventually tracked him down and caught up with him, only after he had found what he was looking for. What he had been looking for was an ancient device to send people back in time. He activated it and I tried to stop him, though it only ended up sending me back in time with him. I learned that we had been sent back in time almost 20 years, and I met my father in person. When I'm born, my parents gave their lives so I, and by extension, my home, could live. We had to work together to defeat the man I was hunting. We triumphed, and I think he knew who I was before our time together ended. I had a moment where I was tempted. There was a moment that I could have taken him aside and told him about the events of my birth, how everything goes horribly wrong, how it could be prevented and Mom and Dad could live and raise me and we could be a family. Naruto continued as he floated down and touched the ground again. The difference between you and me, Barry Allen, is that when the moment was presented to me, though I was tempted, I was ultimately strong enough to not change my past. Because the past is set. The ink is dry and it must not be changed unless absolutely necessary. When you break time, you fuck shit up beyond all repair, and you can never put it back the way you found it. Naruto berated him. You might get lucky and not change that much. But we already know that you wiped one child out of existence. How many more children did you wipe from existence or abort in the womb, Barry? Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands maybe. You shattered 20 years of history. You only know of the differences in the lives of those you're familiar with. What about the lives of the civilians of their cities? Did you ask them how they're doing? Naruto said as he laid into Barry, as Barry finally seemed to start realizing the ramifications of his actions, as if he had never really had it hammered home how much damage he had done, and was horrified and disgusted with himself. He thought he understood what he had done, with all the changes he had made to the timeline that affected his friends, but the fact that he had wiped baby Sarah from existence, it had never really occurred to him that she may not have been the only baby born or in the womb that might have been affected. And now that it had, Barry couldn't imagine how much innocent lives he was responsible for snuffing out, all for his selfishness. There are only two instances where time travel and changing the timeline is acceptable. First, when the consequence for not doing so means that the world ends. Basically, all of humanity dies if you don't go back in time and stop whatever happens to cause it, because it's better to change the timeline than let the entire world end. The other time is when it has just happened, and you only go back a day, maybe a few days to stop the event, when you stopped Weather Wizard from unleashing a tidal wave that would have drowned your city. Those, while not great, are the only times I can see as being acceptable instances of changing time. Naruto explained, as that knocked Barry out of his shock and horror, since it was in a backwards way, approval of the way he handled Weather Wizard. He had been told it was wrong, and he felt it had been right, since it for sure prevented Joe's death and the possible deaths of over 200,000 people living in the city. Wait, how do you even know this? You're not even from this Earth. Jax asked, as he noticed the way Naruto was talking. He knew too much. I hacked Gideon earlier, Naruto revealed, to the legend's shock. You hacked our giant super AI? Ray asked in stunned amazement. Please, your AI is nothing I didn't deal with on Daxam. Daxam and Krypton were more than 10,000 years ahead of the Wave Rider's technology, minus the time travel bit. Naruto revealed, and anyway, I think I've ripped into Barry enough for one day. Let's talk about you for a minute, Sarah Lance. Naruto said, to put it simply, you're a narcissist and a whore. Naruto said, causing some of the women to gasp in shock, Kara included. Oliver grit his teeth and clenched his hand in frustration as someone he cared about was being insulted to her face. Look, whether it's a man or woman, I don't care where you find comfort or love. What I have a problem with is when you sleep around with women and don't care what it does to them. Quote, what it does to them? I show them a good time, it's not like they don't like it. Sarah said, getting defensive by this guy questioning her sex life. These women grew up in different times, when gender roles were clearly defined and homosexuality was treated like a plague. Naruto went on, you go back in time, you sleep with these women, and then leave, like some pathetic modern-day hookup artist, never mind the fact that you ruin their lives. Ruin their lives? God, where the hell did they pick you up from? 1765, Sarah asked in irritation, not used to being challenged like this. The planet I'm from didn't have time for homosexuality. Clans, family, legacy, were far more important than indulging in one's personal pleasure. We were too busy killing each other to worry about that shit. Nobody begrudged anyone who found love in the arms of another of the same sex. After all, when your life expectancy was 30, life was too short to worry about stupid shit. Naruto explained, surprising the others. But I can guarantee that rarely happened. That was something you didn't hear about on my planet. Most clans had a sense of legacy about them, they didn't want to be last of their bloodline. Even my former best friend, who I later had to kill because he turned traitor, at least at one point, wanted to restore his bloodline, though, that was pushed by the wayside when he became hyper-focused on revenge. Quote, but anyway, not only do you not care about how you are screwing these women up by sleeping with them, you are playing a dangerous game. Sleep with the wrong women, prevent the wrong birth, and history gets cut to pieces. Naruto continued, alright, tough guy, name one time I did that, Sarah said, angry at Naruto. You slept with the Queen of Laius 13 and almost prevented the 14 from being born. He pointed out, Kara looking at Sarah in surprise. She came onto me, Sarah said, trying to explain herself, but she had already lost the argument. It doesn't matter, Naruto retorted immediately. You had a mission, to make sure the Queen and King fuck and she gets pregnant with Louis XIV. Your little escapade could have destroyed much of established history. You had an important mission and you almost blew it. You also slept with the women of Salem, 1693. Naruto pointed. You don't know what their home lives were like. Their husbands may have been abusive. By sleeping with them, and getting found out, you may have given them temporary pleasure, but you also subjected their home lives to being awful and horrible. I actually bothered to look this up while I was hacking Gideon. A lot of those you slept with would be beaten by their husbands later, and some of them even died, because you couldn't keep your cunt to yourself. The legends were rightly horrified. Kara was shocked to hear that as well. I'm going back there after this is over and stopping that, Sarah declared, angry that her lovers were being punished for being shown a good time and wanted to prevent that from happening. You will not. I've already reprogrammed Gideon so that it can't take you back to that moment in time. You've screwed their lives up enough by coming into them. The least you can do is not show up again, Naruto said, shocking them again. But really, was it any surprise? He already revealed he could hack Gideon with relative ease. It wasn't much of a stretch for him to be able to reconfigure their systems as well. Like I said before, I don't care about your sexual preference, but the fact you couldn't control yourself for 5 minutes is pathetic for someone who used to be a member of the League of Assassins, Naruto derided, looking upon her with disgust at her weakness, lack of discipline and lack of shame. You don't know anything about me, asshole, Sarah retorted angrily. I know your entire history. You are the same woman who slept with your sister's boyfriend, after all, Naruto pointed out, Oliver looking a little uncomfortable as his past was brought up. You talk about loving your sister, but while she was fighting for her life, you were off gallivanting through I story. You haven't changed one bit. You were a coward who runs away when things are tough. You ran to the League when Oliver needed you. You ran to Tibet and then to Rip when you were brought back. And when Laurel died, your idea of honoring her, the same sister that you hurt so many times and still risked life and limb to bring you back to life, was to run away and travel through time instead of staying and fighting for the city that she died protecting. You wouldn't even be alive if not for your sister, and you can't even be bothered to honor her a sacrifice even a little. Quote, it seems to me that the wrong sister was given a second chance she never deserved, while the right one got screwed over, Naruto said coldly, Oliver no longer able to focus on his anger at Naruto for saying all those things about Sarah, as he was reminded of the sorrow and grief he felt at losing Laurel. And you, Naruto said as he looked at Oliver. He looked at Oliver for several moments and sighed. We'll be here all night if I start. Guys, said Felicity, interrupting them. Guys, it's Lila. The Dominators have abducted the president. She needs us now. All right, said Barry turning to the others. I will sit this one out, obviously. You guys go. You have Supergirl. She's just as fast as I am. Get the president. We can talk about this later. As the others started walking away, Barry walked up to Kara and asked. You still trust me, right? I'll always trust you, she assured him. But it might take more to convince them. Quote, hey, Oliver snapped angrily. This is crazy. Everyone is going, including Barry. I'm not going without him. All of you, stay where you are at, Naruto commanded, raising his voice, his irritation with Barry and Sarah having reached a point where he lost his temper for a moment, the force behind his shout causing the entire building to shake, causing rumbling and some dust fall from ceiling onto the floor. Once the shaking stopped, Naruto sighed, now annoyed with himself, though it did get the reaction he desired, so he pressed on. I will get the president. Out of everyone here, I have the best chance of sneaking in and getting him out alive. Most of you would probably just walk right into the trap the Dominators have obviously set. Quote, what trap are you talking about? Kara asked him. Do you really think that the Dominators care about one nation out of the 150+ nations on this planet? No, they came here for us. Unless the president is hiding the meta gene, the Dominators are just using him as bait to draw us out. Naruto asked rhetorically. And also, this team needs some serious work if it's going to fight an alien invasion force. We're at war right now and fighting amongst ourselves. If they walk out there and try to save the president right now, he's not going to make it out alive, Naruto said. Besides, I'm already there. Everyone else didn't know what he was talking about, but Kara's eyes widened in realization. You're a shadow clone, aren't you? Damn straight. Naruto's clone admitted. When did you have time to switch? Kara asked. You all forgot I was meditating above you. Naruto pointed out as the clone poofed out of existence. Did you all just see that? Felicity asked, not sure if she was imagining it or not. Ninja, Max said excitedly. Kara, I thought you mentioned he was like you. Barry asked her. Barry, I can't talk about what that is. It's his secret and he told it to me in confidence. He's the only one who can tell you. Kara said, not willing to spill Naruto's secret. Barry was surprised. He didn't know Kara and Naruto were that close. With the real Naruto, Naruto was across the building where the Dominators were keeping the president. He narrowed his eyes and scoped out the building. With his X-ray vision and telescopic vision, he could not see any lifeforms besides one human, which was likely the president. Not seeing anything, but that doesn't mean they aren't there. Naruto thought as he activated his emotion sensing and did pick up the emotions of 7 Dominators. As I thought, they're there, but they must be cloaking themselves. Coincidentally, their cloaking tech also gets around my vision powers. Single quote. Naruto activated his shadow clone jutsu, creating 10 clones, who all performed the transformation jutsu, transforming into common flies, and all flew into the building. All of the clones flew around, using the emotion sensing find where all the Dominators were. They landed gently on the aliens' weapons, so they wouldn't notice the flies. One of the flies also landed on the president's suit jacket. Alright, let's get this done. Naruto thought as he pulled out his kunai, channeling lightning chakra through. Flying Thunder God, Naruto said as he disappeared in a yellow flash. Inside the building, one by one, the Dominators all dropped dead, their heads separated from their bodies. Blood, as black as a moonless sky, flew from their wounds as their life fled from them. Each decapitation preceded by a flash of yellow light. Once Naruto got to the last one, he snapped the Dominator's neck, letting it fall onto the ground without a care. The president, at least, showed some spine, and managed to not throw up at the slaughter that had been carried out. Mr. President, Naruto said as he walked up to him, ripping the bonds off. I'm here to get you to safety. Naruto did not wait for the president to say, by your leave, as he teleported them both back to the ledge he had been on. Naruto started to check the president over, making sure this actually was a human and not some decoy placed by the Dominators. Thank you for your help. The president said. Who are you? All you need to know is that I'm a friend. Naruto said. Now, I apologize in advance, as this is going to be a little intrusive, but I need to verify you are actually the president. What do you mean? I am the president of the United States. The man said. It's a little more complicated than I have time to explain. Naruto said as he placed a hand on the president's head, using a seal to scan the president and check him over. A minute later, Naruto stopped the scan, satisfied that this was indeed who he said he was. Again, my apologies, but I can't exactly bring a mole back to our base of operations. That wouldn't look good on me. With that, Naruto used the Flying Thunder God Jutsu and teleported them both back to Star Labs. Back at Star Labs, back at STAR Labs, Barry stood in front of a large holographic newspaper article with the words, Flash missing, vanishes in crisis, on the top. He couldn't help but feel as though he let his friends down again. Hearing someone walk in behind him, he sighed. I didn't think about it, Oliver. I didn't think about the future. I was so focused on the past. I didn't think about it until now. I changed so much. What is this? Oliver asked him carefully, trying to comprehend everything. This is an article from the future. It's a story about me vanishing. Barry told him. It used to be written by Iris West Allen. But now, I don't know. Something's changed with Iris. Something's changed with our future. God, what did I do? Barry, this is a weird-looking newspaper article, Oliver stated. It doesn't mean anything. You need to stop beating yourself up over this. Quote, I'm sorry, but how can you say that? Barry raised his voice. It was my decision to go back in time. I'm responsible for all of this. Maybe, maybe not. Barry, you made a choice. You wanted to see your parents alive again. Do you honestly know anyone that, if they were in your shoes, wouldn't do the exact same thing? I would do the exact same thing, Oliver said. Barry, after the gambit went down, it was me, my father, and a crew member on a life raft. Lost at sea. Enough food and water for one person, maybe. My father took a gun, shot the crew member, told me to survive, and then turned the gun on himself. He shot himself in the head. He sacrificed himself so that I could live, nothing I could do. No choice. Slade Wilson drove a sword right through my mother's heart in front of my sister and I. I was there. I was helpless on the ground. I was powerless to stop it. No choice. Oliver said. Do you not think that I wouldn't give anything to go back and make things different? Quote. Barry was horrified. You never told me that. Barry, the world isn't different because you changed the timeline. Change happens. Tragedy happens. People make choices, and those choices affect everyone else. You're not a god, Barry. Oliver told him. But, Oliver, I have the power of one. Barry refuted. I know you're trying to make me feel better, make me feel like what happened isn't my fault, but that Naruto guy is right. It's true that I'm not a god, but I have the powers of one, and I should have been more responsible with them. Jay Garrick explained it to me. You know how when a plane breaks the sound barrier, there is a sonic boom. Well, the same thing happens when you break the time barrier. The difference is, the time is fluid from the point that you travel from, but the past is set. Making changes to the past is like taking a coffee cup, breaking a piece off, and gluing it back together. The cup is still good, but you can tell it's been repaired. Well, it's like that, except when I made Flashpoint, I took the cup and smashed it to pieces on the floor. Before Barry could talk more, Cisco's voice sounded over the intercom. Hey guys, that Naruto guy is back with the president. He's in the comm room. Everyone rushed back out to the comm room to indeed find Naruto with the president. Whoa, Felicity said, never having expected to actually meet the president. It is an honor to meet you, sir, said Cisco, excited to meet the president, despite the situation. How do we know that is the president? Oliver asked, not trusting the apparent ninja that had vanished earlier, insulted someone Oliver was close to, and was very standoffish. I already checked him over. He's who he says he is. I wouldn't have brought him back here if he wasn't the president. Naruto pointed. How did you verify that? Diggle asked. I have ways of verifying he's human and not being mind-controlled. But if you doubt me, have that Lila lady call him up. Naruto said as he walked out of the room, while Diggle called his wife to have them verify that it was the president. Naruto leaned against the wall on the other side of the room, motioning his head to Kara that he wanted to talk. I wanted to apologize for earlier, losing my temper and ripping into your friend. Naruto said to her, you were a little mean, considering he's already beaten himself up a lot for it, I could tell. Kara said as she crossed her arms. I'm not sorry I said it, just the way I handled it. It still needed to be said. Time travel is a dangerous power, and not something one should just causally play with. He needs to understand so he doesn't make stupid mistakes like that again and ruin everything for everyone. Naruto said. Clearly, nobody bothered to tell that Barry Allen guy the hard truths he needed to hear. Yes, it sucks losing your parents. But you don't have the right to go and change history because of it. I know that this isn't going quite the way you wanted, our first team up. I was hoping it could at least be special, but you need to understand, these people don't understand what they are up against. The Dominators, they won't mess around. They're killers, and this infighting we keep doing isn't gonna help. Naruto said as he put his hand on Kara's shoulder, hoping she would understand. Yeah, that didn't help with you criticizing them. Kara said with a sideways glance. Granted, I'm not absolving myself of that, but I have to be hard on them. They are acting like children. None of them know what they are up against. If they don't stop squabbling and actually start taking this seriously, they are going to get themselves killed. The fact is, without the two of us, they have absolutely no chance of stopping the Dominators. Naruto said, and Kara really couldn't argue with that. Even Barry, for all his great power, didn't have the strength or the tech to stand up to the Dominators. I understand. I do, just, can you be a little nicer? For my sake. Kara pleaded with him. I'll try, Naruto said, leaving it at that. The building shook with that, and a loud rumbling noise was heard throughout the halls. A pillar of light hit the courtyard outside of the lab, and everyone minus the president rushed to the doors. Once they reached the doors, they saw over 10,000 Dominators in front of the building, each one armed to the teeth. That's a lot of aliens, Mick said, pointing out the obvious. Even the meat-headed thug was capable of recognizing that this was going to be a tough shadow clone jutsu, Naruto said as he made the hand sign, creating 4 clones, who all rushed to be at 90-degree points around the Star Labs building. 4 red suns formation, Naruto's clones said as they formed a hand sign, and a red, translucent dome formed around the entire building, cutting off the building from the Dominators and Naruto. The barrier enveloped the clones as well, cutting them off from the team. Naruto, Kara exclaimed, as Naruto activated a seal on his hand, a poof of smoke appearing in his hand as a black katana appeared in his hand. The Dominators snarled, and some of them fired shots at the barrier, only for the laser blasts to harmlessly dissipate when they hit the barrier. Leave the barrier alone, Supergirl. It's strong enough to hold back the force of a nuke. It's meant to keep them out. Protect the president, Naruto said calmly. Leave these guys to me. The Dominators roared and fired their weapons at the barrier, sending laser shots the hero's way. Naruto disappeared in a burst of speed, the shots hitting the ground and tearing it up, but Naruto was nowhere to be found. Wow, he's fast, Felicity remarked. I can't see him. Can you see him, Flash? Oliver asked Barry. Barely. I lost him when he slipped past the Dominators, Barry admitted, as a sudden explosion occurred somewhere in the crowd of Dominators, sending 100 of them flying into the air like ragdolls. In the center of where they all had flown from was Naruto, his sword outstretched toward the sky. As the Dominators fell to the ground, Naruto smirked at the Dominators as the ones he sent flying that had landed on the ground seemingly refused or were unable to get up. Some of them snarled and fired their weapons at him, a volley of laser blasts coming his way. While he could easily tank the blasts, why do that when he could show off? Naruto held out his hand and a sealing array appeared in front of him, absorbing the blasts, and shrinking them until they didn't exist. Uzumaki reflection, Naruto said as he reflected the gathered energy back at the Dominators as a blast of kinetic energy, breaking the skeletons of the 20 or so Dominators in front of him. Naruto dodged a swipe from a Dominator and sliced the back of its neck. Kara was watching closely and expected blood to fly, but no blood flew from the Dominator's neck. That's impossible, right? Kara wondered, using her X-ray and telescopic vision to see what Naruto had done to the Dominator. There was a cut on the Dominator's neck, but that wasn't where the real damage was. No, for as Kara looked further, she saw that the Dominator's central nervous system had been severed from his spine, with exception to his nerves keeping the blood in its heart pumping, but the nerves responsible for motor function were severed. Looking at some of the ones he had taken down already, she saw similar wounds on the ones that couldn't get up. Rasengan, Naruto said as he plowed one into a Dominator's stomach, destroying its flesh and sending it into a bunch of its fellow Dominators. Naruto slapped the claw swipe of one away and smashed his fist into its chest, causing the Dominator to cough up its black blood as it was launched like a torpedo into the other Dominators. Fire style. Hidden ash jutsu, Naruto said as he puffed his cheeks and let out a cloud of fiery ash that covered him and 1,000 of the Dominators. Some of the weaker ones roared in pain as the fiery ash burned their skin and eyes, as Naruto sped through the ash, cutting them and severing their nerves without breaking the skin. Wind style. Pressure damage. Naruto shouted as he shot a ball of compressed air into another group of Dominators, the dome that was created when the air bullet exploded, blasting more into the sky. Amazing, Iris said, in awe of his power, how he was as easily manhandling the Dominators. Awesome, Cisco said. Ninjas are so cool, Mick said in awe. He had been on a ninja obsession ever since the legend's visit to feudal Japan. Naruto took a moment to gaze at the sky, then looked back at the Dominators, who were eyeing him warily. At this rate, they'll send reinforcements. Naruto muttered to himself. I've played around with you all long enough. It's time to end this, Naruto said, eyeing the ground before him, as he held his katana in a reverse grip behind him, his other hand in front of him in a tiger seal, focusing his chakra as he glared at the Dominators. Flying Thunder God, Naruto muttered, disappearing in a yellow flash. Wah, where'd he go? Cisco asked. I couldn't follow him at all. How fast is he moving? Barry wondered, with Kara wondering the same thing, before they noticed a yellow flash out of the corner of their eye and turned in time to see a Dominator fall to the ground, Kara's visual prowess informing her that the Dominator had lost its motor function. Another flash drew their attention and they turned in time to see another fall. He's not moving fast, Kara realized, making Barry and Oliver look at her. He's teleporting. They widened their eyes as they took a closer look. Soon enough, after the third or fourth Dominator fell, the flashes of yellow light became more prominent, to the point where even the non-metas were able to see them. All of the flashes all seemed to blend together as a sort of flickering light. The only other thing they could see was the Dominators falling one by one. Within moments, the last Dominator fell, Naruto behind him with his sword at the end of a slash, having cut down all of the remaining 9,000 Dominators without killing a single one of them. Thunderous applause. As the light died down, the whole group saw Naruto standing in the middle of all the fallen Dominators. He looked up to the sky and wondered, so, Dominators, what will you do now? Quote, in the Dominator ship, in the control room of the mother ship, several high-ranking Dominators were monitoring the situation and had just witnessed Naruto cut down all of the 10,000-foot soldiers that they had sent to capture the metas. Pull our soldiers back, the highest-ranking one said. Is that wise? Said one of the lower-ranked Dominators. Look at him. This single meta is decimating them like they are insects, said another of the lower-ranked Dominators mentioned. Shall we bring him up to the ship with us for study, sir? Asked the Dominator drone at the control panel. Have you gone mad? He'll be free to kill us at his leisure. We can't afford to risk capturing him. Return the soldiers to the ship, the lead Dominator ordered. At once, the Dominator drone said as he pressed some buttons on the panel with its long finger. Star Labs. HMPH, I thought so. Naruto commented as a pillar of light hit the courtyard, and the Dominators were teleported back to the shish. Naruto unsummoned his sword and walked back to the barrier. Starship. All the soldiers have been retrieved. The Dominator drone said. Good, now, ready the Star Striker. The leader said, surprising the Dominators on the bridge, making the one he was addressing look at him questioningly. This meta is too dangerous, we cannot afford to capture him. It would be safer to use the Star Striker. And in doing this, we will not have to worry about the threat the metahumans of Earth will pose to us. See it done. The drone bowed and furiously typed away. The outside of the ship started to open up as a massive cylindrical cannon appeared in the hollow, opened-up cavity of the ship. Earth. On the ground, Naruto paused his walk towards the barrier, his hearing picking up the sounds from outer space. And looked up towards space with his telescopic vision. His eyes widened, before regaining his composure, crouching down and shooting straight into the air. Kara looked to where he had been looking and her eyes widened in horror. What's going on? Why is he flying away? Oliver asked. Oh my god. Kara gasped. What is it? Kara. Barry asked. The Dominators, they have a Star Striker. Kara informed, a fearful look on her face. Star Striker. Huh, that's a badass name, Cisco commented, though the look on Kara's face told him maybe he shouldn't be so excited about it. Why do I get the feeling I shouldn't be excited about that? Quote, what does it do? Barry asked. It's a giant cannon the Dominator motherships have that is said to be able to destroy entire planets if fired. Kara said, and the others were rightfully terrified. Don't be afraid, Kara, the clone close to her said as it opened its eyes and looked at her. I know it looks dire right now, but have faith in the boss. He's told you of what he's faced and triumphed over. He won't let Earth be destroyed. Believe it. Kara looked at the sky with a worried gaze. Please, be okay, Naruto. She pleaded to Rao. Naruto stopped his ascent 25,000 of feet above the city and pulled out one of his father's special Hieroshan daggers. Come on, Naruto growled. Mothership. The Star Striker is ready. The drone at the controls said as the cannon glowed a bright and harsh white light. Fire. The lead Dominator said. The cannon unleashed a giant white beam of energy from itself. Earth. Naruto channeled an immense amount of chakra, summoning his six-path sage mode to amplify the scope of his powers. Teleportation seal. Naruto shouted, a giant Hieroshan formula appearing in the sky, covering the half of the planet. The beam from the Star Striker hit the seal dead on, and on the Dominator control hub, the lead Dominator was expecting the beam to destroy the barrier, but it failed to. What's going on? The Dominator demanded. The Star Striker blast is being absorbed, the scientist told him, and the Dominator let its mouth fall open in shock. With Naruto, he was sweating and gritting his teeth. He had never tried to use the teleportation seal for anything nearly this powerful. But he had to do this. 7 billion lives were at stake. I am the only thing that stands between Earth and complete annihilation. I will not fail. Naruto shouted as he powered more chakra into this seal. Slowly, but surely, the beam from the Star Striker shrunk as it lost power. Until it dissipated completely. Impossible, the lead Dominator said in shock. He had seen the Star Striker destroy several planets before. Never had he witnessed the Star Striker fail to destroy a planet before. Here, Naruto said as the seal changed shape and the seal started to glow the color of the white. Evasive maneuvers, now, the lead Dominator said frantically, realizing what this godly meta was about to do. He's going to reflect the blast back at us. Move the ship. Yes, sir, the Dominator drone said as they frantically typed away. You can have it back, you cunts. With his shout, Naruto unleashed the Star Striker blast he had transported earlier back at the Dominator mothership. The Dominator mothership, thanks to the quick thinking of the leader, managed to get the ship out of range of the blast. Damned meta, the lead Dominator said. How soon can we fire again? 10 minutes, sir, the Dominator at the controls said. Prepare the Star Striker to fire again, the leader said. Naruto huffed and puffed as he caught his breath. You are not going to get a chance to do that again, Naruto said as he activated Hieroshan and teleported away. Naruto reappeared inside the ship and began to smash through the ship, and he forced his way to the cannon. Sir, our soldiers are reporting a breach in the lower hangar. It's the meta. He's on board the ship, and he's smashing through the ship's hull, a Dominator said as he showed the leader a hologram of the ship and where he was. He's headed straight for the Star Striker, the leader said. Naruto smashed right through the floor, knocking Dominators into the air as he landed on his feet. Looking around, he saw the Star Striker was charging up to fire again. Oh, fuck no, Naruto growled and reappeared next to it, grabbing it with both hands and ripping it up out of its base and throwing it at the other side of the wall. The cannon crashed into the wall, causing a massive explosion that caused a chain reaction in the left wing of the mothership. The explosion from the cannon caused explosions in the corridor connecting the left wing of the mothership to the body. The structural integrity was damaged extensively, and the alien metal crumbled and caved, and the left wing was separated from the body of the mothership in a large explosion. Now that this is handled, let's make sure you can't call for backup, Naruto said as he sped away. He smashed some more equipment, and when he was done, he teleported back to Earth, using the Hieroshan marking he left on the ground outside of Star Labs. He reappeared in a yellow flash on the ground in a kneel. Getting up, He snapped his fingers and dispelled his clones, causing the barrier to slowly fade. Once the barrier was disappeared enough, Kara flew over to him. I was so worried when I saw they used their Star Striker. Kara whispered as she hugged him tightly. Naruto chuckled. Don't worry, Kara. It will take more than a single planet-busting weapon to take me out. Quote, what did you do? Barry asked. I destroyed their weapon systems on their mother ship, their main generator and their communication systems. They won't be able to leave or call for help, and they won't be able to fire on us with any city-destroying weapons or planet busters again. Their smaller ships are not equipped for that, Naruto informed. So, you're a ninja? Mick Rory asked. Super ninja, actually, Naruto said, with Mick being more excited, as he had so many questions. Come, I think there has been enough excitement for one day, Naruto said as he began walking back inside, Kara and the others following after him. Dominator ship, what is the damage to the ship? The leader asked. The left wing of the ship has been completely destroyed. And even if it wasn't, our main thrusters and our hyperdrive have been destroyed. The hyperdrive isn't repairable and the thrusters will take 2 Earth weeks to repair. Our communication systems are also out and will take at least that long to repair before we can call for aid to have us transported to our home planet. What have you been able to find out on the soldiers we sent to destroy Barry Allen and his metas? The leader said telepathically. A few of them suffered debilitating blunt force trauma and this one looks like his flesh was torn to shreds. However, the scientist said, hesitating to explain to his boss the damage. Out with it, the leader ordered. It appears the other 9,000 are still alive, but they cannot move. The scientist explained. And why is that? The leader questioned. Their nerve endings on their spine that are responsible for motor function have been completely severed and fried, but the ONES connected to their primary organs are still functioning. The scientist explained. That's impossible. He was able to cripple their central nervous system without killing them. The leader exclaimed. The amount of precision and self-control required for something like that, it was something beyond human, in the Dominator's eyes. It was not natural and should not exist. It appears so, the medical Dominator said before turning to the leader. The damage is not permanent with our technology, sir. It will take decades for each of these drones to regain functionality, but they can be restored. Shall we put them in cyrostasis? No, dispose of them. They are useless like this, and I have no patience to waste precious resources on restoring them. The leader said, turning away, and the scientist bowed in subservience. Star Labs. Hey guys, what that? Someone said as beeping occurred. The satellite is picking up a meteor shower. Caitlin said as she showed the image on the screen. Naruto eyed it narrowly as he hadn't seen meteors in the sky earlier. Would you zoom in on that, please? He asked as he took a closer look and sighed. That's no meteor shower. Those are Dominators. The shock was evident as Caitlin zoomed in on more, and sure enough, the images showed Dominators burning up in the atmosphere as the mothership ejected them in a continuous wave. They're sending them to their deaths. Why? Caitlin wondered in abject horror, mirroring the thoughts of tech geeks and lighter-hearted individuals present, while the more grim ones like Oliver merely schooled their features at the cruelty the Dominators showed their own kind. This is what they do, they're wounded that can no longer serve the cause. Naruto said, and Kara looked at him. Did you know that they would do that? Kara wondered. Had it been 1 or 2 of their higher caste members, they wouldn't have done this. But for 10,000 serfs, it was highly unlikely they would try and save them when they have millions on that ship. Naruto pointed out. You needed to see. You all needed to understand that we are not up against some goofball ET creatures. These are monsters that have no morals, are willing to do whatever it takes to accomplish their goals, even it means throwing away their own race members to get the job done. With his piece, he walked out of the central control room, leaving each of the teams to stare at the ship in outer space, sending their own members to their deaths. Kara stood next to Naruto at the hangar as they waited for the others to join them. What's our status? Oliver asked loudly once everyone was gathered, looking to their group of tech geniuses for answers. Barry sighed. Nothing, since the Dominators paid their little visit to attack us. Why haven't they done anything yet? Nate Haywood asked quickly. A display of overwhelming might will make any army hesitate. Naruto pointed out. Man, I wish they would just send us an IM with a questionnaire. I mean, what do they even want? Felicity rambled, causing Kara to smirk at her. Well, Metas pose the biggest threat to their invasion. The Kryptonian told them. It would make sense they'd want to be more careful with their next move, given what they now know about their enemies. Perhaps they are trying to regroup. Stein said. Perhaps they are searching for any potential meta-human vulnerabilities. Quote, I think it's time we return the favor and find their weaknesses, Oliver growled. What do you want to do? Diggle asked. Kidnap one of them. Ever since their attack, they've kind of been in short supply, Barry told him. Nate shook his head. Actually, I know where to find one. I've been reviewing old army footage of their first encounters with the Dominators, and I think I pegged the fight to Redmond, Oregon. 1951. After watching the horrifying footage for a moment, Stein spoke again. You're suggesting we travel to 1951, abduct a Dominator, and interrogate it to determine their intentions. Seems fair. Sarah nodded to her. Whoa, time travel. I'm definitely in. Cisco smiled. Okay. Hold up a sec. Professor Stein and Caitlin have been talking about a way to take down the Dominators all at once. Barry told him, and Kara saw the annoyed look on the older man's face. She wondered what that was all about. They could probably use your help. Pass. Felicity looked at Cisco and nodded. Yeah, I mean, I'm with him, mostly 'cause I just don't want to lose my geek cred, but, time travel. She squealed a bit, and Nate nodded in understanding. I could take Mick and Amaya. Absolutely not, Naruto said with his arms crossed, getting everyone's attention. That's a fucking stupid idea. What are you on about now? Sarah challenged him, exasperated that he was again butting in. You want to go back in time and kidnap a Dominator, one that is probably dead in this timeline. Do you people have any brains or what? Did finding out how Barry changed the whole timeline not clue you into stop messing with things you shouldn't? Naruto demanded, some of the Arrow and Flash teams taking issue with how he insulted them. You got a better idea? Sarah pressed. I do. Order them to leave this solar system, and that if they don't, I'll push the entire ship into the sun and kill every living thing on board the ship. Naruto said coldly. The techies went pale when he mentioned killing everyone on the ship, while others like Kara stood there, gobsmacked, and more experienced and hardened individuals like Oliver took on a more grim expression. You're serious, Cisco said, his voice quivering. Hello, war, ever heard of it? Did the fact that they tossed 10,000 of their number out of the ship to burn up in the Earth's atmosphere not paint a clear enough picture for you? This isn't some childish fantasy. You're not going to win a war with a highly advanced alien species without taking a few lives. Naruto stated. Naruto, Kara said to him, getting his attention, making him look at her, that's a Dominator invasion ship up there. There are millions of them up there. Whoa, hold up, did you say millions? Felicity asked in shock, wondering if she heard right. How many Dominators can the big ship actually hold? Barry asked. Max capacity is about 5 million drones, but they typically only run about half that number. Naruto said. He then looked at Kara critically. And while I don't want to do that, Earth can't defend against that ship and we can't realistically stay here forever. They get one more chance, Kara. After that, whatever happens is on their heads. Kara did not like it, but she saw Naruto's point. They weren't from this dimension, and would have to go back to their own at some point. What were they supposed to do? Wait until the Dominators gave up or they repaired their Starstriker to try to blow up Earth again? No, she saw as Naruto did, that if they didn't surrender and run back home, then they would have to end this in one final, decisive battle. Anyway, I know the time you're talking about and I've already ensured you cannot go back in time to mess with it. Naruto told the legends, shocking them yet again. Would you, quit reprogramming our ship? Sarah said in frustration. I know you can't control yourselves, so I took the decision out of your hands. Naruto said with a smirk. I'm not gonna let you mess with the timeline and make things worse than they already are. I guess that's off the table, then. Oh hey, by the way, Barry said as he turned to everyone else. The president called, which would be cool under different circumstances, but he wants to meet with us. Oliver nodded. Let's bring Ray and Sarah as backup. Kara glanced at Naruto. What about us? We can be backup, she mentioned. Kara, can I talk to you for a second? Oliver looked at her before turning and walking a few feet away. She glanced at Barry, who shrugged in confusion, before following the vigilante. What's up? I would like to minimize yours and Naruto's involvement in this. He told her bluntly. Now Kara's blood started to boil. Why? Because we're aliens. I also happen to be one of your two biggest weapons. Quote, you are both unknown quantities, and this is not personal. He told her quickly. Except that's exactly how this feels. She told him. She was getting so mad, she felt like her head might explode. She'd been nothing but nice to these new friends, and now she was receiving the same treatment she'd gotten when she first revealed her powers to the world. Oliver sighed, his hands resting on his hips. Kara, when I started living this life, it was just me. I was going up against human threats that I could handle. Then it was meta-humans, and I can handle that. Now I learned that there are multiple Earths, and the world was almost blown up by an alien spacecraft. I'm sure that was unnerving, but I don't, Kara tried to say. I don't get unnerved, he said carefully, but when I go up against something new, I push back. Right or wrong, it is who I am, and it is what I do, so I'm asking for a little bit of space because I have to draw the line somewhere. I need to claw back a sense of normalcy. Please stay here. As he started to walk away from her, Naruto grabbed his shoulder and pushed him up against a jeep. His head whipped up in anger and shock as Oliver stared at Naruto. Let go of me, Oliver said, but Naruto wouldn't budge. You'd all be dead if we weren't here. Naruto pointed out callously. Like I told your friends, this is a fucking war we are in. The Dominators would have blown up Earth already if we hadn't been here. You people have absolutely no fucking chance against them without me and Kara. You're not comfortable with us. Well, time to man up and get comfortable. Naruto, Kara said with a pointed look, making him look at her. Please, let him go. Quote, Naruto turned back to look at Oliver. Facts don't care about your feelings, Queen. At the end of the day, we are the only chance you have of winning this war, so I suggest you stop being a little bitch, and get with the program. Naruto said before finally letting him go. Oliver walked away in a huff. Naruto let out a sigh as he ran his hand along the back of his neck. I know, I promised I'd try to be nicer. That wasn't exactly doing that. Quote, no, I wasn't going to say anything. Kara said, a bit peeved with Oliver right now. I may understand how he feels, but he's still being foolish. Later, an hour later, Barry, Oliver, Ray, and Sarah came back from the meeting, only to discover that some corrupt government official had staged a trap. For them, they had beaten the trap easily but had learned that he had been in communications with the Dominators. In exchange for leaving their planet alone, Barry hands himself over. Once that occurred, the Dominators said they would leave the planet. They want Barry to turn himself over, and they'll just go away quietly. Naruto questioned with a raised eyebrow, clearly not convinced by the brain-dead position of the government stooge. I know I'm beating a dead horse here, but that is a stupid idea. Quote, Sarah nodded, albeit reluctantly. For once, I agree with you. It sounds like a trap. If they're threatened enough by meta-humans that they tried to destroy the planet, it's hard to believe they'll be satisfied with just capturing one, Ray added, in agreement with the assassin and ninja. Yeah, well, if I know Barry, he's going to want to be that one, Cisco told them, a tone of worry creeping into his voice. Kara and Oliver are trying to talk him out of it. Thea shook her head, looking at Cisco. If they do not, what's the collateral damage of the meta-bomb? Nate asked, asking Professor Stein. Projected casualty count is around 6.5 billion people. That includes non-meta-humans. The scientist told them, making the light-hearted individuals blanch. So, basically the entire human race, then. Lovely. Naruto commented dryly before he began to wonder out loud as he looked at the Dominator ship in space. You know, one thing I wondered was how they even know that Barry changed the timeline. I mean, there's no way in hell this government imbecile knew it happened. And Dominator tech shouldn't be that advanced in this time. Granted, I'm basing this off where they were 60 years ago, but their technology shouldn't have advanced that much. Quote, Naruto then snapped his fingers as an idea occurred to him. What about that Thon guy? You mean Barry's hated nemesis? Caitlin asked. Yeah, that guy. He can also time travel, right? And clearly, he is willing to change the timeline. I mean, from what Barry told you, we are basically living in an alternate timeline already. Someone had to tell the Dominators. What if it was him? Naruto offered. He's born 200 years after this. It wouldn't be much of a stretch to say he traveled forward into time, got a ship to go to the Dominator homeworld, then went back in time to this timeline to tell them. No way. That's guy's crazy, but that is some next level crazy, Cisco said hesitantly, as Caitlin agreed. Thon was crazy, but that was extremely vindictiveness, even for him. Anything to make Barry suffer, right? Naruto stated, and to be fair, Caitlin and Cisco couldn't find anything to refute that statement. What if we negotiated with them? Nate asked again, grasping at any chance of finding a solution. They want to commit genocide against the human race. There's no negotiating with these savages. Naruto pointed out, if you're gonna do anything, then make it fast. Turning, the group watched as Diggle and Jax hurried into the building. We've got incoming. Cisco immediately jumped on a computer, pulling up a satellite image of the world. Multiple emergencies were shown, and the entire group minus Naruto froze. Dominator ships are coming in worldwide, Diggle told them. Including Central City, Jax added. Yeah, but they're not moving or anything, Cisco said hurriedly. They're just sitting there. So much for the truce secret agent man negotiated. Ray joked. They're trying to leverage us into handing Barry over, Naruto told them as his face adopted a hard look. Time to issue that warning. Cisco, contact the Dominator's main ship. I have a message to deliver. Sure. Opening a channel now, Cisco said as a screen appeared out of nowhere. The lead Dominator appeared on the screen in his control room. What do you humans want now? The Dominator asked, irritated that the humans were contacting him. It's time we had a little chat before you do something you'll regret. Naruto said with a smirk as he took center stage. You again. The Dominator shouted mentally as he snarled vocally. Do you have any idea how much you've damaged our ship, you filthy metahuman? That's nothing compared to what I will do if you don't surrender. I have a message for you. I am Prince Naruto of Daxam. And you are trespassing on my world. Naruto stated, shocking the lead Dominator and all the ones in the control room. A prince of Daxam. Preposterous. Daxam and Krypton were destroyed 70 years ago. There were no survivors. The Dominator said, so that's what happened to them. Naruto wondered as he rubbed his chin before continuing, regardless, I am the prince of Daxam and I have claimed Earth as my home. And you are trespassing on sovereign Daxamite territory. I will give you one chance. Surrender. You are stranded in this galaxy with no ability to escape or call for backup. Surrender. Leave Earth after sufficient repairs have been made to your ship and never return, and I will forgive this slight. And if we do not, what will you do? The Dominator asked sarcastically. I kill every last one of you. Naruto said coldly. The lead Dominator didn't seem to take him seriously, as the Dominator started a low chuckle before it erupted into full-blown laughter. I haven't laughed that good in a while. I will not be accepting this generous offer. Here is my counter offer. You will hand over Barry Allen or your world will suffer the price. The lead Dominator ordered. If you thought that the damage I did before was bad, just wait until you see what I'll do when I don't have to hold back. Naruto warned, not the least bit intimidated by the alien. Enjoy your last few moments alive, metahuman. The Dominator said as he pressed a button and cut the feed. The message ended and Naruto walked away, stopping next to Kara, who had come out when she heard him speaking with the Dominators. They had their chance. Whatever happens next is on them, he said, walking away, and Kara resigned herself to what he would have to do. With Barry, Oliver and Kara joined the group and Kara saw that everyone in their alien fighting team had come together for this being stopping Barry from handing himself over. Barry stood in front of them, his face sad and guilt-ridden. This isn't up for debate. He sighed, knowing that not a single one of them agreed with his decision. It's not even a close call. I mean, turn myself over to the Dominators, they leave the rest of the world alone. Simple. No, it's not simple. Felicity spoke for everyone. Behind her, Diggle sighed. Barry, it doesn't matter what you've done. You can't do this. It's been an honor to know all of you, Barry said, ignoring their protests, to fight alongside of you. Now it's up to you to keep our home safe. Nodding at them in goodbye, he turned to walk away from them. Kara looked to where Naruto had been, only to find him not there. As Barry turned around, he was punched hard in the face by Naruto, causing him to collapse and fall to one knee, holding his face. Naruto, Kara exclaimed. You stay where you are, Kara, Naruto said coldly as he stalked towards Barry. This stubborn fool needs some sense beat into his thick skull before he commits another grave error. If no one else is willing to, then it falls to me. Naruto then pulled Barry up to his feet. You think that after what you did, you get to just give up? You don't get to run away this time, you coward. Naruto growled as he punched him several times, blood flying from Barry's mouth with each strike, making some like Felicity and Iris shriek in H. Or, Oliver had stood by as Naruto verbally ripped into Sarah and Barry before. He was not about to stand by as Naruto actually assaulted Barry. He pulled out his bow and let an arrow loose, right for Naruto's head. Naruto maintained his focus on Barry as he caught the arrow by the arrowhead and crushed it in his hands. Shoot at me again, and I'll break more than your bow, Queen. Naruto growled before turning his attention back to Barry. I can't let them hurt any more people. They already tried to blow up Earth once. If I'm not here, they have no reason to keep invading. Barry groaned out, as he tried to argue his admittedly stupid point. Handing yourself over wouldn't accomplish anything, you imbecile. You think they care about getting you. You were just an excuse to come here. They want to wipe out the entire human race. Naruto shouted at him. They fear metahumans, not because of what someone with powers could do if they were bad people. The Dominators are galactic slave traders. They don't want anyone coming in and screwing up their operation. That's why they want to wipe out humans, because they're afraid that all humans will be metas one day, and that humanity could destroy them if they rise to become a galactic power. Naruto looked at Barry coldly before sighing, as he made another attempt to get this emotionally unstable kid to see reason. Look, sometimes the sacrifice play is necessary, but this isn't one of those times. This is just you, being a pussy and running away from your problems, away from your sins. Because that's what you do, Barry. When the chips are down, all you know how to do is run away. Barry hung his head in shame as he could not find any fault in his words. Naruto grasped Barry by the back of the neck, making him look at Naruto dead in the eye as Naruto spoke. Well, I'm here to tell you, Barry, you don't get to run away. Why anymore? That crushing guilt you feel, for all the lives you ruined, and those you erased. You get to live with that. Your punishment is to live with the guilt. Your penance is to learn the lesson you should have already known. You can't just go changing the timeline, Barry. You have a power that can alter the fate of everyone on this planet. It's your duty to learn from your mistakes and be better than you were. I know, because I also have great power. I've used it irresponsibly, and it caused unnecessary death. I have my own guilt to live with. But I don't let that keep me from doing what's right. And what's right as you being a man for once and not running away from your problems. Quote, Naruto said, and the recognition in Barry's eyes made Naruto think, finally, he had gotten to him. Besides, I think this lot has something to say about you trying to sacrifice yourself. Naruto said as he jerked his head towards the others. Barry turned and froze in shock at the sight of everyone standing in solidarity across from him. Listen, Red, I don't like you, Mick spoke suddenly, but when you got a crew, you don't take a hit for the rest. Quote, seeing the resolve of everyone's faces, the speedster chuckled. That was actually pretty inspiring. I mean, up until the point that Mick compared us to a bunch of criminals, but Amaya spoke behind them. According to the Dominators, we might as well be. And maybe they're right, Nate chimed in. Maybe we do more harm than good, but this is our chance to prove them wrong. We're not letting you sacrifice yourself. There's no way. Cisco walked forward towards his teammate. I don't care if that's what it means to be a hero. You're not a hero to me. You're my friend. Yo, guys. Turning, everyone focused on Jax and Sarah. You know that ship that landed in Central City? It's opening up. The blonde told them. Looking at his friends, Oliver shook his head. Here we go. A loud, intense beeping echoed off the walls of the large hangar as Felicity quickly ran her fingers across her keyboard. I'm reading reports of ships opening all over the world. Oh, frack. She paused as she looked at the main display while Oliver hurried over. Talk to me. Something from the Dominators. Mothership just broke Atmo, and not to get too technical, but it's really, really big and falling to Earth real. Why, really fast, she told him, a frantic tone to her voice. It's the meta bomb, Barry said as he approached. Why would the uglies drop ships on us if they're just planning on blowing us up? The blonde wondered. Oliver stepped forward. Because the ships were a distraction to keep us from stopping the meta bomb. That, and the bomb isn't the explosive kind, Naruto said as he looked at it with his X-ray and telescopic vision. It's a toxic gas that will spread throughout the atmosphere, killing most of humanity, including the metas, leaving only a few left for the Dominators to cull into slave pens. Somewhere in the sky aboard the Waverider, Cisco spoke over the comms. Too bad, because we're going to stop it. Then he looked down at Sarah. We're going to stop it, right? The White Canary gritted her teeth. Let's hope. This might help. Turning, everyone looked at Stein. I've mass-produced a small device that, when placed on individual Dominators, will cause indescribable agony. Not the nicest invention, but this is war. Nice going, Barry said quietly. The caveat, of course, is that if we activate the weapons before all the devices are placed on the Dominators, they'll know what we're up to. The professor winced. Well, we got to do it fast. Oliver looked at the other two. Barry smirked. Only way I know how. The Waverider. Sarah and Cisco arrived at the meta bomb location and hovered above it in shock. Damn, that's big, Cisco said slowly. I didn't think it was going to be so big. What are we going to do? You got me, Sarah told him. I only know how to stab, punch, or skewer things. Central City. In the city, a large group of Dominators gathered in the city square, hoping to draw the heroes out and keep their attention away from the bomb. As they approached, they growled as said heroes had formed against them. On the ground, Oliver, Barry, Mick, Thea, Diggle, Nate, and Amaya stood together in a ready position. Just above them, Firestorm, Kara, Naruto, and Ray hovered above them. Then, as one cohesive unit, they attacked and the fight began. Kara and Naruto immediately attacked the Dominators with their heat vision, causing the ones they blasted to roar in pain. Once the two groups met in the middle, everyone began punching, kicking and shooting, or in Mick's case, letting out a stream of fire as soon as they were able. Naruto paused his own assault on the Dominators when he saw a couple squads marching behind them, holding their wrist-mounted laser weapons. The kind that could vaporize humans. Leaping into action, he leapt through the air as the blasts dissipated harmlessly against his skin, landing between three of them. He punched one in the chest, knocking the Dominator down, and then backhanded another one through the air after crushing the weapon in his hands. He then grabbed the one behind him by the neck, flew and grabbed another one at lightning-fast speed, before breaking their necks and throwing them into several other dominators, the impacts hard enough to shatter their alien ribcages. Naruto then became Blur, appearing in front of one dominator, crushing their laser weapon with a single blow, before fluidly punching them dozens of meters through the air. In quick succession, he took out the rest of the hit squad's weapons with lightning-fast punches, before taking an uninhabited car and slamming it down on the final one, crushing it completely. As they fought, Kara could see Barry rushing around them, placing the small devices on each dominator. She only hoped it would work when the time came. Thea shot arrows as quickly as she could, and her heart went out to the girl, knowing how hard it was to be placed in a fantasy as she had been. Holy shit! Across the horizon, she saw the meta bomb and focused in on the voices in the Wave Rider. This thing has to have a tractor beam, right? Cisco asked Sarah. She nodded. Yup. They jolted as the tractor beam held onto the device. It's slowing down, but barely. Cisco pointed out. Thank you, Cisco. I hadn't noticed. Sarah griped. Strap in. Firestorm, if you're done playing with your friends out there, we could really use your help. Jax nodded. I'm on it. He shot one more blast of fire at their enemies before flying off toward the bomb. Naruto took a moment to see the bomb's path and decided he needed to help with this. Be careful with the dominators down here. I'm helping with the bomb, Naruto said on the comms as he flew after Firestorm. Do it, Firestorm, Sarah told him as the fused hero arrived while the ship struggled to slow the descent of the bomb. Do what? Jax asked. I believe Miss Lance wants us to transmute the bomb into something harmless. Stein said in Jax's head. I was afraid you were gonna say that. Jax complained, but still touched his hands to the bomb and started using his power, trying to do that exact thing. Need a hand. The four heard over the comms, and all of a sudden, they felt a lurch and the bomb stopped moving so fast. And slowed down tremendously to a snail's pace. The bomb slowed way the hell down, Cisco said, before turning to Sarah. Did you do something? Wasn't me. Firestorm, Sarah asked. I'm still trying to transmute it. Jax grunted out as he struggled to transmute the bomb. You're welcome, Naruto voiced over the comms. Naruto. Hey, thanks man, but why not throw it out of the atmosphere? Cisco thanked and then asked. I can't. When I checked the bomb earlier, there was an altitude sensor in it. If I try to send it back into space or completely stop it, it will prematurely detonate. If I try to tamper with it, same thing. I can slow it down, and I've got a plan in case Firestorm can't transmute it, but it really would be best if you could transmute this damn thing into water or something. Naruto said as he sent a clone to land on the moon, prepping to act as the beacon for the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. With the Super Friends, Oliver Queen was fighting hand-to-hand against an alien. While trying to punch it, the Dominator smacked him hard and sent his body flying through the air, directly into a sharp burning pile of cars that looked ready to explode. All of a sudden, he was yanked away and set back on his feet. Looking over, he saw Kara watching him, a determined yet calculating look on her face. Knowing he'd been wrong, he nodded at her in a truce before firing an arrow at the other alien, marking it with their device. Good work planting Professor Stein's nano-weapons, Felicity told them over the comms. But we still got Dominators all over the US. This looks like a job for Supergirl. As soon as she finished speaking, Kara shot into the air and flew away from the group, reaching for the small devices in her belt. And she placed one on as many Dominators as she could come in contact with. Thanks, Felicity, Barry said sarcastically as he raced to do the same. I'm not the least bit insulted. Felicity winced. Sorry, I meant Supergirl and Flash. This is totally a job for both of you. That's what I meant, Supergirl and Flash. Kara looked ahead and watched as Dominators either ran or walked around the city in front of her. Weaving herself around them, She placed the small devices on each enemy she could reach and kept going. "All right, devices are being planted," Felicity said in her ear after a few minutes of flying all over the world, putting the devices on the Dominators. "Let me know when I can bring the pain." Oliver looked around City Square and saw his friends and teammates being overpowered by the Dominators and became worried. "Still waiting on that signal," Felicity told them, and the hooded man decided to make the call. "Do it," he told her. Taking that as her cue, Felicity pressed hard. Done. Instantly, everyone watched as the Dominators screamed in pain, some even writhing on the ground. "It's working. What about the superhero bomb?" Mick asked, causing Kara's heart to shatter. She had completely forgotten about the bomb when Naruto went to go help. Looking in the bomb's general direction, she saw Naruto and the Wave Rider holding it up, while Jax was trying to transmute it. "I can't do it," Jax cried out. "Yes, you can. You have the power to change matter at will. Fear is the only thing that holds you back. Believe in yourself. The world is counting on you," Naruto shouted as he secretly prepped to teleport the bomb to the moon in the event Firestorm could not transmit. The bomb. Firestorm remained silent for a few moments, as Stein told Jefferson about his daughter as motivate him to find a way to transmute the bomb. After processing what Stein said, Jefferson shouted at the top of his lungs as he poured all of his power over the bomb. Kara choked out a surprised chuckle as she watched it turn from a bomb into a waterfall and stifled a laugh as Naruto got all wet. Over the comms, everyone could hear Sarah laughing. "Ground, what's your status?" Quote, "They're retreating," Nate told her. "It's not just them," Felicity said quietly. "It's all around the world." Kara landed back on the street as they watched the alien invaders leave in a hurry. "He did it," Oliver said, shocked, as he referred to Jax and Professor Stein. "No, Oliver," she shook her head as she walked up next to him. "Barry did the same. We all did it. That was only part of it. Now I end this, once and for all," Naruto said as the last of the Dominators retreated to their ships. "Naruto," Kara wanted to say, as she knew what he was going to do. "I gave them a chance to surrender, Kara, and they tried to commit mass genocide of the human race. Again, they've made their bed, and now they shall lie in it," Naruto said in the comms as he exploded from where he was, flying right into space. Upon breaking out of the atmosphere, Naruto smashed into one of the smaller ships, making it explode, killing all the Dominators inside of it as they were ejected into space. He turned sharply after smashing that ship, making a beeline for another ship. With a single punch, he smashed that one to pieces. Naruto repeated the process until all of the Dominator ships were destroyed, leaving only the single invasion ship they had all originally came in on. Wasting no time, Naruto flew at his top speed, reaching the ship almost immediately. Finding the structurally soundest part, he placed his hands on the ship and started pushing. "Dominator ship, what's going on? What was that?" the lead Dominator said as they felt something rock the ship. "Sir, the ship is starting to move," a drone said as it was knocked to its feet. "What? Why is the ship moving? None of the systems have been repaired," the leader demanded. "We don't know, but we have moved past the orbit of the planet's moon," a drone said. "It's the meta from before," the leader said. "It has to be. Where are we headed?" Outside, Naruto continued to push the ship as he pushed it past Venus. "Dominator ship, sir, we are on a direct collision with this solar system star," a drone said as the trajectory of the ship was illustrated on his screen. "Do something," the leader shouted in panic. "We can't, sir, our main thrusters are still out from before." "What about the escape pods and emergency transports?" the leader demanded. "They are also not repaired," the drone shouted. "Damn you," the leader cursed Naruto as he pushed them closer to the sun. "Damn you, you filthy meta." Outside, by now, Naruto had pushed the mothership past Mercury. The heat was increasing fast as pieces of the ship started to fly off from it. When they got within 100 miles of the sun, the intense heat started to burn the ship and melt the metal. Naruto gave it one final heave. As he stopped his own momentum, he watched as the ship caught fire and smashed into the sun, melting the alien metal and burning the Dominators alive. He stayed until the ship was completely consumed by the sun before returning to Earth. Naruto landed back with the team, where they were all gathered. "It's done. The Dominators are no more," Naruto said. "The war is over." The air was solemn, as everyone knew how many lives he just took, but this was a no-win situation. The alternative was humanity being wiped out and the survivors enslaved. Kara didn't like it, but she had made her peace with it. That night, it was now night time back at the hangar, with thunder rumbling from the storm outside. Government dignitaries and other essential people sat in front of a small stage, where the president stood surrounded by his team. "Today, it is my distinct honor to bestow upon you a small acknowledgement of the great debt that the world owes to you all. Although your brave efforts must remain a secret, know that metahuman or not, masked or not, each and every one of you is a hero." Quote. Everyone in the crowd started to applaud as they stood. Kara smiled at Naruto, who stood just behind Barry. After the speech was over and most of the government officials had left the hangar, it was decided that it was their team's time to party. They had saved the entire planet, though only a handful of people knew about it, and a few of them felt that had earned this small reprieve. Popping the cork off of a bottle of champagne, Felicity let out a small cheer that had most of the gathered heroes chuckling. She poured some in everyone's glasses as everyone broke out into small groups and talked amongst themselves. They were undoubtedly an assortment of people, but somehow, they'd managed to put their differences aside to save the world, and many had made friends with members of the other teams. Looking up as Felicity finished pouring her drink, Kara gestured toward the spot that Oliver and Barry had occupied, and they walked over together to join her and Naruto. Hey, guys. Yeah, Barry asked, turning to make room for the ladies. Either of you ever saved the world before? She asked with a smile. Barry nodded. Last year, Oliver told her with confidence but also a small smile. She grinned at them. Oh, it doesn't get old, does it? Quote. Nope, Barry said. It sure beats screwing up the world. Hey, you're too hard on yourself, Kara said as to reassure him. That's what people usually tell me. Oliver shrugged. However, Barry's mood became solemn, worrying Kara. No, I can't accept that. I did screw up, really badly. I changed the timeline, not for a good reason, and there's no sugarcoating it. Barry said. Hey, the point isn't to let your guilt consume you, Naruto said as he took a sip of his bourbon. You know you screwed up. You seem to have finally realized the gravity of what you did. So don't do it again, and everything will be fine. How do you deal with it? This guilt, how do you live with it? Barry wondered out loud, making Kara and Oliver go silent. Kara could not relate, as she had neither changed the timeline, nor accidentally killed a bunch of people. Even Oliver, who in Barry's eyes was the most jaded individual he had ever met until he met Naruto, could not really relate. I'm gonna be honest, Barry, you never fully get over it. Sometimes you'll wake up at night, remembering all the horrible things you've done, wishing you had done better. Living with the guilt and not letting it consume you, it's going to be one of the most difficult things you will ever do. Naruto said after sighing. No one else can shoulder this burden for you. Only you can bear this burden and move forward. Naruto clasped Barry's shoulder with his free arm. But I think you'll be able to do it. Kara smiled at her love interest and her friend finally getting along. One more thing. Don't neglect your two friends in favor of a woman. Those two stuck with you through thick and thin. It would be a shame for you to lose them when all it takes is a bit of effort on your part to not be a dick to them, Naruto mentioned as he took another swig of bourbon. Barry was lost in thought for a minute, as Naruto pointed out once again something he had neglected, his two best friends. He had not been a very good friend to Caitlin and Cisco as of late, choosing instead to spend his time with Iris. Barry raised his head back up and nodded, resolving to make amends with Cisco and Caitlin, as well as help Caitlin get a grip on her darker half, since it kinda was his fault she was dealing with having a psychotic alter ego. Naruto, meanwhile, hoped that this would be enough of a swift kick to Barry's ass to get him to change for the better. Naruto didn't like messing with the timeline, but he had seen what Barry would end up causing if he didn't get his act in gear, so he hoped this would be enough to make the younger man grow a spine and be a responsible adult. The Green Archer cleared his throat, looking at his shoes. I owe you both an apology. He then looked at Kara. But more specifically, I owe you one. Trying to keep you at arm's length was the wrong move, and, well, the truth is that this Earth could probably use a Supergirl and Naruto of its own. Kara chuckled. Well, that's funny because I was just thinking that our Earth could use an Oliver Queen. Hey, Kara, Naruto. Turning, the group saw Cisco standing there. I made you guys something. What? Kara smiled as they took their gifts. Cisco, you didn't have to do that. What is it? Naruto wondered, fiddled the small device in his hands. Oh, it's an interdimensional extrapolator. Kara finished for him, her jaw wide open. God, I love smart people. He murmured, giving her a fist bump. It creates small breaches, so you can use it to cross over to our universe anytime you need to. Quote, this is amazing, Cisco, Kara told him. Thank you. Thanks, Naruto told him, and Kara knew the small smile on his face didn't happen very often. I also included communication functionality, so if you ever need any help, you can always contact the team. He told them. Hey Skirt, Mick said, walking past them. Call me. Kara tried to ignore the awkward feeling the man had just caused. Then she looked up, and her eyes narrowed. I'll be right back. Across the room, Nate walked up to Agent Smith as he entered with two of his security detail behind him. Something tells me you weren't invited here. The older man smiled placatingly. Dr. Haywood. Nate shook him off. Don't drive. Haywood. Me. What the hell are you doing here? I like parties, Smith told him. And I'm here for the mop-up. Cover up, Nate corrected. But you can't cover this up. The agent started to laugh but was instantly interrupted. Agent Smith. Both men turned to see Kara walking over. It's so funny seeing you here. I was just having the loveliest chat with your president about you. I was telling him, on my Earth, we have a department of extranormal operations, which deals specifically with aliens. He thought it was an excellent idea. He also loved my pitch about reassigning you to Antarctica. Then she smiled at Nate and walked away. Not bothering to hold in his chuckle, Nate watched her leave before looking back at the man. Maybe next time, you're a little nicer to strange visitors from another planet. As Smith sneered at him, Nate just smiled. Pack a jacket. Kara made her way back to the group, and turned to Naruto. You ready to see if Cisco's gadget really works? Quote, more than ready, Naruto confirmed. Just remember, Kara looked at everyone. If you guys ever need me, I'm just a call away. Oliver saluted her. Same here. Sighing, Kara lifted the extrapolator and pressed the center. A breach opened in front of them, and after glancing at each other, both of the aliens stepped through. Earth 38, reappearing back in their own dimension, Naruto and Kara landed on a rooftop in National City. Ah, it's good to be back, Kara said with a smile. Yes, it is, Naruto agreed as he looked out at the city below. The two of them stared at each other for a minute before Kara nodded at him. Come by my place in an hour, and we'll have that conversation I promised you. Kara said. I'll see you soon, Naruto said as he vanished in a yellow flash. Kara took a deep breath before flying home to her apartment. 1 hour later, Kara's apartment. The doorbell rang, and Kara opened the door to see Naruto standing outside in civilian clothes. He was wearing dark blue jeans with a black, long-sleeved shirt, while his leather jacket, belt and boots were a rustic brown. He looked quite handsome in them, Kara noted. Filing that away for later, she smiled at him. Thanks for coming. Come on in. Kara beckoned him in as he stepped in and closed the door behind him. I'm sorry, I know I still owe you an answer. And every time I try to answer, something else pops up. Quote, yeah, would be nice to stop with this dance we've been playing for a while now. Naruto quipped as he glanced at her apartment, quite pleased with how he had fixed it up after her accidental rampage. You wouldn't even know it had been damaged if he hadn't fixed it himself. Yeah, I don't wanna do that anymore, with you, Kara said to him, and with that, she had his undivided attention. See, Kara stumbled a little, trying to collect herself. I can be strong and stand my ground, when I'm protecting someone else. But when that someone is me, it's a lot harder. I've lived so long being invulnerable that I don't really like being vulnerable. Naruto could see that, living for so long with physical invulnerability, one becomes comfortable in the idea that they can't get hurt, so when some thing comes along and does, it's probably a bit scary. We're really different, aren't we? Kara chuckled with a smile, acknowledging that in a lot of ways, they were polar opposite. Yeah, Naruto said as he took a step forward, I'm a realist and you're an idealist. I also happen to be the fun one, you not so much. More like you're a macho dude bro, and I'm the personification of the American way, Kara joked, pointing to herself. Oh, and I'm the one who's full of himself, huh? Naruto chuckled. That's not the point, Kara said, folding her hands and looking at the ground nervously. Before we met, actually, it was the day you arrived on Earth, I thought I couldn't have it all. That I had to choose. So, Kara sighed, I chose being Supergirl over having a relationship. Naruto could guess it was probably James that she was talking about. Naruto remembered overhearing Win and him talking at Lena's party about how they couldn't believe that Kara was giving him romantic attention. Of course, Win was a wuss and wouldn't be able to hold a relationship with a confident woman like Kara long term. James was insecure as well, but in a different way that Win was. It made sense to Naruto why Kara broke up with him. And then you showed up on Earth. And at first, I kept writing you off. And you'd always prove me wrong, Kara said with a smile as she stepped closer to him, until they were inches apart. And lately, I've been thinking. I want to have it all. The dream job, being Supergirl, a fulfilling relationship, Kara said as she took her glasses off and pocketed them away, before gazing longingly into Naruto's eyes. And I want that with you. Quote. They stood apart for several moments, the air thick with tension. Naruto smiled down at Kara, staring into her eyes, and she returned the smile. He slowly leaned in, Kara reciprocating. Their lips were inches apart, mere moments away from sharing their first kiss together, before a blue ball of light appeared in her apartment behind them, drawing them out of their own little world and back to reality as a man dressed in a suave suit manifested from the ball. Darling, Kara Zor-El, I love you, said the being that Naruto recognized to be a fifth-dimensional being. Naruto was certainly annoyed. Not only was this obnoxious loser interrupting a very special moment between Kara and him, he also was trying to steal his girl. The doorbell rang, and Kara opened the door to see Naruto standing outside in civilian clothes. He was wearing dark blue jeans with a black, long-sleeved shirt, while his leather jacket, belt and boots were a rustic brown. He looked quite handsome in them, Kara noted. Filing that away for later, she smiled at him. Thanks for coming. Come on in. Kara beckoned him in as he stepped in and closed the door behind him. I'm sorry, I know I still owe you an answer. And every time I try to answer, something else pops up. Quote, yeah, would be nice to stop with this dance we've been playing for a while now. Naruto quipped as he glanced at her apartment, quite pleased with how he had fixed it up after her accidental rampage. You wouldn't even know it had been damaged if he hadn't fixed it himself. Yeah, I don't wanna do that anymore, with you, Kara said to him, and with that, she had his undivided attention. See, Kara stumbled a little, trying to collect herself. I can be strong and stand my ground, when I'm protecting someone else. But when that someone is me, it's a lot harder. I've lived so long being invulnerable that I don't really like being vulnerable. Naruto could see that, living for so long with physical invulnerability, one becomes comfortable in the idea that they can't get hurt, so when something comes along and does, it's probably a bit scary. We're really different, aren't we? Kara chuckled with a smile, acknowledging that in a lot of ways, they were polar opposite. Yeah, Naruto said as he took a step forward, I'm a realist and you're an idealist. I also happen to be the fun one, you not so much. More like you're a macho dude bro, and I'm the personification of the American way, Kara joked, pointing to herself. Oh, and I'm the one who's full of himself, huh? Naruto chuckled. That's not the point, Kara said, folding her hands and looking at the ground nervously. Before we met, actually, it was the day you arrived on Earth, I thought I couldn't have it all. That I had to choose. So, Kara sighed, I chose being Supergirl over having a relationship. Naruto could guess it was probably James that she was talking about. Naruto remembered overhearing Win and him talking at Lena's party about how they couldn't believe that Kara was giving him romantic attention. Of course, Win was a wuss and wouldn't be able to hold a relationship with a confident woman like Kara long term. James was insecure as well, but in a different way that Win was. It made sense to Naruto why Kara broke up with him. And then you showed up on Earth. And at first, I kept writing you off. And you'd always prove me wrong. Kara said with a smile as she stepped closer to him, until they were inches apart. And lately, I've been thinking. I want to have it all. The dream job, being Supergirl, a fulfilling relationship. Kara said as she took her glasses off and pocketed them away, before gazing longingly into Naruto's eyes. And I want that with you. Quote. They stood apart for several moments, the air thick with tension. Naruto smiled down at Kara staring into her eyes, and she returned the smile. He slowly leaned in, Kara reciprocating. Their lips were inches apart, mere moments away from sharing their first kiss together, before a blue ball of light appeared in her apartment behind them, drawing them out of their own little world and back to reality as a man dressed in a suave suit manifested from the ball. Darling, Kara Zor-El, I love you, said the being that Naruto recognized to be a fifth-dimensional being. Naruto was certainly annoyed. Not only was this obnoxious loser interrupting a very special moment between Kara and him, he also was trying to steal his girl. Story start. First, let's set the mood. The man said, snapping his finger excitedly, candles. He snapped his finger, a blue wisp appearing and candles magically appearing. Who are you? She asked, a little weirded out, but he must not hurt her, because he continued changing things in her apartment. Then, music. He snapped his fingers and a small band appeared out of nowhere, appearing in her apartment and began playing music. What the hell? Kara exclaimed. Next, flowers. The man said as they appeared with the snap of his fingers, decorating the apartment. And for the pièce de résistance, he said as he knelt before her and presented Kara with an engagement ring, the ring. Naruto's eye was starting to twitch in annoyance. Not only was this creep interrupting what had been a special moment between him and Kara, but now he was proposing to her. This would not stand, as Naruto was getting angry, clenching his fist. Kara, sweetie, it's like I said. I'm your one true love, your soulmate, your one true pairing as the kids say. My name is Mxyzptlk and I love you, Kara Zor-El. Mxyzptlk confessed. Kara didn't know how to respond to that. And she clearly was uncomfortable, since this guy showed up literally out of nowhere, interrupting her special moment with the person she was actually romantically interested in. Tell me, will you marry me? MXY asked, dropping what is easily the most important question a man can ask a woman, all within barely a few moments of introducing himself, as he then began to sing. I can show you the world. Okay, that's enough. Naruto growled harshly as he grabbed MXY by the collar, causing his creations to fade away. Don't you know it's rude to interrupt two people when they're having an intimate moment? Quote. The other suitor, MXY scoffed before insulting Naruto. I didn't see you there. Tall, blonde and bland some. You're barely there, let alone my romantic rival. Even if that delusion of yours was true, I'm authentic and not pretending to be something I'm not, poser. Naruto growled before MXY vanished in a puff of blue smoke. MXY appeared behind the two of them. Invisible is a good look on you. Let's play to your strengths. MXY said as snapped his fingers. Only for nothing to happen. What? MXY said in shock and surprise. He snapped his fingers again, only to find he couldn't teleport Naruto away. I don't understand. What's going on? Performance issues. I'm not surprised, considering you're a charlatan. Naruto said as Kara and MXY say his eyes, now golden with cross-like slits in place of round pupils, as Naruto then activated Six Paths Sage mode. You have no power over me, Mxyzptlk. I'm gonna give you a piece of advice. Get lost. I've killed your kind before, and if I catch you bothering Kara and I again, I'll strongly consider adding your body to the list. Naruto threatened as he turned one of his truth-seeking orbs from a ball to a katana. Mxyzptlk was sweating as he had heard from his fellows back in the fifth dimension that these weird black balls can actually kill them, so he knew he needed to run while Naruto was feeling merciful. You cannot stop true love. I'll be back, mi amore. MXY said to Kara and disappeared in puff of blue smoke. Naruto took a breath and exited his Six Paths Sage mode. Sorry about that, he said to her. Do you know what that was all about? Kara asked, and did you have to threaten him with death? He's a creep with immense power, and he wasn't going to leave unless he thought he was going to die. Naruto pointed out. And were you about to kill him, I mean? She asked, though she was pretty sure she knew the answer. Damn right, I was. Naruto said, not bothered by that at all. Naruto, you shouldn't just threaten people like that, Kara said, exasperated before adding, even if he was a bit rude, interrupting. As like that, I can and I will, especially when you're being stalked by an interdimensional maniac. Naruto said with a growl. Kara was about to respond but then paused at his words. What do you mean by interdimensional maniac? Quote, Deo. Next day, you've just been visited by a fifth-dimensional being. Jajan said to Kara as they were gathered around the briefing room. Wait, you've seen one of these things before? Kara asked. Not here on Earth. On Mars, one of them moved the Zansi Mountains halfway across the planet during the Zook uprising. Jajan explained. Fifth-dimensional life forms possess the ability to warp our reality to their own whims. Abilities that would appear, to all intents and purposes, to be magic. On Daxam, their presence wasn't tolerated. Naruto added. You had them on Daxam? Alex asked. Yeah, and those guys knew how to party, but they were all crazy. And crazy people with reality warping powers are very dangerous. And after what a couple of them did, they all had to be killed. Naruto said. What did they do? Kara wondered. They killed a bunch of babies, both in and out of the womb. Naruto said, making Kara gasp in horror. That was horrible, but it also explained why Naruto immediately threatened MXY with death, if that had been his only interaction with MX's kind before. Agent Shot, scan the archives for anything resembling fifth-dimensional incursions here on Earth. Quote, Close encounters of the fifth kind. You got it, Win said as he got to work. Kara and Naruto walked away from the group for several steps before saying something. It'll do you no good, you know. Naruto told Kara, even if you find something to use against him, it won't really work. We have to try something. Something that doesn't involve killing him. Kara reasoned. Yeah, well, let me know how that works out for you. I'll check in with you later, I have some stuff I need to go handle. Naruto said, walking towards the window and flying out. 1 hour later, Naruto landed in the alleyway a few minutes later, walking out of it, to the office of the construction site where he used to work. He found out after he and Kara came back from their little adventure in another dimension, that he had been fired when he fell ill with the alien virus that Cadmus had unleashed. He was here because the boss had stiffed him and refused to hand over his final paycheck. Now, considering that he was being told by the publisher that his book was already selling like hotcakes and will definitely hit the bestseller list by the end of the month, he shouldn't be worried about it, but it's the principle that mattered to him. His old boss was basically stealing from him, and nobody steals from him. Where's the boss? Naruto asked one of his old coworkers. He's in his office. The dude said. FYI, he's kind of in a bad mood. He's not gonna be happy when he sees you. Yeah, well, neither am I, Naruto said as he walked toward the office, opening the door to find the boss relaxing. What the fuck do you want? The boss said rudely. You still haven't given me my final paycheck. Naruto said. You don't work me anymore, so I don't owe you shit. The rude boss said. Naruto looked behind him, and closed the blinds to the office, very slowly and methodically. Okay, asshole, I am done playing nice, Naruto said as he turned around to the boss. You are gonna give me what you owe me. And why is that? The boss said, getting a bit twitchy. I could say the reason, but seeing my reason may convince you. Naruto said, as he placed a manila folder on the desk. The boss took it and opened it up, revealing several pictures. One with him kissing another woman in a very intimate position, another with him and another man accepting what looks like an under-the-table bribe. The construction boss pulled out a gun, but he was so slow to Naruto, that when he started pull it out, Naruto ripped it out of his grasp in a blur and crushed it in his hands. What are you? One of those aliens? The boss asks, now afraid for his life. Yeah, not that you are gonna remember it. Naruto said growled as he gripped him by the throat so he couldn't scream. You get to live, despite threatening to shoot me, because I don't feel like wiping the minds of everyone that saw me enter here. Quote, but do not think my mercy a blessing. Because you decided to be difficult and threaten me, your life is about to become a living hell. Your wife is going to learn of your infidelity, your bribes will be made known to the authorities, and you will suffer like you've never suffered before. But that isn't my concern. All I want is the money that you owe me. Now, you're gonna do it. Naruto said as he placed a seal on the boss's head and wiped his memories before making him hand over the paycheck he owed. Naruto then walked out of the office, making his way to leave an anonymous tip to the police about the bribes the dude was taking and then discreetly give the evidence of the mont's infidelity to his wife. Evening. Kara's apartment. Kara and Alex were in Kara's apartment, talking about girl stuff, like Alex's relationship with Maggie, when they before heard cop sirens and something crashing outside. Concerned, they went over to window to see the cops firing their guns at Parasite, of all things. Parasite, Kara said, a little afraid. How was this possible? She watched Naruto erase him from existence, so how could he be here right now? How is he still alive? Alex asked. I don't know. Stay here, Kara told her as she quickly changed into her Supergirl outfit and went to confront him. Alex could do little from her position. She didn't have any of the special Deo weaponry on her, so she was gonna have to let Kara handle this one. Hey, I thought you were dead, Kara said to the monster that was supposed to be dead as she landed behind him. You're the one who's dead, Parasite said with a deep voice, which surprised Kara. She pushed it down and blasted him with heat vision, making the creature fall to the ground in pain. An explosion occurred behind her, from the car Parasite had flipped over earlier, and Kara cut off the heat vision to make sure no one got hurt. That cost her, because Parasite got up and smacked her across the street, causing her to hit a car. Kara huffed and got up, wondering what felt off about this whole situation. Look, up in the sky, a pedestrian suddenly said. What is that? A pedestrian said. It's a ball of fire. Another pedestrian said. Like a speeding bullet, a golden figure appeared and slammed Parasite into the ground. I don't know how you're alive again, but I'm kind of glad, because now I get to kill you all over again, you fucking animal. Naruto growled as he grabbed Parasite by the head and threw him into the air. Parasite spun in the air as Naruto's eyes glowed with heat vision. This time, stay dead, he shouted as he unleashed a brilliant golden heat vision beam as big as a skyscraper, lighting up the sky. As it completely consumed the monster, burning away its flesh, then its bones, and even the ash until not even the atoms remained. Kara was in complete awe as Naruto ended the beam and covered his eyes with his hand. Concerned, She went over to him, placing her hand on his back. "You okay?" she asked. "Yeah, just went overboard a bit. I'll be fine in a minute," Naruto said as he blinked the blurriness in his eyes away. That had been the first time he had mixed his Sage mode with his heat vision, and it was very powerful, but also very taxing, as it had used more of his solar energy stores than he had intended. While this was happening, a man who looked like Superman put out a fire that was about to ignite a tanker. With freezing breath, "Superman?" Kara asked, wondering why Cal had come all this way from Metropolis to help her. Yeah, they had MXY still out there running loose, but it wasn't like she was in any serious danger, yet. "Not quite," the man said, turning around to reveal MXY, dressed in Superman's garb, with a distinct M in place of the traditional S. "MXY, are you serious?" Kara incredulously. "Thought you could use a little extra help, soupy baby." MXY flirted. "Thanks, but I had that. Look, I'm pretty sure I know what this is about, MXY, and I'm flattered, kind of. But I'm not going to marry you, Mxyzptlk," Kara said sternly. "It's funny, I'm all-seeing and all-powerful, but that's one of the few things I can't make you do. That and make you fall in love with me and or stop you from killing yourself and or make you drink orange juice for some reason," MXY said, going off on a bit of a rant. "Everything else, yes. But go figure. Quote, she had all the help she needed, anyway," Naruto said as he walked up beside her with his arms crossed, his vision back to normal. That's a laugh. You're lucky I flew in when I did, Supergirl. I mean, do you think this fraud could have helped you save the day?" MXY boasted, Naruto growing more and more annoyed with this grandstanding creep. With what superpower? I guess he could have leapt over Parasite like a gazelle. Quote, "Oh, would you like to see my power?" Naruto growled as he turned one of his truth-seeking balls into a katana and his eyes glowed golden, prepping his heat vision to blast MXY into dust. "Because I can show you what it feels like to be wiped from existence." Quote, "Spoken like a true brute of a Daxamite," MXY boasted, but both Naruto and Kara heard the quiver in his voice and saw the sweat that appeared on his brow. "You're nothing but a thug. I mean, this goddess, she requires a man who's equal in her powers and wits. Who can come to her aid when villains suddenly pop up?" "Wait, Parasite, this was all you?" Kara asked, horrified at the realization. He had resurrected Parasite, a monster that almost killed her, a monster that she would have had to kill herself if Naruto hadn't been there. And he had put innocent people at risk as well by resurrecting that monster. "Is it starting to click yet, Kara?" Naruto said. "He's creating havoc and putting people's lives in danger just so that he can play the hero and then impress you." Quote, "What's wrong with that? She's been slumming it with you for so long, she doesn't realize what's out there," MXY said, arguing his point, missing Kara's eyes widening when he asked why that was wrong. How does he not see how wrong that is? How could MXY actually think she would be okay with it? "You see, you don't deserve her, because you can't give her everything she wants. I can, because I'm a god and you're a loser." Quote, "You're only god-like while in this dimension and you wouldn't be the first god I've killed," Naruto pointed out as he used air quotes mockingly. "And really, aren't you projecting a bit too much? What are you talking about?" MXY demanded. "Kara wants me because unlike you, I'm not afraid to tell her when she's wrong, when she's making a mistake, or to stand by my principles. You'd bend your ass over backwards to please her because you crave her validation. I don't need her to validate my existence," Naruto pointed out. "I don't need to prove anything to her. I want her in my life and offered her to be a part of it, but my life isn't over if she says no. If she wants no part in it, that's her loss. There are other women that would kill to have someone like me as their man. She can either take me as I am or hit the road. I'm not going to change who I truly am just so she will accept me, unlike you. A relationship between you two could never happen, because she would never respect you, whereas with me, despite the areas we disagree on, she respects me for standing by my beliefs." Naruto said, "You may have reality-altering power, but that will never change the fact that you're a beta cuck simp." Naruto's words made MXY shut up, as he had no clever retort, for Naruto had cut right to the heart of the matter. But back to the parasite situation, you brought back something that nearly killed her, you little bastard. Naruto shouted as he gripped MXY by the throat and slammed him into the ground, choking him to death. "I'm gonna give you to the count of 3 to go back to your dimension. Say your name backwards, or be erased from this reality and yours." Quote, "Wait, that's how you send him away?" Kara asked, focused on that for a moment. MXY couldn't help himself and smirked, as he realized that was something Naruto had not told Kara yet. Naruto noticed the smirk and held the truth-seeking sword at the point of MXY's throat. "You wanna die faster, fool? I'm not going to ask again. 1. Why would you not tell me about that? What is wrong?" Kara trailed off. 2. Naruto said as he pulled his arm back, preparing to thrust the sword into MXY's heart. "Naruto, stop," Kara said as she gripped his arm, squeezing it tightly. "Let go of me, Kara," Naruto said calmly, not taking his eye off MXY. "No, not until you let him go," Kara said, going as far as put herself in front of the blade's path. Naruto's gaze shifted firmly to her in a glare when she did that. MXY took the opportunity to vanish while Naruto was distracted, like the little coward he was. "I hope letting him go was worth it, Kara, because he's in the wind again," Naruto said in annoyance as he stood up and flew away, leaving Kara by herself. Deo. A little bit later. "Where is Mxyzptlk now?" Alex asked. "I don't know. He snapped away after I stopped Naruto from gutting him," Kara said exasperated. "I thought he was just after me, but he is putting innocent civilians at risk. He's a lot more dangerous than I thought." Agreed. Agent Shot, have you found records of human dealings with these life forms? Jajan said. Yes, actually, lots. If you just take from it what you will, but between genies, jinn and leprechauns, I mean, humans have been documenting contact with reality-bending creatures for centuries. Win said. "And how did they slay them?" Alex asked. "On Daxam, I killed them all." Naruto's voice came and everyone turned to look at him as he walked in. "What? No, absolutely not," Kara argued. "We learned the hard way that the only good fifth-dimensional being is a dead one." Naruto stated. "Leave this to me, I'll have it wrapped up before tomorrow morning." No, I don't want him dead, Naruto," Kara told him firmly, getting in his face. "I'm not going to let some crazy, reality-bending freak stalk you and live," Naruto said, staring intently at Kara. "I can take care of myself, Naruto. Let me handle it," Kara argued right back, not backing down. "Oh, hey, so, we're going to go non-lethal, right?" Win asked for clarification. "Yes," Kara said while Naruto replied. "No, neither of the aliens breaking their intense staring contest." Deo. Next night. KLL. Tip. Sees. KLTPZY. KLTPZYXM. KLTPZYXM. Kara was saying out loud as she had a book of synonyms out. "What language is that?" Jajan asked Kara as he came up to her. "I'm trying to figure out how to say Mxyzptlk backwards," Kara said, before closing the book in frustration. "Maybe this isn't going to work. I mean, how am I going to get him to say this? But Naruto is on the war path, and I don't think he's going to stop until he serves me Mxyzptlk's head on a platter," Kara added grimly. "I hope Win found something that will work," she said, before looking through the room. "Where is he? He should be here," Jajan mentioned. Most of the relics tested negative for fifth-dimensional energy, however, there was one that might be of some use. Quote, "They came up to the one he was talking about, only to find it empty." Odd, Jajan said. Kara thought about it and there was really only one person that would have any reason to take it. With Naruto. Mxyzptlk. Naruto said as he walked into the theater, knowing MXY was here after tracking him down. "I know you're here," Show yourself, you obnoxious little shithead. Oh, bummer sticks, it's just you. MXY moaned as he showed himself, though he was afraid. I've come to challenge you, Mxyzptlk. Naruto told him. A Daxamite duel, MXY said in wonder. I never had one of those before. For Kara's hand, MXY asked as he hopped to his feet. Yes, Naruto said. To the death, MXY clarified. Yes, Naruto said. I accept, MXY said as they shook hands. Good, Naruto said. But first, MXY said as he snapped his fingers and they both appeared in the middle of a nearby theater, with MXY dressed in 18th century nobleman clothes. If we're going to take part in a proper duel, we're gonna do it like the gentlemen that we are. How do you like the duds, Monsieur Hamilton? MXY said in a grandstanding way. I'm a burr man, myself. He gets a bad rap, but let's be honest, he was the one who knew his way around a pistol. Quote, pistols at dawn, so revolutionary, MXY said as he held two flintlock pistols he pulled out of some case he conjured. I love it, he continued as he handed Naruto one. So if I shoot you with this, you'll die. Naruto wondered, as MXY didn't strike him as the type to actually put his life on the line. That is generally how these things work, yes. MXY mocked him as he walked away several steps from Naruto with his back turned. But don't throw away your shot, because you'll only get one. One's all I need, Naruto said as he fired his pistol as MXY turned to face him, hitting MXY directly in the heart. MXY stumbled back a bit, but other than that, he was fine. Did you really think I would hand you a loaded gun that could actually kill me? MXY scoffed. You Daxamites really are thick, aren't you? The fact that you didn't only proves you're both a simp and coward, too much of a pussy to actually put your life on the line for something important to you. You're a fool if you think Kara would ever go for someone as shallow and pathetic as you. Naruto insulted him. Shut up, MXY shouted, finally losing his temper with all the insults as he fired his shot at Naruto. His aim was off, the bullet heading toward Naruto's shoulder. The bullet was so slow that it was moving in slow motion for Naruto. Naruto moved his hand and closed his fist around the bullet to catch it. Then, pain shot through his hand. Naruto grunted as he opened his hand and found his hand was bleeding, the bullet having punctured the first few layers of flesh before his sheer strength had stopped its momentum. Naruto picked the bullet out with a grunt as he examined it with his visual prowess. You've got to be kidding me. Naruto groaned as he threw the bullet to the ground. Lead. Naruto scoffed as he just accidentally discovered he had no immunity to one of the most common elements on the planet, an element that was in every bullet. You mean to tell me I'm not bulletproof? So, he bleeds. MXY snarled as he stepped closer. Let's make you bleed a bit more. He made to snap his fingers, but Naruto transformed into Six Paths Sage mode, making MXY's ability fizzle. Oh, no, MXY groaned. That's right, bitch. Naruto countered as he buried his fist in MXY's face, sending him crashing into through the stage. MXY pulled himself out of the dust, sporting a massive bruise. Your strange powers may prevent me from affecting you, Daxamite, but I still know a thing or two about the old fisticuffs. Naruto punched him before MXY could mount a defense, causing teeth and blood to fly from MXY's mouth, before burying his fist in MXY's gut. MXY took several steps back as his knees shook before he collapsed to the ground, one hand barely holding him up on his knees, the other clutching his stomach as he hacked up a large glob of blood. Fool, you're nothing without your reality-altering power. I'm a veteran of war, and I know how to kill as easy as breathing. Naruto said coldly. Hidden mist jutsu. Naruto spoke as he formed the iconic hand sign and a thick mist filled the theater. What's the matter? Question mark. Too afraid to face me? MXY tried to taunt, but the mist was so thick he couldn't see his own hand right in front of his face. 8 points. Larynx, spine, lungs, liver, jugular, subclavian artery, kidneys, heart. All points that, if struck, cause a fatal wound. Naruto's voice came, though MXY couldn't tell where it was coming from. MXY took a few steps back. What will the knowledge do for you if you can't hit your target? Quote, what makes you think I can't hit you? Naruto wondered out loud menacingly. One moment, MXY was standing still. Then, without warning, pain exploded all throughout his body. Looking down, he saw 8 Naruto clones, each with a kunai, stabbed straight his body, each one having pierced a vital point that he had named earlier. MXY was stunned and coughed up blood as each of the clones dispelled in a puff of smoke. MXY healed himself, though he struggled and took a minute to heal himself, as taking that many fatal hits was taking a toll on him, even if he did have the ability to alter real it. Why? He's lucky that he didn't immediately die as he used his reality-altering power to save himself. Why does she want to be with you of all people so damn much? MXY demanded as he healed himself. What is that you've got to offer her that I don't? Question mark. I can give her anything she could ever want. A truth-seeking rod stabbed MXY to the wall, causing him to bleed and cry out in pain. He tried to remove it, but he found his strength lacking. Another truth-seeking rod impaled his free hand to the wall. The thick mist opened up some to let MXY see Naruto standing a few feet from him, with a truth-seeking ball in the shape of a katana in his right hand. You just don't get it, do you? You could bring her dead race and world back tomorrow, establish world peace for eternity, eliminate all war. You could do all of that and she still wouldn't give you the time of day. Naruto said as he strolled toward MXY. You've not yet realized that Kara doesn't just want anything in the world. She wants the things that someone like you could never give her. And just what is it that I can't give her? MXY demanded angrily, a far cry from his usual false charm and suaveness. A fulfilling life for starters, one that she earned and was forged by her own hands, not one that was handed to her on a silver platter. Naruto thought and then said out loud, there's no point explaining it to you. Your life is about to end. With that he raised his sword and prepared to strike MXY down for good and erase his existence completely. Stop, Kara demanded as she crashed through the building and landed in front of Naruto, making Naruto pause mid-swing. Kara, Naruto greeted. Sweetheart, MXY greeted, though he barely got it out with how beat up he was. You be quiet, Kara snapped at MXY, not in the mood to deal with his shenanigans any more than she was Naruto's. Stop this fighting, right now, she demanded sternly, not raising her voice to the point of shouting, but she looked like she was about ready to. Fine, Naruto said as he recalled his truth-seeking rods that had impaled MXY back to him, reforming back into orbs after pulling out of MXY. Kara, still not in the mood, turned to MXY and said, get out of here, MXY. I'll figure out what to do with you later. MXY was at least smart enough to realize her ire was solely focused on Naruto and chuckled, because that's ultimately what he wanted at the end of the day. Alright, my darling Kara. We'll catch up later. With that, he vanishes into thin air. Kara then turns to Naruto as says with her eyes narrowed at him, we need to talk. Now, so, it seems. Follow me, Naruto said as he flew out of the hole she made in the ceiling and she followed him. They went a few miles, until they both landed on a rooftop. Naruto touched the ground, exiting his 6-path sage mode, and a large seal expanded out from the point where his fingers touched, covering the entire rooftop. If one were outside of the it when this happened, Kara and Naruto would look like they just magically disappeared. There, we can talk now without him overhearing us, Naruto said. Okay, well let's start with the obvious. Why did you steal the 5th dimensional object Win had found? Kara questioned him. It wouldn't have helped you in the long run. That guy may be an obnoxious motor mouth, but he isn't stupid. I'm guessing you were going to try and use it forced to him to go back to his home dimension. You would never have gotten him to do it from a direct approach like that, Naruto stated, which made Kara think that he was right, although it gave her another idea as to how to get MXY to say his name backwards. As to why I confronted him, I was going to put him down for good. He's a reality-altering whack job and you aren't safe until he's dead. I'm not some damsel in distress. I am Supergirl, Kara said sternly to him, starting to get frustrated with his constant stepping in. I can defend myself, and more importantly, I told you I was handling it. Well, Kara, sometimes you're not a good judge of what you can handle, Naruto stated, causing Kara to blanch before narrowing her eyes. Really? Kara asked with an angry tone. Yep, Naruto said unapologetically. Is that why you didn't tell me that the secret to getting MXY off Earth was to get him to say his name backwards, because you didn't think I could handle it? Kara demanded of him. No, I didn't tell you that because it never works. First of all, it's hard enough to say it forward, and second of all, that guy loves to hear himself talk, but he's not stupid. Naruto told her. You should have told me. Kara told him. I can take care of myself, Naruto. No, you can't, Naruto rebuked, causing her to widen her eyes. Stop letting the fact that you're a superhero go to your head. You are not invincible and certainly not infallible. I took my eye off of you for 1 second and you almost died against Parasite. You got extremely lucky that your sister arrived when she did, because a few moments longer in his grasp, you and Jajan would both have been dead. And don't even get me started on Maxwell Lord. Naruto turned away from Kara and they stood there in silence for a few moments. I think I get. Kara started. I can't imagine what you must have been feeling in that moment, when you saw me as a dried-out husk, barely clinging to life. I get that you were scared you had almost lost me, and you've been watching over me ever since. And what happened with Lord only reinforced the need to watch me in case something happened. I understand you are scared that if you take your eye off me again, I'll end up in that same situation with Parasite again or worse. But Naruto, you can't solve all of my problems for me and you can't treat me like I'm a helpless child. You have to let me handle my own problems. Please, just let me try it my way. Kara pleaded with him, knowing that if she were to get any chance to deal with MXY for good and also save the poor fool's life in the process, she needed to get Naruto to let her do it her way. Naruto was gonna refuse right there but stopped himself, thinking about his actions as of late. Killing Parasite and saving her from Maxwell Lord had been completely necessary in name of protecting innocent lives and keeping Kara safe, but his actions with following her to another universe and concerning MXY were less so. While him following her to another universe had ended up working in her favor, and that entire alternate Earths, he had followed her almost entirely because he felt he needed to watch her more closely after the last 2 incidents, and partially because he thought there might have been something going with her and Barry, and with MXY, while his hostility towards MXY was almost entirely because of past interactions with fifth-dimensional beings, that was not the sole reason. I think Kara might be onto something here. Perhaps I have been butting in too much. Perhaps it wouldn't be completely out of the question to take a step back on this one. Naruto thought to himself as he regarded Kara. You get one chance to try it your way. If it doesn't work, and he hurts you, I don't care what you are attempting to do, he dies. Naruto said as he took down the barrier blocking out MXY's ability to spy on them, and flew into the sky and away from Kara. He did it slowly and made it look like he was reluctant, as if having to turn away from her was tearing him up inside, as he knew MXY was nearby, watching them. Kara sighed, as now came the hard part. Fortress of Solitude. Kara, darling, MXY said as he appeared to be waiting for her in the fortress. She had contacted him after she had her spat with Naruto and had contacted him afterward to meet her here in the fortress, so they could talk. Where are you? It's time. Kara, you said noon and here I am. Kara, he called out as he was getting more annoyed. I can hear you, Kara said as she showed up behind him, dressed in her Supergirl outfit. Where's the dress? The flowers? The pigs in blankets? He asked, his hesitance displaying his confusion. Ah, see, that's the thing, MXY. I'm not going to marry you, she said harshly, causing MXY to stutter. What do you mean? He demanded. I brought you to the fortress in case you got violent again. 'Cause I didn't want anyone to get hurt when I broke the news. She said, it's not going to work between us. Ever. But you said, ... You don't love me, MXY asked. Love isn't making demands of someone, or forcing them to marry you. Love is putting someone else's needs above your own. Kara told him. So you brought me all the way up here just to reject me? MXY demanded, getting angry. I think you're going to have to explain your catastrophic lack of judgment to your family. MXY said before he put his hand to his ear. What's that, Uncle Jor-El? If you have to hold Kara down till she sees reason and becomes my bride, you will. With a snap of his finger, the statue of the dead Kryptonian came to life, putting down the orb that represented Krypton as it started to attack Kara. I offered you the world, Kara Zor-El. Anything you wanted, and you reject it all. I could have made you a god, like me. MXY shouted at her. I don't want to be a god, MXY. I just want you off of Earth. Kara said back to him as she dodged swipes from the big ice statue he had animated. You don't get to tell me what to do until after we're married. MXY shouted. Sorry, Uncle Jor-El. Kara apologized as she smashed the statue to pieces with one blow. She landed back on the ground, looking at MXY. You think this is the worst it can get? One snap and I'll crack your world in half. Then where will you go, Kryptonian? I will hound you across the stars, Kara, until you admit that you love me. He said manically. I'm done with this, Mxyzptlk. And I'm done with you. Kara said as she pressed a few buttons on the terminal behind her. You wanna get nuts? Let's get nuts. Now sealing the Fortress of Solitude. What are you doing? He asked after hearing the automated voice. Setting the atomic cauldron to self-destruct, the automated voice said as Kara leaned back against the terminal. The atomic what now? MXY asked. The fortress has one of the most powerful fusion furnaces on Earth. I'm overloading the sunstones at its core, she explained. Okay. Well, Kara. Let's not be too hasty, huh? Maybe we should, he said, but he was interrupted by the automated voice. Atomic cauldron fusion increased to 2000%. When the cauldron goes up, it'll explode with the force of a 400 megaton bomb. The fortress is sealed so should contain the blast, but anyone inside it, well. Kara said, making MXY widen his eyes. This sounds bad. MXY said, you can't stop me from killing myself. She said, it's in the rules. Okay. There's only room for one crazy person in this relationship. MXY said, clearly unnerved by this turn of events. Maybe we should just, Control-Alt-Delete this, and we can talk it over with a cup of thony tea. Quote, being with you would mean being at odds every day with my heart, Mxyzptlk. If I can't be with the man I truly want, then I'd rather die in here. Kara admitted. Atomic cauldron detonation countdown initiated. Well, here's the thing. I'm calling your bluff. I don't believe that you'd destroy all of this. MXY said. Atomic cauldron detonation in 1 minute. Okay, please. I'll do anything. Just don't die. MXY pleaded with her. I'm sorry. I'm not going to tell you the cancellation code. Kara said slyly with a stone-cold face. So there's a code, he said, going over to the console, but he couldn't read the language. I can't read this. He summoned a book that seemed to have the Kryptonian language in it. Atomic cauldron detonation in 30 seconds. MXY threw the book down in frustration. I don't have time to learn your stupid moon language. Quote, MXY got on his knees and knelt before her, begging her out of desperation, please, Supergirl. I'm literally begging you. Don't do this. I'll do anything. You want world peace. You got it. I can make that happen. Just don't kill yourself. The world needs Supergirl. 15 seconds to atomic cauldron detonation. Please. Tell me the code. MXY begged one more time. And Kara finally seemed to consider it as she pointed to one of the keys. Push that one, she said, and he pushed it, entering in part of the passcode. She pointed out more of them to him. 5 seconds to atomic cauldron detonation. That one, she said, having him push another. This one, she said as he pressed another key. 4, that and that, she said as he pressed them carefully. 3, 2, atomic cauldron detonation cancelled. Yes, MXY celebrated as he managed to prevent Kara from killing herself. It was then that the code came up on the screen, coincidentally, being his own name, spelled backwards. No, you made me write my name backwards, he said, as he realized she must have changed the original code before calling him to meet her. Yup, on some planets, to write something down is to truly say it. Kara said. Naruto, who was nearby and invisible, was admittedly a bit impressed. To get one of these guys to write their name backwards was, well, damn near impossible. He hadn't managed it with the others he had dealt with, so he was impressed that Kara was able to accomplish. You tricked me, MXY accused. No, I followed the rules. If you say your name backwards, you go back to the 5th dimension, no questions asked. Kara said. That's it, you nasty woman. Now I'm gonna. He tried to snap his fingers but they turned into blue smoke, literally, as his whole body started to dissolve. No, it started. Kara and Naruto both stared at MXY as his body continued to turn to smoke as he faded back into the 5th dimensions. Ion. I wanted someone to love me. MXY cried in apology. And this was why Kara wanted to do this her way. When Naruto saw MXY, he saw only a creep that needed to be killed to protect her. While she saw past all of MXY's power and only saw a lonely soul that desired companionship. You can't force love, Mxyespetlik, you have to let it find you. Kara said and he let out a sad smile, knowing she was right as he faded away, back to his own universe. Later at Kara's apartment, a knock was heard at the door and Kara opened it to find Naruto. Hi, Kara greeted him. Hi, Naruto said with a smile of his own, before gesturing to the door, may I? Kara let him in and closed the door behind him. I was surprised that you weren't there. Kara mentioned, as she hadn't seen him. I was there. Thought you couldn't see me, I could see everything. I was watching over you. Naruto admitted, surprising Kara, but she guessed she shouldn't be. I'm not so arrogant that I can't acknowledge that I had him pegged wrong. Naruto started. You were right about him. And I was wrong. I guess neither of us can always be right all the time. Kara said, knowing he had been right on a number of things, but neither of them was perfect nor could the why get it right every time. You were also right about me. I have been getting involved with your superhero stuff too much, because I was worried after Parasite and Lord that if I took my eye off you again, I'd turn around and you'd be dead. I do need to take a step back, and let you handle some of these things on your own. Naruto said. That said, I'll always be around, so don't hesitate to ask me for help if you feel like you need it. I'm glad to hear that. Kara said. You were right about me as well. I'm not invincible, and I did know that, but Parasite and Lord were way too close for comfort. I promise, I will be more careful from now on. They stood in silence for a few moments. So, you got rid of MXY. Naruto starting to walk toward her. I did, Kara said, proud of that fact. Which means there's no longer any obstacles between us. Naruto said, stopping right in front of her. Nothing at all, Kara admitted as she smiled softly at him. Naruto looked down to Kara and smiled at her softly, before he placed his hand on her waist, pulling her in closer to him and craning his neck downward, with Kara meeting him halfway as she leaned up to kiss him. Closing his eyes he began to kiss back, and before he knew it, the kiss grew more heated with Kara sliding his coat of him before starting to unbuckle his belt. Before they could go further, Naruto stopped. Wait, he said as he pulled away. What's wrong? Kara asked panting. Believe me, Kara, I want to. Naruto said before his expression softened. But I've never had a serious relationship. And you've told me about your own relationship troubles. I want to do right by you and I don't want my lack of experience to screw this up, so for both our sakes, we are going to take this slow. Kara looked into his eyes and she was pretty sure he wasn't going to budge on this. She'd have to go along with it. And honestly, this was probably better than rushing it in the long run. It's just, she had spent so long having her heart played with by unworthy men that now she was finally with a man who wanted her. She wanted to experience everything that she had been missing out on. Okay, she conceded, knowing he wouldn't budge. Still, Naruto said as his expression turned cheeky. I'm not going to object to another kiss. Ass. Kara teased as she playfully slapped his chest, before wrapping her arms around his neck, while he placed his hands on her hips and pulled her into a full lip kiss, the new boyfriend and girlfriend focusing only on each other as the world faded around them. Thanks for watching.